I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6:01. Please join us in a moment of prayer. Father God, we come before you today humbly with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community and make decisions that impact the lives of our students, staff, and families. Grant us wisdom, clarity, and compassion as we work together for the benefit of all. Guide our hearts and our minds and help us to act with integrity, fairness, and understanding. May our discussions be productive and our actions reflect the values of our community as well as glorify you. Be with our families, students, and community in this cold snap. Protect them and keep them warm. We ask this in your almighty name. Amen. Okay, today we are honored to have the Oak Ridge High School Air Force Junior ROTC Color Guard under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Lynn Bentley present the colors of our pledge. Members of the Color Guard include Commander Peyton Wolf, Cadet Cody Pierce, Cadet Kyra Geary, Cadet Phoenix Barton, and Cadet Keenan Cunningham. Leading the pledges tonight is Dr. Jarrett Hostas. Jarrett served honorably in the U.S. Air Force for 6 years, achieving the rank of Senior Airman. During his service, he did a tour in Israel as part of the Operation Juniper Stallion and received the Juniper Stallion Mission Performance Air Force Good Conduct Medal for superior service for 3 years, as well as the Achievement Medal for Superior Service and Meritorious Unit Award with the 31st Munitions Squadron at the Aviano Air Base in Italy. Jarrett is currently serving as Associate Principal at Stockton Junior High School, and we are honored to have him lead us this evening and serve us in the district. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you all. Moving on to the next item on our agenda, Special Recognition, District of Distinction Award, Career and Technical Association of Texas. Dr. Knoll?
All right, I would like to invite Ms. Tally Jo Stout, our Director of Career and Technical Education, up to share this great news with us.
I also have my very own Vanna, Dr. Povich. President Odenwalder, Dr. Knoll, and members of the board. I am proud to announce that Conroe ISD has been selected as a CTE District Distinction by the Career and Technical Association of Texas for the second consecutive year. This recognition affirms our district's continued excellence in career and technical education. The District of Distinction designation celebrates exemplary leadership, innovation, and unwavering commitment to student success. CTAT's rigorous selection criteria evaluates districts based on several key factors: innovative programming and curriculum development, industry-based certifications, strategic alignment with workforce needs, and exceptional student outcomes. Under your leadership, our CTE programs have consistently demonstrated excellence in workforce readiness while fostering innovation that inspires other districts across the state of Texas. Our commitment to providing robust, future-focused opportunities has established Conroe ISD as a benchmark for CTE excellence. This consecutive recognition not only celebrates our achievements, but also strengthens our position as educational leaders. It opens new doors for collaboration with workforce development partners, educational institutions, and supporting our mission to prepare students for success in an evolving economy. Our CTE programs continue to thrive through strong industry partnerships, advanced specialized programs of study, and high-impact student achievements initiatives. The achievement of district distinction reflects the dedication of our educators, our administrators, and our students, as well as the steadfast support of this board. Your commitment to career and technical education has enabled us to create programs that truly prepare students for future success. Thank you for your continued support and vision in making Conroe ISD a leader in career technical education, and congratulations to everyone that contributed to this success.
On behalf of the board, I get the honor of telling you, Ms. Stout, thank you so much for all that you do for this district and for our career and technical students and all that they're learning, all that you pour into them. We see it at every graduation. We see the flowers that the floral students design and deliver. We see the culinary students' works of art that they delivered to us just last month. I think I speak on behalf of the board when I say those were absolutely delicious. And all the accomplishments, we just want to acknowledge all and tell you thank you from our hearts for all that you do. We appreciate you.
And yay! Based on the number of people in the room, you're going to understand why, especially in just a moment, because now we're going to do a special recognition for the district's Texas Music Educators Association's All-Star Musicians. And we have a lot to recognize here this evening.
That's right. I want to ask Dr. Bob Horton to come to the mic. Dr. Horton serves as our Fine Arts Director here in Conroe ISD. And before I turn it over and let him start speaking, I'm going to say a few words, if that's okay, Dr. Horton. Our excellence in fine arts, we celebrate so many opportunities, from our visual arts to also our performing arts, and today we get to see these all-state musicians. Our success starts at the top in our fine arts department. And I'm very proud to announce that just last week during the TMEA convention, our very own Dr. Bob Horton was named the Texas Fine Arts Administrator of the Year. So congratulations to Dr. Horton. We so appreciate your leadership. I get the honor of going each year to the TMEA convention to watch our students perform, and Dr. Horton gets stuck, showing me around and making sure that I find the right place to be. When you walk around the TMEA convention with Dr. Horton, it's like walking around with the most famous guy in the room. He knows everybody. He's a former president of the organization. They even brought him out of the past president role this year to help serve when they needed help. So we're very fortunate to have you, and now we get to celebrate all the great things that you do by these wonderful teachers and students being here. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Knoll. Well, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, thank you for giving recognition to the 35 students named 2425 Texas Music Educators Association, or TMEA, All-State Musicians from Conroe ISD. On behalf of the over 340 fine arts teachers who impact the nearly 73,000 students of our school district, I want to thank you for your constant support of the arts. Conroe ISD is recognized at the state and national level as a leader in the arts, and this is largely due to your commitment to a well-rounded education, which include high-quality arts experiences. So let me give just a brief word of explanation about this process. It's a competitive process that begins all across our great state of Texas in auditions hosted by 33 separate Texas Music Educators Association regions. Individual student musicians perform selected music for a panel of judges who rank them anonymously. And from this ranking, a select group advances to their region and then to their area auditions. And the highest ranking musicians at the area auditions qualify to perform in a TMEA All-State Music Group. These All-State students just participated in 3 days of rehearsals directed by internationally recognized conductors during the TMEA Clinic Convention, and their performances for thousands of attendees, about 30,000 attendees, brought this extraordinary event to a close. So of the over 1,800 students who are selected to be All-State musicians from the 44,000 who began the process, you can see that about the top 3% who initially auditioned become All-Staters, and 35 of these students are from Conroe ISD. Well, they're lined up along the wall and out the door, so we're going to get started here in just a moment. But we also want to recognize their incredible teachers who are here tonight to support the students from Oak Ridge High School Band and Choir, from College Park High School Band and Orchestra, from the Woodlands High School Band, Orchestra, and Choir, and from Grand Oaks Band and Choir. And we are so proud of these teachers for being exemplary role models for these students. So, without any further ado, I'd like to call their name and ask them to come forward, please. Daniel Alvarez. Thomas Blanchard. Nicholas Brightman. Leah Bronfman. Ashlyn Burr. Nico Carrera. Max Chan. Max Chan, yes, yes. Jaden Chan. Jaden Chapman. Andrew Cole. May Cooper. Nicole Fountain. Douglas Gentile. Diana Gergley. Gabriel Gonzalez. Arturo Gonzalez. I've been practicing this name. Siddhartha Gautamakula. I get it? Okay, good. Drew Guerrero. Tyler Hedgepeth. London Johnson. J.D. Johnson. Alan Minami. Caitlin Moore. Raquel Nixon. Taisei Noro. Hannah Reel. Sergio Rodriguez. Charlotte Stabland. Avery Sullivan. Avery Williams. And Benjamin Zoe. I'm going to move this.
Okay, congratulations, you guys. Can we give them one more hand? That was, I mean, wow. That's incredible. Congratulations to you. The hard work, I was in the choir when I was in high school, and I can understand a little bit of the work that goes into it. And boy, how it shapes you and how it shapes and molds your future and who you are. I saw a quote recently by Einstein that talked about how he invented the theory of relativity, but it started from his love from violin. So I just love that you guys are everything that we are, the excellence that Conroe ISD represents. Keep on pushing and reaching for the stars. We're so proud of you, and thank you so much to the parents that give your children lessons and drive them around and get them to where they need to be. And I know it's a team effort. So thank you again. We are so proud of you raising that bar of excellence just that much higher. We are so proud of the well-rounded education that we are getting here at Conroe ISD, and it starts with great leadership. So thank you again.
Staggering out just a little bit, bending. We're going to pull this.
All right. You got your squatters. I love it. I love it.
All right, ready?
Yeah, really. Windows.
Parents, you are welcome to stay if you would like, but this is an appropriate time to exit if you would like to. So you are welcome to follow them out if you would like to.
And it is perfectly acceptable, if you were here for that, to leave at this time. It's okay. All right. On to the next item, which is public participation. During this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For the comments regarding issues on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of the issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make decisions relating that issue. We ask that the speakers address their comments to the board and not the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website, newly designed. If your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until you have met the requirements for the appropriate district policy. The board wants to hear what all speakers have to say, and the board requests that the audience treat all speakers, regardless of their message, with respect. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Ms. Godfrey, please call the first speaker.
Krista Patton.
Hi, good evening. My name is Krista Patton. I have 4 students in CISD. My triplets are in 8th grade at Pete Junior High. We've known some really dark times in CISD, but with amazing qualified leadership at Pete Junior High, these past 2 years have given us so much hope. I cannot express enough my sincerest gratitude to Mr. Kemple, Mrs. Ruffin, the APs, and our counselor, Mrs. Reagan. This team should be the standard for leadership in our district. Today, I stand before you to shine the biggest spotlight on an educator who goes above and beyond, Coach Glazar. When challenges seem impossible or at the least intimidating, she is all in, testing new methods, sharing what's working, and seeking information on how she can help even more until the students' needs are met. She does all this, spends countless hours working, and asks nothing in return other than her students to do their best, as if her moving mountains is standard practice. I am well aware it's not. Coach Glazar is a once-in-a-lifetime teacher. Her actions say, I see you, I'll meet you where you are, and I've got you to get you where you need to be. She believes in her students so much that they start seeing themselves the way she sees them. That confidence transfers to student success in the classroom. She holds them accountable to their potential in such a positive way. In addition to being an amazing teacher, she is an equally great coach. She is always building athletes up, incredibly patient while keeping the sport fun. Coach Glazar, thank you isn't enough. I hope you realize the massive positive impact you're making in kids' lives. I want you to know that we see the greatness you bring to the classroom. You're a great teacher and coach, and our community is better because of your dedicated heart of service to our district.
Okay, Sam Zumwalt. Sam Zumwalt. Carl White.
Hi, good evening to everyone. I'm requesting the CISD Board of Trustees not to adopt Bluebonnet Bible curriculum. The curriculum violates Section 33021 Library Standards, the Readiness Act, restricting explicit and adult design educational resources. In this section, sexually explicit material means any communication, language, including a written description, photographic image, or video image, or audio file. The curriculum references the Bible, and several passages in the Bible refer to adultery, prostitution, and other sexual sins. You will be violating Section 33021 Library Standards and Section 1009 infringement of parental rights prohibited. By adopting the Bluebonnet curriculum, our children will be taught adultery, prostitution, and sexual sin. It is solely the responsibility of the parents to teach their children the dangers of sexual immorality. Educators have the responsibility of teaching reading, writing, math, and not sex education. So I'm going to read you a little bit what's in the book of Ezekiel. This is straight out the Bible, what you're going to be teaching. It says, Then Aholibah lusted after other lovers instead of me, and she gave her love to the Syrian officers, and she prostituted herself with the most desirable men of Assyria, worshiping their idols and defiling herself. She was still as lewd in her youth when Egyptians slept with her, fondled her breasts, and used her as a prostitute. And so I handed her over to Assyrian lovers, whom she desired so much. They stripped her, took away her children as their slaves, and killed them. And she received her punishment. Her reputation was known to every woman in the land. And she was even more depraved, abandoning herself to her lust and prostitution. She flawed over all the Syrian officers, those captains and commanders in handsome uniforms, those chariots driving their horses. Thank you. Do not adopt that. It's a violation. Thank you.
Elizabeth Morrison. Melissa Sowell.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Sowell. This is my mom, who is the champion behind me during my public school education, is now the champion behind my 3 kids that are students of Conroe ISD. Snyder Elementary, York Junior High, and the Conroe Virtual School. I'm here to speak of my support for the Conroe Virtual Academy, but I understand there are other pressing issues on the agenda today, so we'll be back another day to talk about Conroe Virtual School and the impact and importance to our family. And I'd also like to personally thank you, Misty Odenweller, for reaching out today, sharing your support for the Conroe Virtual School. Thank you. We'll be back.
Kayla Bachmeyer.
Good evening, board members. My first question to the board is, why is the discontinuation of the dual language immersion program even being considered? Why was this crucial decision added to the agenda with no prior notification or explanation to the parents and educators who will be directly impacted by it? Why is CISD breaking its promise to students? Most of us only learned about the possibility of the program's discontinuation when the agenda was published on Friday, February 14th, a student holiday, right before school break, leaving us with no opportunity for feedback or input except for tonight. My name is Kayla Bachmeyer. I hold a master's degree in mathematics. I'm a math teacher and a proud CISD graduate. I'm here today as an alumni and a parent of 2 CISD students. One of my children is a 5th grader at the dual language immersion program at Wilkerson Intermediate. My husband and I made the decision to enroll our daughter in Lamar Elementary's dual language immersion program before her kindergarten year because we understand the importance of being bilingual and being exposed to different cultures and perspectives. We have seen firsthand how well the program is run at both Lamar and Wilkerson and have had nothing but positive experiences with the incredible staff at both schools. Ms. Yanes, Maldonado, Zahn, and Hernandez, and many others have been instrumental in our daughter's success. These educators are invaluable assets to the program, and we are deeply grateful for their dedication and commitment to our child's education. I've seen firsthand the positive impact of the program as my daughter has thrived academically and socially. We made a commitment when we enrolled her, and we intend to honor it. Our decision to stay in the program has shaped major life choices, including where we live and our careers. CISD must uphold its commitment to students, staff, and the community, and not in this program. I urge the board to work with parents, educators in the community to find solutions such as forming a committee to investigate enrollment issues or incentivizing bilingual certification. The benefits of this program are undeniable, and discontinuing it would have lasting consequences on student success. I ask again, why is the discontinuation of the dual language immersion program even being considered? Please set an example for our children and honor your commitment. Thank you.
Christina Otto.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Christina Otto, and my daughter is in her 4th year of CISD's dual language program. We live in a multicultural and multilingual home. When our daughter was ready to begin kindergarten, we were all excited to hear that Lamar offered a dual language program. To get into the program, she had to apply and interview. From the very beginning, we put our faith and our trust into the program, the educators, and the district. Once our daughter was accepted into the program, we were asked to sign a 5-year contract that stated we would remain in the program. We were told the reason for this period was that children needed a full 5 years to see the effect of the dual language program. We were told that by pulling our kids from the program early, they would be behind in the monolingual classes. If you speak another language, then you know that learning 2 languages simultaneously, it takes longer for everything to click in your brain. The payoff comes later. For this reason, we agreed to sign the contract, and we never took our commitment lightly. Nor did it occur to us that the district would breach the agreement and leave our children confused and behind. The program has been amazing. I don't need to tell you all the benefits of a program like this one. Cognitively, children growing up learning more than one language have higher brain stimulation and better focus. They also have a better understanding of their native language. It improves their language skills across the board. Grammar, spelling, vocabulary, all improve. Once you've learned a second language, it is easier for them to learn more languages. Children thrive in this sort of classroom, and our children have been no exception. The program has not been easy by any stretch of the imagination. I can still tell you on any given day what language was spoken in class without even asking my daughter. On the days that it's in Spanish, she is next level exhausted. She goes to bed early and is barely ready to go the next morning because her brain has been working so hard all day. Because we committed to this program, we have stayed in it. The kids have made sacrifices and worked so hard to make sure that they're successful in school and that their grades are up. We ask that you reconsider closing the program, and like the lady before me said, check other options, look at other things. Cutting the dual program would really be a disservice to all these kids that have worked so hard.
Brent Taylor. Brent Taylor.
Also, I just would like to ask, we have about 75 speakers. That's 2.5 hours of you all sitting through here. So while we support every speaker's opportunity to share, we do ask that if we could just not have all the clapping at the end so that we could give everyone an opportunity and move the meeting along, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. We didn't want to cut anyone's speaking time. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to really give you a chance to say something. So we kept our standard speaking time to give everyone a chance to share. We just ask for your support in that.
Good evening. Thanks to all of you for your public service. Particularly thank you to Trustee Semler, who was very accessible and helpful whenever we learned about this, and she was very easy to reach. I'm here to express my strong support for the dual language program and urge all of you to vote no on the agenda item that would discontinue it. Conroe ISD website itself highlights that students typically reach full proficiency in a second language within 4 to 6 years. It also notes that the dual language students often learn core subjects as well as others better than their peers. Bilingual proficiency is a long-term commitment, and parents sign a contract committing to 5 years in the program. I don't need to tell you all this, it's on your website. We have upheld our end of the contract. If you choose not to uphold yours, where does that leave my 5-year-old? During the day, I work for the Houston Fire Department. We've recently seen a surge in recruiting that is largely tied to getting rid of a lot of old problems. One of the things that we've seen with our new recruits is that the number one way that you can check their ability to pass the EMS test, the paramedic test they have to take, is reading comprehension. That's the number one signifier of how well they will do. Again, to people who are in the education field, this should not be a surprise. And so it really does go back as far as elementary school when you look at those things and planning those routes. Removing this program will negatively impact students, especially those already struggling with reading. Research from the Journal of Speech, Language, and Hearing shows dual language learners are with weaker English skills benefit the most. They benefit more than the stronger readers. Ending the program will widen the disparities in test scores, absenteeism, and parental involvement. For my kindergartner, this program has been transformational. He's learning things at 5 years old that I didn't know until the 4th or 5th grade. More importantly, he's meeting friends with different backgrounds and experiences. I urge all of you to vote no on this agenda item. Thank you.
Kai Ritter.
Board members, Superintendent Knoll, thank you for your time today, and I always appreciate that you start with a prayer, and I would actually like to open my speaking time with a prayer as well. Lord Jesus, I pray that you would open the administrators' hearts and minds to what is right, what is just, and what is best for kids. Amen. 4 years ago, my family relocated here from North Texas, and over the last 4 years, I've been heavily involved and felt such intense pride to be a part of such an incredible district, and a district that offered the opportunity for my son to be 2 years ahead in Algebra 1 in 7th grade, and the opportunity for my daughter, who is 7 years old, to be a part of the dual language program at Lamar Elementary. Unfortunately, since last Friday, I have felt ashamed of Conroe ISD's decision to go back on their word and not even consult the parties involved in a decision that affects the lives of so many. So I know that we had a contract, and nowhere in the contract did it state that discontinuation might occur based on enrollment. It was a required commitment for 5 years. All emotions aside, I would like to discuss the facts. Dual language programs are proven to increase cognitive abilities in kids and promote a positive learning community. At Lamar, we have a highly successful program, a lot of parental involvement and participation in events such as dual language and multicultural night. So we know that top countries in the world, such as Finland, that are known for education, they have a core of their educational system is dual language programs, so we need to be expanding these programs. And we've seen other districts be successful with it, like Tomball. And I would like us to be solution-oriented and, you know, consult with nearby districts and see how they are having such success with their problem. Why can't we approach this with a problem-solving mentality, with a solution-oriented mentality? And I just urge you to do what's best for kids.
Penelope Bachmeyer.
Can I?
Yeah. You might want to take it off. It might be
Good idea.
There you go.
Hola, me llamo Penelope Bachmeyer, and I'm here with my mom. I love the environment in the dual language program because all of the teachers are very nice and have incredible teaching algorithms and skills. These teachers are also open-minded. This can help children by letting them learn easier and quicker strategies. On top of that, the dual language program allows students from both languages to help each other. This is amazing because when you are fully introduced to a language, it helps you learn the language faster and better. I get to work on my communication skills every day. Whenever there's a word that someone doesn't understand, my table helps each other out. Yo ayudo a los otros estudiantes en mi clase. This program can show you new cultures and holidays. I love going to dual language night and getting to play games and eat the foods from the different countries. One last thing, if you cancel this program, you will be breaking your promise of giving me high school credit after 6th grade. Yo quiero ser bilingüe.
Emily Hebert. Emily Hebert. Jeff Hebert.
When my wife and I moved here in 2020, we moved from Houston. We moved up here because of COVID, the restrictions, and a lot of what was going on in Harris County we didn't approve of. But one thing we were very concerned about, both me and my wife, as I have been stationed in the military overseas and have learned different cultures and been exposed to a lot of people, a lot of cultural diversity. My wife has traveled as well. We were very concerned about the cultural diversity here in Conroe ISD. But when we found out about this program, the dual language program, we were very excited. the ability for my daughter to be exposed to multiple cultures and learn dual language at the same time was very exciting. My daughter Evelyn has excelled. In fact, she's even tested for GT. We had a lot of problems with her early in her academic career, but she has excelled in this program. I know you have a budget, and I've done my research. I know you're about $11 million short in the budget. But for the board members that I voted for in this last election, I never heard anybody talking about sports. It was education first. I know the sports budget is about $14 million. I know we can find money in the sports budget to help support a program that helps children, that benefits children much later in life and much more so than just playing sports would do. I know this is hard. I don't envy your job, but I know we can do better. Other school districts are doing it and they're working it out. Please do not cut this program for our children. It has definitely helped them, and I look forward to your vote tonight. Thank you.
Maria Carroll. Maria Carroll. Nancy Marino.
Hello. It will be a short message. Just we want to beg you reconsider the opportunity to give these kids continue with the dual language program. Indra is in 2nd grade in Lamar Elementary. We love our teachers. I just talked with the principal this morning and asking her if the program is not successful, and she said that yes, it's successful. So I'm begging you reconsider and you give us the opportunity to continue with the program. Thank you.
Alexander Harris.
Dear Conroe ISD Board and Leadership, today you will be considering the instructional materials for K through 5 in ELAR. These are critical foundational skills which will affect a child's future for the rest of their life. So sadly, rather than promoting what is best for our children, I am seeing politics and corruption from our politicians in Austin and the TEA. We elected each one of you to do what is right in the fear of God for our children and not be pressurized by any political agenda, whether it's yours or others. So I encourage you to be diligent in considering what is best for our children and not be deceived by the numerous pre-formatted or simplistic emails you may have received. These are mobilized by local politicians, and the community sends these emails without full understanding of what the content, context, or consequences. Church congregation especially get excited when a local politician tells them, hey, the curriculum they're promoting has Bible references. Introducing the Bible in the curriculum today's environment will only give rise to contention, confusion, through misinterpretation, and tomorrow Hindus will want the Gita, the Muslims will want the Quran, and we will have more confusion. So let's honor our First Amendment by staying away from promoting any religion and focus on what is best for our children. Thank you.
Michael Taylor.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Knoll and Ms. Odenweiler. I wanted to start out by just quoting something from Ms. Odenweiler's bio on the Conroe ISD website, which states, as a teacher, Odenweiler worked to keep parents informed, to provide a high-quality education. She believes that success in the classroom begins with the engagement, inclusion, and involvement of the parent in the education experience. She understands that collaboration with the parent is the only way for a child to grow as a student. And I just wanted to comment that this line item that was added to the agenda today was done without any communication with parents, staff, or teachers at the campuses where the dual language program is implemented. My name is Mike Taylor. I am the guy that started the Change.org petition. I have a son that is in Tomas, that's in the first grade in the dual language program, and Carolina, that's in the fourth grade program at Lamar Elementary. I've heard some different issues about why the program is being sunsetted: budget, attendance. I can tell you that my daughter's class at Lamar, she's in fourth grade, that they've had only 2, possibly 3 people that dropped out. I know there's some problems at other campuses, but we can discuss those later. I wanted to also bring up that we did, as other people have mentioned, signed a social contract to allow our kids to go all the way through 5th and possibly 6th grade. The program itself is beneficial to everyone in the program. The other item that was listed was the $1.2 million in savings as far as budget is concerned, and that really is concerning to me. At 50 teachers, which is not even how many we have, the budget would be $240 for the stipend that they're currently issued. So I don't know where the other $900,000 is going. And to close, I just, you as the Board of Trustees, y'all have the final say. Y'all need to have the kids' best interest at heart, and I hope that y'all vote appropriately.
Colleen Taylor.
Hi, my name is Colleen Taylor, and I'm the parent of a kindergartner at Lamar Elementary. As a former teacher myself, my district instilled in us that our kids are not just the ones in our classroom, but every student in our district. We always made decisions with all kids in mind, decisions that only helped them and never limited them. When cuts were made, we were informed. Our district cut budget by mowing the grass less, running the AC at certain times after school, etc. The important thing here is that it was communicated to us and the staff. They showed us the respect to bring the issues to us versus hiding them and sneaking them into the board meeting agenda. I know you have made zoning adjustments before when you saw a decline from Anderson Elementary because the middle school wasn't zoned to all kids. Why are you hiding and not willing to make adjustments this time? Why are you not contacting parents and seeking advice on how to better serve the community? You're just scrapping the whole thing to save money? What about the kids? Why can't you adults do that? Why can't you problem solve like we teach our children to? Dr. Knoll, I understand your salary is pretty high, upwards of $400,000. If you could cut that a bit and give it to students, perhaps we could have our program keep going that has been so successful. My son has grown so much, not only academically, but his confidence. Just yesterday, we were at the pediatrician and my son heard a woman speaking on the phone in Spanish. The look that he gave me was just indescribable. We've had so many of those moments this year, and that is all thanks to Ms. Yanes and Ms. Morford and this program. He has grown so much. He has made friends that at the beginning of the year he could not communicate with, and now they are great buddies. They can find a way to communicate, and this program has only helped him. So you need to do better, Conroe, and Dr. Knoll, if you do away with this program, you're going to be the one to tell our kids, and you're going to break their hearts because it was not told to the parents and the teachers, and it is not our job to do that. It is your job to communicate.
Robert Simard.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Robert Simard. I'm here with my wife, Jennifer. We come before you not as former educators of this district, but more importantly as parents whose children are thriving in the dual language program at Anderson Elementary. I want to be clear. Research, as you guys have heard, consistently shows that dual language immersion leads to higher academic achievement, improved problem-solving skills, and greater cognitive flexibility. In Conroe ISD, students in this program outperform their peers in standardized testing, literacy rates, and overall language proficiency. Eliminating this program disregards proven benefits and weaknesses, weakens the quality of education that this district provides. Also concerning is the lack of transparency in this decision-making process. Parents, teachers, community members, we were all given little to no notice of real opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue before the proposal was even put forth. A decision of this magnitude, one that affects the future of our kids, shouldn't be made behind closed doors. We demand transparency, data-informed decision-making, and honest conversation about what's best for our kids. Families like mine have built our children's education around this program. If you take it away without discussion, without justification, without even listening to the families and teachers who've invested in it, you're sending a clear message that their voices don't count, and that's not acceptable. I urge you to pause the decision. Bring parents and educators into the conversation. Let's work together to find solutions rather than tearing down a program that's benefited so many. Don't take away this opportunity from our kids and don't take away anything without hearing from the people who care about their futures the most. Thank you.
Ryan Gentles. Ryan, oh, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Ryan Gentles. I have 3 beautiful daughters in Conroe ISD, 2 in the dual language program at Lamar. And one of the things that I have seen, and one thing that we try to teach with our girls, is this idea of community. And the community that they have formed in the dual language program is beyond what my oldest has been able to truly form, not in the dual language. And that's somewhat frustrating, but one thing I want you to see in that is that if you are a part of the dual language in some way, would you please raise your hand? That's community. That's what we don't want to lose for them. So I urge you, please listen well, be thoughtful in your process, and know that it affects more than a budget. It affects a community. Thank you.
Shelby Estrada. Shelby Estrada.
If you could also keep an eye on the list so that you know where you are falling in order, that'll help speed up things as well. Oh, no, I didn't mean that about her. I was just saying it in general. I am so sorry. My timing on that was not good. I apologize. But I just meant it in general. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shelby Estrada. I am the parent of Jaden Estrada. He's in the 9th grade in the virtual school. The principal told us last week he was uncertain about the future of the school, but it is very important to me and my son. He was having a lot of stomach issues last year, and he was barely able to complete the 8th grade, but I'm not able to drive, so it cost me a lot of money in rides to the doctor and appointments and everything. He was finally referred to a GI doctor, and after the results, he has chronic gastritis. And so this year he started off in person, but his condition got worse. And so I was able to switch him over to virtual learning. But they're not sure about the future of that. So I'm just asking you to please do not get rid of the virtual school. There are still days he's getting sick and in pain, but it has very much helped in being able to do the schoolwork at his own pace when he's not getting sick. So please do not get rid of the virtual school. Thank you.
Emily Durbala. I'm sorry, I thought I saw her.
My name is Emily. I'm a parent of a student enrolled in dual language program. My family moved over an hour across the city just to ensure our child could participate in this program, and I've spoken with numerous parents and families who have gone to great lengths to be a part of this well sought out program, which is a testament to the dual language value and impact. Outlined in the district improvement plan for this year, Conroe ISD's commitment to diversity and inclusion is clear. The philosophy of all means all and the recognition of the importance of community, family, and diversity culture, unquote, are at the core of this plan. Dual language does not just teach our kids Spanish, it immerses them in culture and better understanding of the world around them and their peers. In the district improvement plan, performance objective 15 aims to increase the performance of economically disadvantaged students, emerging bilingual students, and special education students by 3% measured by the STAR. Performance objective 5 highlights the growth proficiency in bilingual students through various strategies. The dual language program plays a crucial role in having these objectives met. Removing the dual language program directly contradicts the performance objectives laid out. We must honor Conroe ISD's mission and our students by continuing to provide this diverse, inclusive, and high-quality education that they deserve. I'm not sure if this move is being made by this conservative board as part of a DEI agenda or a true matter of funding and resources. All I know is if you remove opportunities from your bilingual and low-income students, it will affect your federal funding directly, would it not? As a true mama bear, I refuse to allow opportunities to be taken away from my cubs that will increase their survival in this competitive world. I know my family and others here will take our funds, our families, and our loyalties to other neighboring districts who actually believe in their programs. I strongly urge you to reconsider this discontinuation. Thank you.
Urjana Ramaj. Urjana Ramaj. Nina Hodip.
Hi there. Thanks, guys. My name's Nina Hodap. I'm a CISD parent of 4 and a CISD substitute teacher. My youngest daughter has been part of the dual language program at Darrington for the past 1.5 years. I've had the privilege to be involved in this program as a parent and as a substitute teacher. I've witnessed the growth of these kids both inside and outside the classroom. I'd like to respond to the statement CISD gave to KPRC in regards to the program. There seems to be 3 reasons for sunsetting the program: lack of teachers, enrollment decline, and cutting costs. Not all of these are grounds for outright termination of the full program across all campuses. If teacher recruitment is the ultimate problem, I'd point you to the example of my son's high school Algebra 2 teacher. We received a notification required by law letting us know that she's not certified in the state of Texas to teach, but is working toward the requirements as a highly qualified teacher. In a staff shortage problem, why is it that this is kind of an exception isn't made at the elementary level in a bilingual classroom where you can find a native Spanish speaker and someone highly qualified? As long as a highly qualified teacher is working toward the required certifications, then it should be sufficient, since it's sufficient for an honors high school math class. If this is a TEA requirement problem, that needs to be changed from the top. Klein ISD and Tombaugh ISD are actively promoting their dual language programs for next year. Why is it that they have the staff to support their programs? Enrollment dropping off in the 3rd grade is no coincidence, as that's the first year the kids take the STAR test, and the emphasis of all the administrations is passing that test. Clearly, priorities need to be reevaluated. We see enrollment decline across many different programs within CISD. Look at how many kids jump out of band by the time they start high school. Cutting costs is great, but I'd argue removing enrichment programs is a bad move. These are what makes CISD stand out. Ultimately, transparency is needed from CISD on dual language program finances, enrollment statistics, success criteria, academic results, ability of administration at each campus to administer the program, and teacher recruitment strategies to determine whether the program is successful, and this needs to be communicated to the parents who have children within the program before decisions are made. Please, okay.
Pamela Blue. Pamela Blue. Okay. Brenda Yanez.
Thank you. My name is Brenda Yanez, one of the dual language teachers at Lamar. I'm not only an educator, but a parent of 3 students in the program. This will be my 16th year in Conroe ISD as a teacher, and 6 of those years have been spent in the dual language program. Students start their journey with me in kindergarten. I get to see such beautiful transformations from the start. In August, children start with me with little to no Spanish or English, and by the end of May, their level of language acquisition is astonishing and shows that this really works. This program creates very resilient learners with a growth mindset. We also build a beautiful community, as you can tell by the support, with our dual language families through cultural family nights. Strong bonds are built between our students and parents throughout the program. Since the program started at Lamar in 2019, there has always been a lot of interest, and we have a wait list every school year. The only limitation that we have is that students that enter this program have to be within the Lamar school zone. We have some parents here tonight that have moved into our school zone to be able to participate and get off the wait list. We believe in this program and we ask that you keep it here in Conroe ISD. Thank you.
Pamela Blue. That was a duplicate, correct? Shelby Estrada? Yeah, Shelby spoke a few. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of names. Pamela Blue. Jonathan Gray.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to speak tonight. My wife brought me this program last summer, and to be honestly, I was very apprehensive about it, to say the least. As often happens in my house, my wife decided that we were going to do the program. My wife and I both volunteer heavily at our Lamar Elementary community. She has been on the PTO for multiple years. I volunteer relentlessly with our Watchdog program. I volunteer at Wilkerson and Lamar. I have a 6th grader at Wilkerson, a 4th grader at Lamar, and a kindergartner at Lamar. The educational impact I've seen this program have on my child in half of a year at kindergarten has only left me with one regret of my apprehension of the program this summer, and that's that I didn't put my other 2 children in there when I had the chance. Not only from an educational standpoint, the statistics that everyone has spoken about with the impact of dual language, but we're building a community inside our community. With so much diversity and division in our community today, what I see with these kids when I go volunteer at the school is a true community. They're learning about each other's cultures. They're learning about each other's foods at lunch. They're learning to be friends with people who are different than they are. Taking away this program takes away from the leadership and the unity of our future leaders, our future citizens in our community, and it's disrespectful to the kids, not the parents. So I ask for either a no vote or delay in the decision. Given the short amount of time between notification of the parents and this meeting, I'm honest, I didn't get time to do as much research as I would like to. But where are the answers to the other proverbial domino effect? Are my English-speaking kids now going into other English-speaking classes in the school, increasing the ratio of students to teachers? Are you hiring new teachers to take up for that ratio? Thank you for your time.
Michelle Shosa.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Shosa. I am a proud CISD educated student, 42-year resident and local optometrist. I have 3 children in the dual language immersion program, 5th, 4th, and 1st grades. We moved to be zoned for this program. My oldest is part of the 1st cohort and has excelled as a biliterate student, placing out of high school Spanish 1 as a 4th grader. There is no doubt that this program is successful. There are decades of research to support two-way immersion as a superior approach. This time last year, we were presented by this district a roadmap for our students to graduate from College Park High School with a certification on their diploma for bilingual. And 48 hours ago, we stumbled upon an agenda item with no communication, no explanation, and no justification for abandoning these students and teachers. At a minimum, the contract made with the current students to commit to 5 years must be upheld. These students should not be penalized for those that have left the program. If it is not, what are we teaching this generation? To give up when presented with challenges? We're better than this. We're leaders in this community. We're leaders in Texas. We're leaders in the US. And we're leaders worldwide. We can overcome these challenges. I believe that CISD can do this. We ask that you postpone tonight's vote or vote to deny to approve discontinuation of DLI and CISD. We ask that you allow us. Nobody's talked to us. We've been doing this for 6 years. I think you can tell we're passionate. the parents, the teachers in district an opportunity to work together. Like, let's show what's possible. Let's be the best. The districts surrounding us all have DLI and are committed to it, y'all. And I will leave y'all with Matthew 28:19-20, which states, therefore, go and make disciples of all nations and teach them in all languages.
Paisley. Hi, my name is Paisley Shosa. I'm a 5th grade student at Wilkerson Intermediate. I have personally moved houses and repeated kindergarten for this amazing program. I am one of the students from the first cohort. I've loved this program. I've of course struggled, but there was always one of my amazing, big-hearted, caring teachers right by my side to help me over these amazing 6 years of my life. I've learned so many things, not just Spanish, but how to be a better version of me. I am so thankful and grateful to have this wonderful language that I can speak, read, and write in. It's all because of my incredible teachers and parents. I hope you will decide not only to extend the program, but to continue it for the generations to come. Thank you.
Brian Sosha.
Can you all tell the Shosas are advocates? Good evening. My name is Brian Shosa, President Odenweiler, Trustees, Dr. Knoll. I appreciate the opportunity to express myself and letting all these people express themselves tonight. I'm a retired veteran, U.S. Army, Airborne Ranger with 24 years of service to this country. I retired as a Lieutenant Colonel. I've been in combat, and I am currently the CEO of a company here in in the Woodlands that does services and DoD manufacturing. I personally have seen the advantages of having dual language people, not just in Spanish, but in other languages. Through diplomacy, through working with other armies, while I was deployed, we had to have these people. I was not one of them. I'm not a dual language person. We moved so that I could give my children this opportunity. I couldn't homeschool them. I couldn't send them to a single private school in this area that offered this program. It was the most important thing to me and my wife, that they would have the ability to have 2 languages. The reason being is it makes the world a smaller place. I've heard it mentioned tonight that community, it is so important. Every time they travel anywhere within this hemisphere, they can speak to somebody. And it makes vacations to Mexico a little bit more fun. In business, having a second language is absolutely imperative. Every single company out there has to have somebody who can speak to people. We live in Texas. The obvious language is Spanish. So I ask, just like everybody else here is asking, to please consider what we have to say. We're not able to have a constructive conversation this way, where we're just talking at you. I'd ask that you postpone this vote. Let's have an actual discussion about how we can work together as a community to figure out how to make this thing successful. Thank you.
Davida Baxter.
Hello, board members, Dr. Knoll. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I am the grandmother of these 3 children. In addition to that, I have another grandchild who's also in the dual language program at Lamar. I'm sorry, he's at Wilkerson now. For the past 5.5 years, we've had children in the program. We have been amazed at the achievement that they have made. The way that they speak Spanish is so beautiful. It is nothing like the way I speak Spanish. And that's all because of dual language. I'm also a developmental optometrist. I've been in the area now for 48 years. I have worked with a lot of children through the years. I've watched the district that is always known for striving for excellence. This particular program is an example of your striving for excellence. And I do encourage you to put on your thinking caps and find a way to keep this program going. It is definitely worth it, And there's nothing more important than spending money for the education of our children. Thank you so much.
Elare Santos.
Good night. Thank you for allowing us to speak to you, board members. I'm here today not only as the parent of one of the students in the first group of the dual language program at Lamar and now doing 5th grade at Wilkerson, but I'm here also because language teaching and second language learning is my area of research and my passion. I did a PhD in second language acquisition and multilingualism. I direct the Center for Languages and Intercultural Communications at Rice University, where we teach 10 different languages. I oversee a study abroad program where we take students abroad for 6 weeks during the summer. And I can tell you, I've seen the impact that learning a language and being immersed in a different culture has on children, adults, young adults. It's life-changing. And if we look at the research, we can see that the cognitive benefits of learning a second language are amazing. So kids learning a second language, they are better at problem solving, they are better at decision making, they are better at multitasking, they have a lot of cognitive benefits. They have academic benefits. They read better and they communicate better than their peers. They have social benefits. They can interact with people from different cultures. They have more empathy. They also have career benefits. If we look at workers that are monolingual in certain careers, and we look at workers that are bilingual, workers that are bilingual usually have between 5 and 20% more salary-wise compared to their monolingual kids. So if we discontinue this program, we are just telling our kids that we don't care about their education and their future.
Santosh Nair.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and fellow parents. My name is Santosh Nair. I have 2 kids at Derrichon Elementary who are part of the dual language program. Everyone has spoken enough about the benefits of the program. There's enough empirical evidence for the benefits. I won't repeat that. I think we have not seen a lot of transparency from the administration or board as to why this is being discontinued. We have seen bits and pieces that have been released to the press and statements. I will simply comment on the 3 arguments that I think that are being made. There is a push to move to a traditional bilingual program. I do want to emphasize there is a big difference between a 2-way dual language immersive program and a bilingual program. The TEA has prioritized the dual language program over traditional bilingual education. They have said, I'm quoting them, dual language programs deliver superior academic and cognitive outcomes compared to a traditional bilingual program. There is also some commentary around teacher shortages and budget shortages. And the solution to teacher shortages cannot be simply dismantling a valuable program. There has to be a better strategy to hire and retain more bilingual teachers through better district planning, which is the job of the administration. On cost savings, the district has not released a single detailed financial breakdown of how eliminating this program saves money, what alternatives have you considered, how will funds be reallocated. This entire exercise has lacked transparency. A lot of parents have come up here, teachers have come up here with tears in their eyes. I hope this is not how board agenda items will be run in the future. What we expect is transparency. We would expect the district level planning and decision-making committee to share a very detailed report on campus level program effectiveness, enrollment statistics, achievement metrics, teacher shortage statistics, recruitment efforts, and funding specifics. We have not seen any analysis. We have seen a single item on the agenda, which is not acceptable to the parents or teachers. We signed our commitment 5 years ago. We expect you to do your part. Thank you.
Liz Morford.
Let me move it down. I'm a bit short. Good evening, everyone. My name is Liz Morford. I've been teaching dual language in Conroe ISD for the past 6 years. I'm currently teaching kinder at Lamar, as you can see from my parents. And I'm not going to go and dwell into the goodness of the dual language because my parents have been so good at it because they're so highly educated on it. I'm just going to come from my perspective as a person that graduated from College Park High School. And when I moved here to the States when I was 17 years old, and I was put in the ESL program, and that it was not a good program at that time. But it's been 18 years since then. We have improved, and I'm so proud to be a Conroe ISD teacher. But over this weekend, I have felt so embarrassed about it because that transparency that we are always holding up high has fallen down, okay? I am so ashamed that it was out of nowhere. We didn't have any idea that this was coming to us. And I was not expecting that from y'all. Not only did you let me down as a teacher in your district, you have let down my students, which are the most important to me and to everybody. My kinder dual students get to share their language, their life experiences and cultures. They learned that we must care for each other and we must respect our differences. They have enjoyed making friends with students that at the beginning of the year they couldn't communicate with, but that now they thrive with. They become best friends. They have become a family, a community, as you have seen. We want transparency. We want honesty. We want to see receipts. Where are these $1.2 million you spoke on the articles? Because it's definitely not coming to us as teachers. Thank you.
Luis Felipe Elias Rivas.
Hello, my name is Felipe Elias. Thank you for having me. My kids are in the dual program, and I believe in learning more than one language. Through my experience, and this is the only thing that I can share to you today, is I've been in different countries, and as this gentleman said before, it's very difficult when you go to a different country and you don't know the language that they are speaking in that country. I think what you are doing in this course is an investment. As you already spoke, or what I read in the newspaper, yes, you have to probably cut some expenses, but in reality is, if this is an investment that you already put in place, you need to see what is the final outcome. If you don't have that, it's like you don't have nothing. We came from Spain 7 months ago, and prior than coming to this country, we searched around the community, around the different schools, and we saw this magnificent dual course. And I think if you cancel or take the decision to not go ahead with the course, I think you will be losing good students, you will lose in your investment because you already spend a lot of money with teachers, some materials. So believe it or not, in the world that we are living now, and in the world that having a lot of issues around many countries, what we need is people who can speak another language, okay? Not just Spanish. And every day I would like to see myself learning any other language. Thank you.
Jessica Cabrejas.
My son is a dual language learner at Darrichin Elementary. I come before you today to express my frustration that as a parent, beginning in this program, we were asked to sign a contract confirming our commitment to the goals of dual language teaching. We gladly signed as we understood the immense benefits of learning 2 languages. I won't bother recapping these benefits due to my limited time, but the studies and statistics are abundant. And I'm certain that CISD is well aware of these benefits, or they would not have committed to this program to begin with. They would not have asked parents to make a commitment if they did not believe in the merits of this program. Ms. Odenweiler, you've stated as part of your campaign that you believe success in the classroom begins with engagement, inclusion, and involvement of the parent in the education experience. Ms. Duncan, you also state parents will always have the right to be involved in their children's education, and as a part of your listed commitments, you noted giving parents a voice in their children's education and improving student outcomes and supporting our future leaders. So I ask this board to stand by their stated promises and goals, and more importantly, that CISD stand behind the programs they implement, and instead of trying to quietly banish this program, engage with parents and students that are a part of this program to find ways to keep it thriving. Discontinuing this program is not only a broken promise to students and families thriving in this program, both English and Spanish speaking alike, but it's also an affront to our children's futures, the future leaders you speak of, children that are growing up in an increasingly bilingual world where speaking another language is not only a prerequisite for success in communication, but an enriching experience with lifelong benefits. I urge this board to include parents in problem solving whatever challenges this program is apparently facing, so that together we can make this decision about our children's education and be a part of the solution, rather than just throwing in the towel, a lesson no parent wishes to give their children. Thank you.
I believe Mr. Hebert is a duplicate. Lexi Swistek. Lexi Swistek. Okay.
Hi, ladies. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak tonight. My name is Lexi Swistak, and our son Cole is in Mrs. Yanez's kindergarten class at Lamar Elementary. We began to research dual language when Cole was 4 years old, and after learning the long list of benefits that come from it, we were sold on the program. We were sold on dual language. We considered and toured another school in the Woodlands, but the cost would be a large financial commitment, with their tuition coming out to $1,200 a month. Over a 5-year period, that would be $72,000. It gave us pause. That it could be more if they ever raised their tuition. Most of the time they do. We were relieved and counted our blessings when we learned that Cole was accepted into the program at Lamar, because this meant he could be involved with a program in our own neighborhood, and we would incur no additional cost other than the property taxes that we already pay into the school. We were told this was a 5-year commitment, and we agreed. We were happy. We implemented a 5-year plan based on our acceptance into this program. Cole began a good routine with his class, and I became involved in the PTO by volunteering my time when I can and helping with fundraising activities for the school. Cole is really enjoying this program, and he's learning so much. He's teaching me words on a daily basis, and he can sing in Spanish. He has even asked if we can take a trip to Mexico. It's very upsetting to know that this may abruptly be taken away from us. I also need to mention that a parent who could not attend tonight did ask me to say one thing on her behalf. She feels strongly that the schools should offer open enrollment for the dual language program year-round, because this would be one way to keep the program full. She also recommends reducing the program down to one teacher when needed. Thank you.
Jana Ellen. He withdrew.
Hello, my name is Cooper. I am 8 years old. Why are you taking away dual? Me and my friends are learning a lot. Please do not take it away from me and my friends.
Okay, I'm here for him. My name is Jana Ellen, and I'm a former CISD school counselor from BB Rice Elementary and a current church preschool director of 15 years in the community. I've lived across the street from Lamar Elementary for 18 years and now have my third child attending. My 3 children are students at Lamar, Knox, and College Park. After having 2 children graduate from Lamar without the dual language opportunity, I was beyond excited to see that my son Cooper would have the opportunity to apply for the program. The dual language program has proved successful in other Texas school districts. I know several families that have experienced the dual language program in Bryan ISD. They found so much success that everybody has shared. But a personal note, my childhood's best friend's son gave his valedictorian speech fully in Spanish. So that's pretty amazing. And I remember thinking it was due time for CISD to also have this opportunity for our families. My son Cooper is in 2nd grade, believe it or not. He's a tall kid at Lamar Elementary, and he's in his 3rd school year in the program. He's thriving, learning in this model. He's growing in a new language. It doesn't come quick, and he's learning about the other countries and cultures and has made his best friends. This is only going to benefit his future in our country. We can't expect for our children that have learned in this model in these early years to be pulled out of it and moved into a brand new model, and expect for them to transition well educationally and socially. And I see that I'm running out of time, so we love Conroe ISD. There's amazing opportunities, and this is one of them. All right, thank you.
Susan Moore.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Susan Moore, and I am the parent to All-Stater Caitlin Moore, the contrabass clarinet player from Conroe High School. When Kate took out her instrument at the first rehearsal at All-State, her key literally broke in half. Y'all, it was broke. I want to give special thank you to Aaron Hernandez, the assistant director at Conroe High School. He was by her side within minutes. Fun fact, at $30,000 a piece, there are 2 B-flat contras available in our district. So when you find the money tree, my daughter would love for Conroe High to have their own B-flat contrabass clarinet. I was also at TMEA as a music teacher from Giesinger Elementary for the amazing professional development. After making some calls, Gerald Dillard, the head director at Oak Ridge, offered his contra, which was really from College Park. So thank you, Jeff Goring, for that also. Now to get it to San Antonio, Elisa West, head choir director at Conroe High School, who had already helped my kiddo that day, offered her husband, who was coming the next day. Huge thanks to Clay West. She had the instrument in her hands by 11 a.m. After the key broke, Dr. Bob Horton, our wonderful director of fine arts, put us in contact with the All-State band organizer, who was able to get us music for her bass clarinet and assured us that everything would be okay. Mike Flake, head band director at Grand Oaks High School, thank you for your support throughout the weekend. Bobby Heathcock, who's come out of retirement to serve as interim head director at Conroe High School, thank you for your awesomeness and dedication, and I'm so blessed that all 3 of my children have been able to work with you. Yes, we absolutely wanted to love on and acknowledge our All-Staters, but I'm here to tell you that these directors that go with them are one of a kind and amazing humans, and I thank them for all that they do. And Dr. Knoll, you are next on my list to give a call to, because I knew you were headed to TMEA to support our musicians, so you were next on my list if I needed you. But like I said, I just want to thank our amazing directors for all that they do for all of our children.
Jackson Evans.
Hi, my name is Jackson. Hi, my name is Jackson. I'm in 2nd grade. Can you please not take away the dual language? I'm learning a lot. I traveled to Mexico. I was able to use dual language a lot. It was really fun. I forgot what I was gonna say. Please, I already said that. I forgot. It's important to me because it's really fun. I made a bunch of friends My teachers are really nice, and I've been able to use it in a bunch of different places. And at my home, with my family, and I love it because I can teach my mom.
Andrew Haynes.
My name is Andrew Haynes, and I'm a junior at the Academy of Science and Technology at College Park High School. 2 years ago, with support from Mr. Gilberto Lozano in the district, I founded the Critical Period Initiative, which brings weekly language immersion sessions in Spanish, Mandarin, and Japanese to over 10 elementary schools across Conroe ISD. Every week, I witness the excitement, confidence, and sense of connection that language learning sparks in young students. I see their faces light up as they master new words, express their thoughts in another language, and realize they can communicate in ways they never imagined. My passion for language learning is personal. I plan to pursue a career in linguistics, and I've conducted independent research on language acquisition. One of the most well-documented findings in linguistics is the critical period hypothesis, which states that young children's brains are uniquely wired to learn languages more naturally and more effectively than older learners. Decades of research show that early bilingual education not only leads to stronger language proficiency, but also improves problem-solving skills, academic performance, and even cognitive flexibility. But beyond the research, I know what I've seen. Language is more than just words. It's connection, it's opportunity, and it's a bridge between people. Eliminating the dual immersion program would be taking away something vital from these students, something that shapes the way they see the world and their place in it. In today's world, bilingualism is an invaluable skill, and Conroe ISD should continue leading the way in providing that advantage. You have the incredible opportunity to invest in our students' futures. Let's not take that away. Let's give them the gift of language, of culture, of possibility. I urge you, please protect the dual language immersion program. Not just for the research-backed benefits, but for the real, tangible joy and opportunity it brings to students across our district. They deserve it. Thank you for your consideration.
Luis Adrian Martinez.
Good evening, board. Dr. Knoll. Sorry if the nerves come out for my first time talking in front of y'all. I grew up in a dual program, and the benefits that I have reaped from my career have been unmeasurable. It's taken me to so many different countries, and I've been able to work internationally and locally thanks to that. Because of that, over the past 15 years, I have moved around so many times. When my kids started coming of age, my wife and I, we made the decision that we wanted him to have those same opportunities that I had to become a dual learned person. So we chose to search for a dual program in a community that would really shine, and Conroe shone. It gave us so much hope for our kids' future that we picked a home, and we purchased a home in Deretchin School Zone. Last Valentine's Day, it broke our hearts when we saw the line on the board's agenda. Out of the 120 students that are currently in my kids' grade, 40 of them are enrolled in this class. That's a third of that class. And from what I understand, there are similar percentages throughout all of Conroe ISD. So the impact that this decision will have is not of that of an after-school program where you only have a handful of children. It is quite large. So we ask that you please reconsider or say no to this afternoon. Like many families here, we made our choice to move here for that type of education. If this should pass, you will force us to choose between the community that we have grown to love, the home where we thought would be our forever home, and our child's type of education that we've chose. We don't want to have to make that decision for them. We don't want to have to rip away our son from the friends and the community that he has made because of this. So we ask you to please reconsider. With that said, time's up. Sorry. Thank you.
Karina McKinney.
Hello, I am a parent at Conroe ISD. Thank you for your time. I'm actually very shy, and this isn't something that I want to be in a position to do, but I know that it is very important for my child's education, and it is very concerning for me where her future will be if this program is not available for her anymore. And I would like to point out the goal of the dual language program. The goal is for our children to become bilingual and biliterate. And right now, the children are displaying that they are rapidly learning. They are able to write and speak in Spanish and English. I want to point out the benefits of the dual language program compared to even ESL programs. The children are, the Spanish speakers, for instance, they're able to hold on to their native identity and have cultural identity by learning how to write in Spanish. And our children are going to be able to have greater job opportunities. They'll have cultural awareness with other people and be able to connect to different perspectives. I also want to show how the children are very able to adapt, and I feel like by giving our children this opportunity, we're putting them in a position to flourish in their future. We're bringing them together. They're bringing themselves together as children. They're doing it themselves. We're just guiding them there. So whatever they're learning, that's who they will be. Thank you.
Heidi Peppers.
Hi, my name is Heidi Peppers. I'm 11 years old and in the 5th grade at Wilkerson Intermediate. This is my 6th year in the dual language program, and my experience has been amazing. Coming from a student myself, this program has meant so much to me, especially since I am in one of the first groups to start this program. I've seen so many kids of different ages, cultures, backgrounds, and personalities connect with each other in the most amazing ways. When I was in kindergarten, my teacher, Miss Yates, helped me have the confidence to speak in my second language. In 2nd grade, I had friends that helped me speak Spanish almost all the time. In 3rd grade, my teacher, Miss Guzman, helped me realize it is okay to struggle, we are all human. In 5th grade this year, one of my teachers, Mr. Jones, has helped me understand that not everything is as complicated as it seems. I have many friends that have learned English over these past years, and now we can communicate in both languages. But that was not always the case. This program brings people together who may have never crossed paths. This also affects our futures. This gives young children opportunities to get paid better, learn better, and opens new horizons for many career opportunities that wouldn't have been possible without this program. So by stopping the dual language program, you are taking opportunities away from so many people's lives and breaking a bond between a community that runs deep. So Dr. Knoll and school board members, I respectfully ask that you reconsider ending the dual language program, as it has been an amazing, life-changing experience for everyone. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to be a part of this amazing program.
Dr. Maria Lennon.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having us. I, along with some of these other parents, did a lot of research on where to put my kids in school, how to best accommodate them. And one of the things that apart from everything that they've said, all the benefits that the bilingual program offers you, it was great until I realized that because my kid was English, very well English spoken, that is what stopped them from being in any bilingual program. So as Americans, I would want you to think, why do we have a lack of bilingual teachers? Why do we have to hire translators? Why do we have to hire somebody outside of the job? Why? Because our kids, our American kids, are not allowed in these programs. They have to go. If I went to a private school, if I did homeschool, like they were saying, even them, it's maybe 4 hours, and we're talking about one of the top private schools, maybe 4 hours a week that they get an education with Spanish or any other language. That is not going to make you fluent, which is what helps. I can tell you in healthcare myself, I speak Spanish every single day with my patients. There's nothing, I would want you to think, if you went to your doctor and you spoke to them and they did not speak your language, how confident would you be to take a, to follow their practices or to follow whatever they're advising to you? Not very easily. Sometimes I hear translators translate some of the stuff that doctors are telling some of their patients, and it's not translated correctly. So imagine you being on the other side, getting told something that the doctor recommended for you, and it was not correct. But you have no idea why, because you probably didn't speak that language to begin with. So I just urge you to not stop our kids from learning and taking advantage of all of those just because they're very well English speakers.
Lorraine Rice.
President Odenweiler, trustees, Dr. Knoll, and CISD family, good evening. At previous board meetings, I have heard a few people express concern regarding the references to Christianity in the Bluebonnet curriculum up for adoption. As explained by Dr. Audrey Young from the SBOE, Christianity was part of some of the stories in this adoption, not as from a spiritual perspective, but from a cultural perspective. In teaching world cultures here in CISD for much of my teaching career, this made perfect sense to me. Students learned how many aspects of a culture were shaped by those beliefs. We also learned how most of the world's religions have a variation of the Golden Rule. Moral precepts are found in many religions, and even if students do not follow that faith, they can value the ideas and certainly use them to help understand characters and literature. There is also a historical significance in understanding the religious and spiritual mindset of our founding fathers of America. In the book Reversed by James Garlow, he points out that 35 of our presidents have issued calls for national prayer or days of prayer for various reasons. So although we do not have a theocracy, another concept students learn in 6th grade social studies, there's a connection to our country's history and Judeo-Christian teaching. In Washington's Thanksgiving Proclamation from 1789, where he explicitly calls on the people to acknowledge God's providence, or in the video recording of D-Day prayer from FDR, where he asks God to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, it is evident that these presidents were influenced by Christian beliefs. Lastly, in our MLK Day studies by reading Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail, he shares that, like the Apostle Paul, he felt a specific call to carry a specific message as guided by God. This New Testament comparison would be very beneficial to students with some understanding of Paul. So for these reasons, I would like to welcome the adoption of the Bluebonnet curriculum. Thank you.
Nicholas Landrum.
Sorry, let me just get my speech. And the Wi-Fi's popping up. All right. Okay. Good evening, CISD. My name is Nicholas Landrum. I was a student in CISD from 2015 to 2023, and I have attended Lone Star College System since 17 years old. I am the child of a Mexican immigrant mother whose second language is English. I am bilingual, speaking both Spanish and English fluently. Language is a form of human capital. Human capital refers to skills an individual needs to succeed within the labor market. Originating from the Bilingual Education Act of 1968, Title VII of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1968, one of the many purposes of dual language programs, which I will be referring to as DLPs, was to provide equal access to classroom opportunities for all students, regardless of native language, cited from the Journal of Education Human Resources, Volume 41, Number 1. Bilingual education helps ensure that all students have the opportunity to learn and succeed academically. Knowing 2 languages can be a benefit educationally for youth in the district. Knowing more than 1 language can help you connect with people from other backgrounds and cultures. A survey done by the U.S. Census Bureau from 2018 to 2022 estimates that 1/3 of Texans speak a language other than English at home, 28.5% of respondents speaking Spanish,
In a state with a significant bilingual population, the opportunity for language education can greatly impact a student's ability to communicate, learn, and advance both academically and socially. The proposed cut in this program, a financial argument, claims that the move would save $1.2 million. While this is no small sum of money, dual language programs positively impact a child's education and arguably worth the investment required to keep these programs in the district. A Change.org position opposing CISD's decision to cut this DLP has already gained 1.9 verified signatures at the time of writing. The future generation, the current students, come first. I urge you to not take away this program because it is beneficial towards our future generation. Thank you for your time.
Diane Daniels.
Good evening. Your job is to protect the children. The past Conroe ISD board did some things that didn't protect our children, like pushing experimental vaccines, pushing wearing masks. This board can change the community. And I didn't know about the dual language, but let me tell you, that is magnificent, and I don't see how you could go against it. I honestly do not. I'm quite impressed with most of the people, everybody that has spoke about it tonight. But now you are pushing more technology, making children digitally addicted. And the Bluebonnet program, again, you are failing the children. Here are some words from the Bluebonnet lesson for a 7-year-old in vocabulary. Abolish civil rights, discrimination, injustice, segregation, plot, slavery, activism, sit-ins, boycott, mourning, gambling, intermediate, hostility. You expect to get excited about learning and reading from these words for a 7-year-old? I believe you should choose words trust, trustworthy, union, upper, accept, memory, happy, space, yard, remember. After they're finished learning the words and the vocabulary, the next step in 4th grade is to write about it. Do you want them writing about everything that is in that lesson from the Bluebonnet? I want my children to be inspired in inspiring words. What you teach them at that age is what comes through with like your dual language. You're teaching them community. You're teaching them to share. You must do what is right for the children. Don't indoctrinate the children. Vote against the Bluebonnet program, and please consider everybody that has said everything about the dual language. You've done such success with that. That needs to be acknowledged. This board can make a change, but you have to consider, again, vote no for Bluebonnet and do what you were voted into your Christian values. Thank you.
Melissa Ropp.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Knoll. I'm here to express concern over the agenda item titled Consider and Possibly Take Action Regarding the Adoption of Instructional Materials for K-5 English Language Arts and Reading. I just found out last Tuesday that I was chosen to be a part of the district ELAR HQIM committee. I was pretty excited about that. I've never done it before. And this committee, the job is to vet the curriculums that are possibilities for our district and to present to the board our best decision. You'd be really shocked as I was to find this already on the agenda when our committee hasn't even met yet. To preface this, I'm a 25-year veteran teacher. I hold a master's in reading. I'm also the mother of 2 children with dyslexia. I won't say this flippantly at all. It comes from my heart. My calling in life is to teach children to read. It is my God-given calling. It is why after 25 years of teaching, I'm still in a 1st grade classroom. See, kids learning to read are like little puzzles. And you have to figure them out and put them together in just the right way. And if one piece is missing, they'll never be a complete reader. That's my passion. I'm not opposed to any one curriculum. I'm simply asking for teachers to have the choice and the right to be able to share with you our opinions. I want the best for my students. I've taught more than 500 of them to read, and I just want the best. And I would like for you to table this item and give teachers that you said in your campaign that you were for to please give us the chance to learn on our own about these curriculums. Thank you.
Fola Adelaide.
Don't go too far.
Yep. Fola. Okay. Maritza Figueroa.
Good evening. My name is Maritza Figueroa, and I was actually born in Guatemala. I am a teacher. I was a teacher many, many years ago, and I'm also a neuropsychologist. I hold multiple degrees in psychopharmacology, psychology, neuropsych. I have specialized knowledge of the workings and development of the brain and how it actually relates to cognitive, emotional, and behavioral functioning. I can speak on how learning more than one language can actually increase plasticity and cognitive reserve. It can also obviously improve executive functioning, and it may also actually delay the onset of dementia. I can go on, but my guess is that you already know all of this, because after all, you did spend a lot of time in extensive research in validating the program to begin with. The inability to advertise the program or attract teachers in general should not be an excuse to suddenly want to get rid of a program, especially in this current political climate. We should have better standards, and we should have the option of having all Americans to confidently compete in the world. I have the luxury of traveling. I've studied abroad. I obviously speak Spanish. And I was laughing at myself because for the first time, I started to think about what does it mean to have reverse discrimination. My daughter is monolingual English, and I want her to have the opportunity to travel the world to do research, to bring back everything that she's learned from other cultures, other countries, home. I get to sit with a panel of doctors, researchers, and I've learned from so many people from other countries, and I get to bring it back. Why can't we do the same for our kids? Why are you taking that option away from them? When people think that minorities have taken your jobs, remember you are doing this to yourselves.
Brianna Viada Perez. Brianna Perez. Okay.
My name is Brianna, and I think that the dual language program has helped me improve in both English and Spanish. I used to go to a school that had an ESL class where they didn't teach a lot of English at first, but their main goal was not to learn nor speak Spanish by the end of 4th grade. When I switched schools, I was enrolled in the dual language class, and 4 years later, I am now fluent in both English and Spanish. I have been able to learn English and at the same time get better and practice my first language, which is Spanish. I remember having trouble reading English because I didn't know how to. That made me feel bad. But I also think about how if I were only to learn English, I wouldn't practice my Spanish, so I would probably forget it. I think it would be a very bad idea to get rid of the dual language program because it would affect the kids who are learning English, since it would be harder to learn it. And it would take away the opportunity of English kids to learn a new language. Gracias.
Britt Page. Britt Paige. Galia. Vallada Perez. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
My name is Galia Villada Perez, and I am here today because I think that the dual language program is good. It helps others learn English and Spanish at the same time. It also makes our community better because it helps us communicate with more people. With the dual language program, everybody has an opportunity to be bilingual. I love being a dual language student. I'm proud of being one because it has helped to make me a better person. It gave me an opportunity to make friends who only spoke English. When we first met, I met my very first best friend while being in the dual language, and she only spoke English, and I spoke mostly Spanish and a little bit of English. When we first met. Now I speak English and she speaks more Spanish. These are only a couple of the reasons why I believe the dual language program is good and it should stay in our district. Thank you.
Michaela Gutierrez. I don't know if she signed up. Okay, Michaela's not. Michelle Knuckles. Aggie Gambino.
That's a hard act to follow. Jeez. Okay. So today I'm here to talk about Bluebonnet curriculum. But I have to be honest, like hearing about the dual language, whoo, got me in my feels right now, if I'm honest. So I want to talk about that too. But so let me talk about the Bluebonnet. So I have a child who has had reading challenges, and I understand firsthand the power of structured literacy for someone who struggles. So it's imperative at the earliest stages of education for all students that they get this, especially those that are struggling to read. What I like about the Bluebonnet curriculum are a couple of core concepts. One, all the TEKS are included, and that's imperative. And as a parent who goes through ARD committees and has to align goals to TEKS, it's very important to me to see what TEKS go along with the goals, and it's in the curriculum. I like that it's evidence-based, based on cognitive science. I like that it's structured literacy. And again, for kids who struggle, that's imperative. I also like that it decodes the words, which is very hard for my daughter and has been, and this program provides that, as well as building on vocabulary, because what you don't think about is if you can't read the words, that's one thing in reading, but wait till you go to science and math and you don't know what words are. So for me, the Bluebonnet curriculum provides all those core concepts. And another thing I was thinking about as I was listening to everybody talk about the dual immersion program, which I am first generation Latina, and I know what it means to speak Spanish. And I know what it means to have teachers, it makes me emotional, that care for these students. Get this program, it's free. There's some money for you. I mean, we spent, what, $5 or $6 million on a component of the reading program last year. That could probably cover this program, right? I know that there's a lot of ways, a lot of things in the district, and I know these ladies are going to make the right choice. I'm not sure why this is here, but it sounds like it needs some special attention.
Hector Garcia Falcon. Hector Falcon. Danerline Murrow.
Hello, Board. My name is Danerline Murrow, and I stand here today in regards to the dual language program that Conroe ISD provides. My son is currently in second grader at this program at Lamar Elementary. As a parent, I was not notified of this change, even though we had signed a 5-year contract with Conroe ISD to stay within school zone. So why would Conroe not honor our contract? This program has made a huge impact on my family. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs and saved every penny I earned just to be able to give my son the opportunity to attend this dual language program at Lamar. I drove him over an hour across town just for him to be interviewed and invested thousands of dollars to move and make it possible for him to learn Spanish at Lamar Elementary. And I'm sure every parent here can relate to this, as we all want our kids to have better opportunities than what we ourselves had. This program provides benefits to our children and sets them up for a better future. This dual language program has fostered my son to grow and connect with those who speak other languages and has gained him valuable skills to further connect with others in our community and other communities. He wants to continue his Spanish education and travel around the world to teach other kids languages just as he has learned. If CISD decides to remove this program, I will be willing to bus my son to a district that will provide it, since she would be removing his educational opportunities from not just him, but his fellow classmates and his future education. And I would also like to add, as regards to the Bluebonnet program, please consider all of the families that are not of Christian religion and take that into consideration when thinking about adding this program to their classrooms, as it would be confusing for students who are learning of other religions and then go to school and have to learn Bible worship in their classrooms. Thank you.
Lynn Greaves.
Hi. Now there's a few things I want to talk about this meeting. First off, please do not adopt the Bluebonnet curriculum. Based on the last meeting I was at, it's roughly 10% religion. That may not seem like much, but I have 8 classes at school. Taking into account lunchtime, time in halls and all that, each of them makes up roughly 10% of my time at school. So it's roughly the equivalent of an entire class period dedicated to religion. Personally, I believe that religion should be left to these kids and their families rather than being taught for a significant amount of time in school. You've made a big deal about parent involvement with gender in the past, so what about religion, which is arguably more important? In addition, I believe it's supposed to be sent to a committee before you vote on it. I don't think this has happened yet, so if you wouldn't mind following basic policy and just postpone it until that's happened, that would be great. Next, I was going to talk about this dual language program, but I think it's been covered enough by everyone else. I want to quickly acknowledge the huge amount of people we've had. This is amazing. It's great seeing people come together for a cause. Finally, there's this item I saw about allowing the board president to find legal representation. KDISD had a similar policy, and they spent over $46,000 on general counsel. Why don't you put that money towards this dual language program instead and vote against this blatant attempt at coalescing power? That will be all.
Peter Kangimi.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of dual language programs in CISD. As a CPA, I understand the work you go through to balance a budget. However, as a parent of now twin third graders, I'm getting the importance of standardized testing to a district. Studies show, and I have copies of one out of UT Dallas, that by 4th grade, dual language students perform better on both verbal and math than their monolanguage counterparts. Verbal by 0.4 standard deviations, math by over 1.2. By disbanding this program, you're making a decision that will have a direct impact on hundreds of standardized tests around the district as students evolve. My son is a native English speaker who's currently enrolled at Alianza, a Spanish immersion preschool in the Woodlands. And my wife and I are quite enthused of the prospects of dual language as he enters kindergarten. I understand because of its cost, this may be an easy target. But based on tonight's testimonials and comments, this seems like a program that should be expanded to more feeders and more schools in the district. Thank you. Perhaps better marketing to daycares and preschools, both English and Spanish schools alike, like Alianza, and could be a better solution. And as an original speaker said tonight, consult with other districts as to why these programs work there and may not work here at CISD. Thank you for your time.
Maria Carroll.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Carroll or Florencia Carroll. Like a lot of people have already talked about the benefits of the program. I'm here to speak on behalf of my son. When he learned that the program might be closed, he said, like, I'm losing my family, because the program has become a family to us. He's been in the dual language program since kindergarten, so it's our 4th year. We have the privilege to spend these 4 years with the same kids, the same families, so we know each other very, very well. And it's a strong community. It honestly has become a family for me, for my son, and you will break his heart if you close this program. Thank you.
Courtney Egan.
I'm not here to speak about the dual language program, but I agree with what they've said. It sounds like the board might have a transparency problem, because not only were these parents not notified about the dual language program, but the teachers and community members don't get a voice in whether you're going to adopt the Bluebonnet curriculum. Also, I want to express my concerns about the consent agenda item regarding authorization for the board president to negotiate and execute documents related to hiring legal representation. The consent agenda traditionally consists of routine items that require little discussion. Hiring outside legal counsel is neither a routine nor a recurring item. It's a significant decision that directly impacts our district's finances, especially given our current deficit. Furthermore, our district already has a legal department that retains outside counsel when specific expertise is needed. Additionally, this request grants unprecedented power to the board president. Historically, there have been issues with vendor selection under the current leadership, most notably the last time an alternative vendor was chosen. It resulted in the selection of James Dunn, a convicted felon who pled guilty to defrauding the government. This raises doubts about the ability to make sound decisions. In conclusion, I urge the board to reconsider this item and ensure that any decisions regarding legal representation are made with utmost care and thorough discussion. Our district deserves a transparent process that reflects our commitment to fiscal responsibility and integrity. Thank you.
Natalia Richer.
Thank you for this opportunity. I stand before you today as both a business owner and a parent. As an employer, I own a consulting firm that works with major corporations, including Houston-based ExxonMobil and BASF, as well as other giants like 3M and major retailers. In my industry and in countless others, bilingualism is not just a skill, it's a competitive advantage. I frequently collaborate with and bill Latin American clients. That means foreign money coming into Texas. And time again, I prioritize hiring dual language speakers because they bring immense value to the workforce. Discontinuing the dual language program here in Conroe would be a step backwards, not just for our children, but for the future economy of the city. Employers like myself and like many others across industries actively seek professionals who can navigate both English and Spanish with confidence. Removing this program limits opportunities for our students and diminishes their ability to compete in an increasingly global job market. Now, as a parent, and on the personal side, since I had my baby, I have felt so much anxiety. Am I doing everything that I can be? What is the best education that I can give him? I have done a lot of research, and we chose this community because of its commitment to bilingual education. And I love listening to how passionate everyone here is about it. And now I am heartbroken that we may not partake in this amazing program, and will have to seriously reconsider whether this is the right place for my family's future. I urge you to consider what is truly at stake. This is not just about language, it's about preparing our children for the real world, equipping them with tools that will open doors rather than close them. I ask you to ensure that Conroe remains a place that fosters growth and opportunity and community for the next generation. Thank you.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Knoll. I want tonight to ask you to vote against the Bluebonnet curriculum. I've reviewed it thoroughly and have consulted with educational professionals, and we have found it severely lacking in high quality. First of all, the concepts presented in the Bluebonnet are too advanced for their grade level and are not age appropriate. An example is in the kindergarten unit. There's a study of kings and queens. This unit is extremely boring also. There are pictures of kings and, these are 5-year-olds, kings and queens from hundreds of years ago, and to keep a 5-year-old's attention span on something like that, I don't think that it's going to happen. The vocabulary is also too advanced for most 5-year-olds. Maybe not some of the ones that were up here tonight, but words such as generation, prosperous, summon. These children have to recognize the words, they have to try to spell it, they have to understand the meaning of it. I don't know how that's going to work out either, and those are just a few of them. There's also no books for the children to hold. The teacher holds the book and shows a picture, and little children like to hold books and turn pages, so that's a problem. Also, why are they starting kindergartners out learning about kings and queens? Why don't they teach them about our country, our rich history, about our presidents, how America was founded? Trump has said that America is first. Let's focus on curriculum that includes American exceptionalism. Secondly, for first grade, these are 6-year-olds, vaccines are brought up and emphasized for children to remember that vaccines will protect them. Indoctrination of young minds for medical treatments in public schools is highly inappropriate. Please say no to this curriculum. Our children and Texans deserve better. Thank you.
Felicity Salinas. Felicity Salinas. Barna Farkas.
Hello, thanks for your time. I teach economics at the college level. I have no stake in this yet. My toddler is 3 years old, but I want him to speak Spanish. I want him to speak English. I speak Hungarian. I was going to make a joke about that, but no one speaks Hungarian because you don't have the dual language program for Hungarian yet. Look, as an economist, okay, Houston is home to the second largest concentration of Fortune 500 companies in the US. We are close to Mexico. We're close to Latin America. 1/3 of Texas's trade is with Mexico. You think these kids are going to grow up and trade in English? No, there are too many people speaking Spanish. So teach them Spanish. We have companies like ExxonMobil, Baker Hughes, okay, they're hiring bilinguals. Try and get a job there without speaking Spanish today. Go, try, apply right now. I know y'all are here because you want Conroe to succeed. I'm going to teach the kids that y'all are in charge of right now. I want to teach them in 10 years, 18 years. I want you to sleep well in 10 years and 18 years. I want you to know you did well by these kids. These dual language programs provide a pipeline to opportunities. They're more, if you teach them 2 languages, they'll be more competitive. They'll be better prepared for high-paying jobs. They'll be ready to contribute to industries that are going to help Conroe grow and be rich. And I know you have budget concerns or staffing concerns. These programs are a massive investment in the future. They really are a massive investment. They'll pay back. Now, I wasn't prepared for this other thing, but I do want to say it as well. I took my citizenship test a couple of years ago, and I read the First Amendment, and it says religion, we have freedom of religion, so maybe vote no on the Bluebonnets too. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Lindsay Stevens.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lindsay Stevens. I am a parent of a 4th grader at Lamar Elementary in the dual language program. Surprise. Like many others here, I was shocked to hear that there is a proposal to discontinue this program because the dual language program embodies so many positive values that our district stands for. If you haven't yet, I would challenge you to visit a dual language classroom at our school to learn more about the program. A dual language classroom is different than a normal classroom, and not just because the curriculum is taught in 2 different languages. The children start together in kindergarten with many students unable to communicate with each other, but they quickly become a family. One of the 3rd grade dual language teachers shared with me last year about a learning activity they did, and I want to share this with you. The 3rd grade classes were moving as a cohort throughout the 3rd grade classrooms for a learning activity. Each teacher was hosting a different learning activity, like stations, and the non-dual language teachers gave such high compliments to the dual language teachers about their students. While students in non-dual language classes worked very independently and sought help from the teacher, our dual language students immediately looked to each other to work together and problem solve together. No one asked them or instructed them to help each other. This is just what they do. It's fascinating to see kids from such different backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, different socioeconomic backgrounds, form such strong bonds and friendships. They are a community of children with deep respect for each other, and it is because of the dual language program. And we need more and not less of this in our schools and in our community.
I'm sorry. I have to look at it again. Ana Barrera.
Hello. I stand before you today as a dedicated dual language kindergarten teacher, deeply saddened by the news that the board and school district are considering eliminating this important program. I have been honored to teach students 2 languages, supporting their hard work and progress in becoming bilingual. In my role, I have diligently communicated and implemented a curriculum that empowers students to understand and thrive in both languages. I have invested significant time and effort into ensuring that these students have the opportunity to contribute to a future where individuals can communicate across cultures. I would also like to recognize the hard work of my teacher partner and administrators to help make this program so successful. The dual language program was held in such high regard that it required a formal application process, and kids were even waitlisted into the program. It will be heartbreaking to see the faces of my students, knowing that their hard work and growth this year will not be recognized due to the potential loss of this program. I urge you to carefully reconsider this decision. These students are eager to contribute to their community by developing the ability to communicate effectively with people from diverse backgrounds. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Melissa Evans.
I talk loud typically, so y'all probably don't want that close. I was originally planning on coming up here and reading this nice firm note that some parents and I had put together from our weekend discussions. But I think at that point we would just be beating a dead horse because there's a lot of repetitiveness in what all of us parents have to say. I reached out to the majority of y'all. I'm also a crier, so there's that as well. I reached out to the majority of y'all, and almost everybody from each different little organization within the school district responded, except for Dr. Knoll. He's the only one that didn't respond to me, and at the end of the day, everybody referred me to Dr. Knoll. He is the only one that could give me answers. He is the one that I'm being told is behind it, and he is the only one that did not respond to me. And when I say respond, I don't just mean that I got a generic email. I got phone calls. I got phone calls from the principal, from Mr. Gilberto, where they actually had discussions, but unfortunately for them, they also don't have any answers. They also don't have any information to give to us. The transparency is lacking. It is not there. We talk about enrollment. We actually came from Clear Creek ISD. My son was in that program. I had to fight for 3 to 4 months to get Jackson enrolled into Conroe ISD dual language program. So why would I have to fight for 3 to 4 months for an enrolling first grade to get into the program if attendance is a problem, or enrollment, not attendance? Makes no sense. Lots of contradiction going on in the information we receive and what's not being presented. Thank you.
Niall Trainer. Niall Trainer. Linda Long.
Hello, I can't stand to be left out, so I have 4 children under the age of 8, and they're enrolled. No, I'm not. My name is Sarah. I'm married to Abraham, if you know the Bible. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay, that's the way it is. That's how I'm born. It's my mom and dad's fault. Speaking of that, this dual thing, you know, I wasn't even sure about that, but I have a lot of examples of that. My dad could not speak one word of English when he started school. And he learned it so well that by the time he got to first grade, they passed him 3 grades. He learned it so well, and he corrected his children's grammar till the day he died. So I'm still trying to speak correct grammar because my dad will hear me. My husband and I were blessed to travel to almost all 48 states of the lower 48. And we were in places where they were like different nationalities and spoke different languages. One time we were having dinner at this house, and it was a German community, and my husband couldn't speak German, as neither could I. So they said, Mr. Long, what if somebody's here and they need help, and you can't help them because you can't understand him? My husband went, I guess that's why we have guys like David here. He can do that. So we leave there, and my husband says, am I supposed to learn every language under the sun before I can travel and do the work that we're called to do? So anyway, I have that as an experience, and I love all the different styles. I love the Cajuns. We love all that. My kids love all that because we've been able to go to all these different places, and I love that. I have a neighbor where I'm living right now. It's from Russia. But one thing about it, she said she's learned language pretty well. But when I don't understand her, she'll say, well, okay, blah, 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 blah. This is what I'm saying right here. She'll show me her phone. And that's one thing we do have. But I hope we'll always keep English because that's our country, but learn all the other ones we can, and let's go from here.
Truly High School.
Good evening. Wow, the energy in this room is so different with the magnificent 7 that we have here. I've watched you listen. I'm 74. I studied Spanish 1 year. I came here to speak towards the Bluebonnet. But I actually think we need to table that for a while. And I'm ready to pass the offering bucket for this dual language program. And perhaps like our president, the best president in my lifetime, and I know most of you may not agree with that, maybe you should donate your salary so we could have this wonderful program. But 121 years ago, you know what the name of Conroe was? Miracle City. How many of you knew that? The Lord has chosen you for a purpose, and timing is so important. Let's not rush anything. Let's get some really good hearing and understanding. And I'm reminded of Micah. The Lord said, I will show you, O man, what to do, to love justice, have mercy, and walk humbly. And so as you're making these awesome decisions, I believe you're like a template for our country, because we are almost lost our country with all the stuff that we've walked through. But I just wanted you to look at Psalms 133, how good it is to dwell in unity, and also to look at the Psalms 121. My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. So girls, I love you, love the energy in this room, and let's just walk humbly.
Gary Reese.
Superintendent, to the board, I had a speech. It is torn up now. I am the model of change of pace, so I'm going to be as quickly and as succinctly as I can. I've heard over and over and over and over again, and I have the distinction of being someone from Conroe whose parents taught in this district, whose grandparents worked here, whose great-grandparents. I'm an 8th generation Texan, so I probably know more about Conroe than all of you sitting here. So you've talked about community over and over and over again. So I want to applaud you for adding the 5th school named for an African American. Okay, the 5th one. But I've got a bone to pick with you, because it seems as though you have an aversion for naming schools for African American men, particularly men who have served, yes you do, for men who have served in Conroe Independent School District. I'll tell you a story, a real quick story. At the dedication of Colin Powell, my mother and my father and Lucille Bradley and Algernon McPherson were on that committee, and they were there, and so the good general wanted to know, how was it that you came to name a school after me in this part of the world? My father ran the ag department for the last 20 years of his career here. Mild-mannered, even-tempered man, because he grew up in the Jim Crow South. And he became incensed. And he said to Mr. Irons, Irons, why didn't you tell him? We named the school for him. And he said they named the school for General Powell because the names that they proffered forth to the board, they all rejected. You need to look at the history of Booker T. Washington, of Conroe, prior to integration. And if you need some help, my mother's 95 years old, worked 44 years for this district. She'd be a great resource. Thank you for your time.
Hannah Gardezi.
My name is Hannah Gardezi, and I'm a 6th grader at Bosman Intermediate in the dual language program. Before the program, I only knew two words of a different language than English. It was hola and adios. The dual language program should not be canceled because it offers invaluable benefits to both students and society as a whole. By promoting the dual language program, students are able to develop cognitive flexibility, improve problem-solving skills, and communicate across cultures. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, being able to speak more than one language opens up a greater academic, professional, and social opportunities. Also, dual language programs foster inclusively by helping bridge division between social communities. Shutting down such programs would not only limit the personal growth of students, but also undermine the social value of personally by giving me two languages to communicate in, and has helped me to get to know people that only speak one of the languages. I have come to know people that I might have not met being able to be in this program. And it also helps me in my classes by thinking a different way, or as people call it, outside of the box. Us students in the dual language program just want to learn multiple languages in a non-judgmental environment that allows us to grow as individuals. As Jeffrey Williams said, nunca podrás entender un idioma hasta que entiendas al menos dos. It said, you can never understand one language unless you've understood at least two. By that, I think more than one language to learn in school is great. That is why we need to have the dual language program.
Ariana Gardezi.
Some of the reasons you should not cancel the dual language program is because in the future, kids may need the knowledge of knowing different languages. Also, it has helped me and a bunch of other kids learn a second language we would have never learned otherwise. It has helped me and many kids throughout the years, and if you cancel the program, other kids who were looking forward to speaking more than one language and having a proper education would be very sad. And some kids that are in the program while it is getting shut down, it would be sad and hard for them to move on to a one language class. I have found that I enjoy speaking and listening a second language. I would not have been able to learn the second language at such a young age if it was not for the dual language program. Muchos niños necesitan ayuda para aprender ellos o ellas segundo lenguaje de inglés o español, which means many kids need help to learn his or her second language of English or Spanish. I'm lucky to have had great teachers who have patiently helped me learn and encouraged me to learn more and more each day. I'm a 4th grader at Anderson Elementary, and I want to continue my dual language journey until the 6th grade when the dual language program ends.
Caterine Gardezi.
My name is Caterine Gardezi, and you should not cancel the dual language program because it teaches so many kids how to speak to others in different languages than they speak at home. Many adults want their kids to learn a second language when they are young because it is easier to learn when you're young than when you're older. The dual language class has helped me because in class I used to not have the confidence to speak in Spanish, but now I can because of my teachers that have been very supportive of me. I live in an only English household with my mom, and I have taught my mom some Spanish because of me and my sisters. In the end, knowing 2 languages will help me in the future be a better person and eventually get a job when I am older. I am a 4th grader at Anderson Elementary, and I want to continue the dual language program next year. El programa de lenguaje dual es muy importante para mí porque yo aprendí y hablo mucho en español, which means the dual language program is very important to me because I have learned a lot in Spanish.
Scott McVarish.
Thank you all for y'all's time. I believe earlier y'all said that one of y'all's goals or what the CISD does is try to raise these kids and for the future, right? Give them all the tools that they have to prosper in the future. All right, well, I figured that y'all had that in mind whenever y'all came up with this DSL program in the first place, right? Y'all were forward thinking, okay? We've got kids coming out of college who can't get jobs because they have a degree or 2 degrees. Well, guess what? What if you added something else to that? What if you added a dual language onto that degree? Would that get them that opportunity to work, whether it's here or whether it's abroad, right? Or here, obviously, there's a lot of jobs here that deal with countries all over the place, right? Whether it's Latin America, I mean, that's in Mexico, obviously that's really close, or whether it's, Hungary and Germany and over there. I mean, as soon as you go over there. But I figured that that's why y'all created it in the first place, and to get rid of something like that, to get rid of something that is so easy to do right now, and for them to learn right now, as opposed to, you get up to my age, I had to buy Babbel because, it's really hard for me to learn. So, and I've got my kids teaching me Spanish and stuff too, so I'm trying to learn with them. But to get rid of that would just be so terribly bad, right? And for me to have to deliver that message to my girls, I mean, to break their hearts. I got a 5-year-old who is in Spanish immersion at Montessori class, and she's doing all that she can to keep up with her 8-year-old sister, right? If you got rid of that for her, her heart would break. She was like, oh, what am I supposed to do now, right? And lean on me to teach her Babbel, I guess, but that's not going to work, all right? So we're leaning on y'all to kind of make the right choice, right? Whatever it's vote no, or at least give us a chance to bring about more topics, more discussion and stuff like that. We really need y'all's support, right? So thank you for your time.
Jeff Zedler.
You know, I hear this talk of religion, I gotta laugh, because there's no bigger religion than the left-wing cult. So I'm wondering if the Blue Bonnet program teaches that men can get pregnant, or if there's 55 genders. And because of these teachers, you have people running around our world who can't define what a woman is. I'm from California, you got kids coming home who want to cut their own testicles off. That's your religion. Okay? Anybody want to debate it in any school? Get in touch with me. You'll lose the debate. It won't even be close. Of Steve 7. So, I didn't even come here for this reason tonight, and I can see the passion. And I came because I heard there's a bunch of book banners here. And boy, I can see 7 bad book banners. And what we're up against is false portrayal. Because I was at the first and second meeting, and they don't tell you that you can go to the library and get the book. And in order to go to the library, do I have to walk through a moat full of crocodiles? Are there machine gun nests up there? Or can these kids walk to the library to get these books? Or get it on the app. So if you're going to tell a story, tell the whole story. Don't lie about these fine ladies. And it was great, by the way, winning that election, because we're going to win the next one too, and the one after that. And you're doing a great job, and don't have any doubts about it. And don't be weak. Follow your convictions. Thank you.
Annabelle Stevens.
Good afternoon. My name is Annabelle, and I am a dual language fourth grade class. And I am in a dual language fourth grade class. When I heard that the dual language program might be discontinued, I was very disappointed. Sure, it has been a challenge for me, but it has been worth it because I get to learn a second language and I get to make friends from different cultures and backgrounds. I feel like the board members have broke their promise to me by discontinuing the program when I have not finished it yet. Now I ask you out of respect, please don't discontinue the dual language program. Gracias.
Okay, thank you all so much for sharing today. It was great information, and we have been at this now for over 2.5 hours. So if we could just take a quick break and be back in 10 minutes to pick up, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, the time is 8:53 and we are back in session. We are on agenda item 4, consent agenda. I have been asked to move 2 of our items, E and F, out of consent agenda for discussion. Do I have a motion to accept consent agenda items A through D at this time?
Motion to accept.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We need to take a vote. Are there, by the showing of uplift of hands, please show by saying you're in favor of accepting. Okay. So that is all those opposed. And the motion carries. It is 6-1. Okay. Have to get back in the swing of this after 2 hours of public comment. All right, now we are on to agenda item E, authorize the board president to negotiate and execute documents related to hiring board legal representation. Do I have a motion to accept E?
So moved.
Second.
Second?
Second.
Is there discussion? I'd just like to state that the district's in-house counsel represents the district, while the board has separate legal representation. This is a common practice and done by previous board. Representing both the district and the board creates a conflict of interest for the general counsel. Although we typically use the district's general counsel, there are occasions where separate representation is needed for the board. We are bringing this forward for public transparency, though it's not typically voted on by the board. It's usually done by a letter of engagement. Can we proceed with a vote? No further discussion? Okay, all in favor show by the uplifting of hands. 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. The motion carries. Okay. Next item. Consent item F. Authorize the board president to negotiate and execute agreements with Texans for Excellence in Education. Do I have a motion to accept F?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
I just wanted to mention that I think this could be beneficial to help us gain a fresh perspective.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of this motion for item F, please show by the uplifting of hands. The motion carries 7-0. On to agenda item 5, Human Resources. Name the principal. Oh. We already did. Yep, we already approved. Oh, no, I just voted A through D. We voted A through D. Yeah, no. That's okay. That's all right. A through D was approved in consent agenda, and E and F were individually approved. Okay? Just making sure. You can go. I mean, if you want to make that.
I misunderstood. I thought we were pooling the two, so that's why I voted no. Am I too late to change my vote? Perfect. Unanimous on the consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to that so that I don't miss that. Makes sense. Okay, now we have the fun stuff. Name the principal at Eisler Elementary. Dr. Null?
Okay, here we are. It's kind of shocking that we're at this point in the school year, but here we are as we really turn our attention so much to next year. The exciting piece of next year is we'll open 2 new schools. So we'll open Eisler Elementary in addition to Campbell Elementary. And earlier today, we made an announcement at Vogel Intermediate that I would be transferring Ms. Krista Haymark, the principal of Vogel, to become our new principal at Campbell Elementary. So we're very proud for her and know that she's going to do a great job. And tonight we have the honor of bringing to you a recommendation for our first ever principal at Eisler Elementary. And as Bush Elementary has grown and moved well beyond capacity. We know that Eisler is a school that we need to help with that capacity, and many of the students that will fill Eisler will be coming from Bush. And it just seems appropriate, and it will probably make it feel much more like home if when they enter those doors on the first day at Eisler Elementary, they see the same big smile that they see every day when they go to Bush, because I would like to recommend the Bush principal, Elizabeth Thompson, to become our inaugural principal at Eisler Elementary.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, is there discussion? All those in favor show by the uplifting of hands. 7-0, the vote carries.
Members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It is with great pleasure that I stand here today as the first principal of Eisler Elementary School. Thank you for this opportunity. I have had the privilege of serving as the principal of Barbara Bush Elementary for the last 3 years, and it has been the most amazing experience in my professional career. Prior to that, I was the assistant principal at Bosman Intermediate for 4 years. I strongly believe that these 2 experiences have prepared me for this next chapter, and I am excited for what lies ahead. I would like to take a moment to say thank you to some very special and important people in my life. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to my wonderful husband, Corey Thompson, and my 2 girls, Cammie and Corinne. My girls are my constant reminder of what we do matters. I also want to thank my parents and my wonderful in-laws who couldn't be here today for everything they do for us. We are blessed with a wonderful support system, and we couldn't do this without them. Last but not least, I want to say thank you to my CISD friends and family. Thank you, Dr. Knoll, for being such a wonderful role model to all of us. Thank you, Dr. Medford and Dr. Winkler and Miss Lisa Garrison, for always being available. You 3 have helped shape me and grow me as a leader these last 3 years, and I am eternally grateful for your support. Thank you to one of my best friends and mentors, Amber de Beaumont, for all your love and support. I just want to close to say thank you to the Bush Bobcat administrators, counselors, teachers, students, and community. We are still number 1, and even though I won't be on campus, I will still be your number 1 fan. To my new Eisler Elementary family, I am so excited to get to lead this great community. I already love the students and families, and I know we are going to do great things. God bless you all, and have a wonderful evening.
Congratulations, and thank you. I'm just sorry you had to wait so long. And your kids were fabulous.
Great job.
Okay, item 6, teaching and learning. Consider and possibly take action regarding the adoption of instructional materials for K through 5, English Language Arts, and Reading. Trustee Nelson, would you like to begin the discussion?
Yes, thank you, President Odenwiller. As you know, the Texas Education Agency and the State Board of Education adopted 2 high-quality instructional materials back in November, which were written and reviewed by the top educational curriculum writers in the country. Our ELAR curriculum is a huge priority, and as are our educational outcomes. Our educators have enough on their plate, and we must take fiscally responsible purchases, especially in a budget deficit. It is time to take action, so I move that we adopt Bluebonnet for instructional materials for K through 5, English Language Arts, and Reading for 25-26 school year.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Discussion, is there anyone else that would like to offer discussion? I'd like to take this one at a time. Yes, Ms. Horton, Trustee Horton.
A couple of months ago, we established a teacher committee to look into the curriculums and give their input. I think just from seeing, with the dual language program, just the number of people who have spoken about that and how much we learned just from listening to them, I think the same could be done for our teachers to give them an opportunity to look at the curriculum before a vote. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
I agree. I think our teacher voices really matter. I would like to hear from our teachers. I do think that Bluebonnet's a strong curriculum, and this isn't because I doubt that it is. I just really would like to hear from our teachers because I know each school is unique, and I want to hear what works for our schools.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sure, I've prepared something that I'd like to share. I would like to share why I'm in favor of adopting Bluebonnet learning tonight. To begin with, Bluebonnet has a strong component of American exceptionalism that is woven throughout the curriculum. Further, this curriculum also lays out why Texas is special. For example, Grade 4, Unit 9, Innovation in Industry and Energy, starts with a story of oil and ends with why Houston makes a change. Further, students will learn the difference between oil and gas and renewables and will complete the unit writing an argumentative essay arguing which source they believe is superior. Bluebonnet is also content-rich, providing culturally relevant materials that creates a hug in the student's brain, helping them remember the topic and lesson. Literacy expert Robert Pondicio writes, cultural literacy provides color to our language, and most pertinently, these idioms are broadly shared bits of common knowledge that literate people simply drop into their discourse. Hold on, my computer's messing up. Those who get these references are language haves, those that don't are language have-nots, and will always be at a verbal disadvantage. In fact, it is argued amongst experts that possession of this shared body of knowledge is crucial to reading comprehension, effective communication, social inclusion, and citizenship. The curriculum is aligned almost 100% with the SBOE IMRA approved rubric. Bluebonnet differentiates itself in the rubric point 1, intentional instructional design, which is a method for planning and creating learning experiences that are deliberate and purposeful. It's a way to ensure that learning is effective and meaningful. Consistently through K through 5, Bluebonnet receives superior scores on this section, which will help all teachers, especially new teachers, implement this curriculum in a nearly foolproof fashion if they follow the curriculum well. Having said that, tenured teachers can build up these lessons, allowing them the flexibility they've learned to use with mastery over the years. This particular point in the rubric, intentional instructional design, also provides a strong cross-curricular component. We know our district has been doing this already. The difference is Bluebonnet puts it under one curriculum, which again saves teachers time. Bluebonnet also provides multiple hero stories, which focuses on virtues and characters defining what makes a hero a hero. Financially, this is a significant win for us. We should walk out of this next 7 years with approximately $21 million in our SBOE balance carryover account to be used on other SBOE HQIM materials. We know Bluebonnet follows the science of reading and is truly a structured literacy curriculum because the rubric designed by the SBOE has embedded these tenets within the rubric, and Bluebonnet receives stellar scores in all learning quality points in the rubric. This curriculum also allows parents to access the information their students are learning, and the parents' handouts at the beginning of each unit brings the whole family on the learning journey. Another place Bluebonnet differentiates itself in the SBOE approved rubric is under knowledge coherence, which values teacher time by ensuring 100% of the lesson connects to TEKS. Bluebonnet ensures our teachers and students are working smarter, not harder. How was Bluebonnet created? Over 500 retired and working Texas educators participate in the review and editing of this curriculum. Quite simply, this curriculum is teacher created. In closing, while any curriculum transition comes with an adjustment period, the long-term benefits of Bluebonnet far outweigh the challenges. By adopting this curriculum, we ensure our students develop stronger reading, writing, and critical thinking skills, preparing them for academic and personal success.
I am asking my fellow trustees to vote yes to adopting Bluebonnet Learning this evening so our administrators and teachers can begin to focus on implementation.
Thank you. Any other input?
I also have some prepared remarks, so just bear with me for a minute. Okay, time is of the essence. Our kids are struggling to read on grade level. That's reflected in our STAR scores. We're in a literacy crisis, and not just in this district, but across this nation. This district has acknowledged that our current in-house RLA curriculum is a stopgap and a bridge of study, quote unquote, that we're not married to. You've also mentioned that the curriculum supplement we're currently using didn't go through SBOE's HQIM process for a reason. It wouldn't pass. Bottom line, it's time for a new curriculum that will not only successfully equip our students to read, but will hold them to a higher standard. They are capable of meeting it. We have two different options to choose from, and one must be adopted. There will be a steep learning curve for everyone, regardless of the curriculum that's adopted. I recognize that this is going to be hard. Change is hard. We fully anticipate test scores will drop initially, and that's okay. There's grace. I've given this a lot of thought over the last few months, and I've taken into consideration all the emails. We've gotten a lot of emails from you guys on dual language, thank you, on this curriculum, and also acknowledging that the district has a process in place. I respect all of that, but I've come to the conclusion that for me, Bluebonnet is the best option for our district. Why? Bluebonnet is the preferred RLA curriculum for the state of Texas. 430 other districts have already applied for grant funding to implement Bluebonnet specifically. The curriculum has been rigorously vetted and is designed based on the science of reading and alignment with Texas values. Lessons are 100% aligned to the TEKS, which are evaluated on the STAR. Detailed lesson plans and parent handouts are already prepared to ease teachers' workload and increase transparency for parents. This is literally a one-stop shop roadmap for everyone involved. Another selling point, Bluebonnet is cheaper than Savas. The district will have $8 million more in total funding available by 2029 because this is an OER, which we could desperately use given our budget situation. So why the urgency to adopt now? I think that's the question everyone's asking. Simply put, the district needs as much lead time as possible to implement this by the 2025-2026 school year. Our kids can't wait for this. Just 1 month ago, you were adamant that you needed over a year to implement any curriculum adopted, saying the ship is hard to move. But then we were just sent a new implementation timeline with a rollout for fall of 2025. This timeline does not include any teacher training. Materials aren't even set to be delivered until June or July, according to your timeline. You need more time to roll this out. And approving this in May, which is when the committee would come back to us, is cutting it too close, in my opinion. Frankly, every day counts, every month counts, and we want to set this district up for success. I understand you have a process in place to review curriculum, but I believe in this case it's redundant with what's already occurred. This curriculum has already undergone rigorous checks and balances between the TEA, the SBOE, an esteemed advisory panel of reading experts, the public, and hundreds of reviewers that have combed through hundreds of thousands of pages of curriculum. I would also like to avoid spending $500,000 just to review curriculum. Instead of recreating the wheel, I'd like to give the district extra time to plan for implementation, which I believe the TEA is willing to assist with. I want to give you space to create a phased implementation plan to ensure that we're getting timely feedback that we can incorporate as we do a full rollout. And lastly, I'll end with this. All I ask is that each person have an open mind
give this curriculum a chance. Actually go and read it for yourself. Don't just listen to the sound bites. That's all I have to say.
Okay, hold on. We're each person's getting an opportunity to share whatever, discuss, question, and then we'll come back around, okay? Okay. So I guess it's up to me this time. Time is of the essence, as was already stated, for a smooth and successful implementation of any curriculum. Key points for me are respect for teachers, time. Respect for teachers' time. I recognize the limited time teachers have, both in terms of their workday and in implementing the curriculum. The necessities this necessitates a fast and effective decision that minimizes strain on educators and maximizes the curriculum's impact. Number 2, alignment with standards. Both options align with TEKS and Texas law, which is essential for legal compliance and educational consistency across the district as well as the state. Number 3, research-based foundational skills. Both curricula prioritize research-based methods for teaching foundational literacy, an essential factor for students' success in literacy and learning to read. Number 4, trust and quality of content. One curriculum option comes from a publishing conglomerate that has a history of providing materials that are not always trusted or well received in Texas, while the other one was developed by gold standard people and educators and highly regarded creators of teaching and learning materials. Number 5, practicality over aesthetics. I'm not concerned with how a curriculum, I am most concerned with how the curriculum functions in the classroom rather than how pretty or fancy it appears. As an educator, I can clearly state that. Ease of use, clear guidance, and practical implementation are my priorities. Number 6, support for teachers of all levels. I am looking for the ability to have a structured roadmap for new teachers and ease our veteran teachers' responsibility to map everything out for them, and freeing up time for experienced teachers to add their own creativity and personal touch and style to their teaching of the lessons. I am prioritizing a curriculum that supports every one of our educators. Last key point for me, Texas created versus modified content. I want curriculum developed for Texas, not modified for Texas, by educators and curriculum writers we trust. In essence, yes, I'm making a bold, strategic decision to choose curriculum that is not only effective in teaching, but also practical for teachers, keeping their time and resources in mind. There are times when, as a trustee, I must act with the authority afforded to me by the Texas Education Code, and I must stand on the oath I swore to uphold, and this is one of those times. Is there any other further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I had a chance to look at the Bluebonnet curriculum, and I'll say it is not a bad curriculum. I think it has a lot of benefits to it. I didn't have a chance to look at Savas, but I will say, having been part of a textbook adoption committee in the past, that I think just so much, as I said earlier, is gained when you take the time to listen to teachers, in the way that we just listened to the dual language program, just to hear them flesh it out. What would it look like in their classroom? Could we try it first? I'd hate to adopt a program and then, be the reason that students are failing. So I would really encourage us to perhaps look into piloting the program or parts of the program, as other districts have done, maybe with a stipend. I did talk with Commissioner Morath, and he said that we could give a stipend out of the IME funds or the IMA funds, just to provide training so that we have a smooth, like if we were to roll it out, that it would be smoother. But I do think that the teacher input is very valuable. I also don't know why we have to adopt either one of the curriculums. Nowhere is it mandated. There's more that are coming on board later on. And the $80 that we have in there per student is going to stay there and just accumulate. So I just say that we pump the brakes. I'm not saying that I'm against this, but I would like to, I don't know how this would be, make a motion that we either pilot it or table it.
We have a motion on the table right now, and we'll need to go through that vote before we can change it, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Can we amend the motion to adopt it but pilot it and kind of slow roll it?
I would say before we were to do that, the thing that I would point out is we're not looking, we would not be able to implement this across the district in 1 year. So when you're saying to give it a try or to pilot it, we would be doing that basically as the fact that we would only be able to implement this, 6, 7 schools, or approximately. We would need to have our teaching and learning department and others work with the TEA on this implementation and the planning of how it would roll out. So it wouldn't be a district-wide rollout.
Mm-hmm. It would be more controlled implementation.
Did that answer that question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think that we could have success with it, so I would really like to see how it goes with some of our schools. I just also want to make sure that we pay attention to our schools' unique needs.
Yes. Okay, I said we would come back to, so you're good, are you good? Do you have any further discussion, ladies? Okay, then I will call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifting of hands in favor of adopting Bluebonnet curriculum. No. Okay, that's 5. All those opposed show by the uplifting of hands.
I would like to abstain because you did mention a piloting program. I think that we need to explore that a little bit more.
We need to adopt it before we can pilot it.
Hold on. We have a vote. So that's 1 abstain.
I'd like to abstain as well. I want to
2.
ensure that we intend to pilot it at just a couple of schools.
Okay. So that makes 5 for the approval and 2 for abstain, so the motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 6B. Consider and approve the discontinuation of dual language program. I believe Dr. Medford?
We'll move forward. Actually, I've got a couple of things I want to say. I'm going to move out here just so that I can be closer. I can't see like half the room over there, so thanks for letting me come out here. First, let me say that we're proud of the dual language program. We built it, as many of you said, because we believe in the program. All right, all the benefits that we saw and we heard about today are exactly what we hoped to see when we built it 6 years ago or 7 years. Whenever we worked through it, we were working on that. In addition to being proud of the dual language program, I'm going to say that I'm proud of who we are as Conroe ISD tonight. Because in a lot of places, you have situations like this, and these meetings devolve into ridiculousness and drama filled, and that's not who we are as a community. I think there's a lot for us to be proud of, that we can have a meeting like this, have you all come out, share your opinion, and we keep our class and our dignity about who we are. That means a lot. And well beyond that, and I'm going to say every name because I wrote them down, there's nothing to be more proud of than the children that walked up here tonight. Yes. So some of them are probably at dinner, maybe they're in bed, I don't know. Cooper, Penelope, Paisley, Jackson, Heidi, Andrew, Brianna, Galia, Hannah, Ariana, Kataran, and Annabelle were amazing, right? And that's so when people talk about, there's always this conversation about the future, right? And how's the future? The future's really bright because they stood up here tonight and you heard them talk. So there's a lot to be proud of. Now, while you can have a lot of things to be proud of, you can also have things that you're not proud of. And ultimately, everything that happens around here is my responsibility. I'm not proud of our process, okay? I'm not proud of the way that it was handled. It's a difficult decision anytime that we have to make decisions, especially when staffing and money are involved, because all those things are finite, and to put in one place is to take from another, and that's always hard. And sometimes we can get locked in on trying to figure those things out, and part of being in leadership, and for our students that are still here, part of being an adult is to sometimes just be wrong. Okay? That can happen. Being wrong is human. Being able to say that and fix it is right. Okay? So I'm going to withdraw my recommendation tonight. But here's the deal, y'all. Here's the deal. We have some problems. Okay, there's a reason this has not come out of nowhere that we're having this conversation. Okay, this is real, and we have problems within this program that we have to fix, or we will be back here at some point because we have to be able to fix it. So I know there's a lot of conversations about we haven't seen numbers, we haven't seen the things. We're still going to give the presentation tonight because you need to see the numbers. You need to see the things that we see that put us in this position to say, does it make sense? Because we have to solve it. All right, so what will it look like going forward? I don't know. We need to work on that together, as you mentioned. We need to talk about it, but we need to come together to work on it so that it can be a viable program that we all believe in, but it also needs to make sense financially, not just for you all that are in the program, but it has to make sense financially for all of our taxpayers, right? It has to. Right now, it's not, and that's what we're going to see. We have to fix that. Okay, so I'm going to ask Dr. Medford to come up. She is going to give her presentation and share some of the information. So now we've sort of turned this into we're learning together night, okay, so that we can start to problem solve and figure out where do we go from here, what are the answers, how do we fix it, and we'll work on it together, okay? Yeah, absolutely. All right.
See if I can turn the clicker on. Like so many tricks.
Dr. Medford, you're safe.
There's no one throwing daggers.
And thank you, Dr. Null.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes,
Null.
could I just say something to that as well? Dr. Null, thank you, because you have been facing a lot from us in our goals and settings that we've talked about helping give us a balanced budget, and you were doing the tough thing. There was no bad guy in this. This was just a matter of trying to make decisions, and we were all facing the same thing. So I thank you for standing up there and addressing this and saying, okay, we have to work together now, because when you hear these numbers, I think it will surprise you, okay? So thank you again, Dr. Null. That was a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Null. President Odenwiller, members of the board. All right, so I'm going to give you some context to why the initial recommendation came forward, as we've worked really hard to do, as I think our community wants and you wish, which is balance a budget. And we start looking at inefficiencies and places that we see where there are gaps. This one is a big deal, and it's brought to you because it involves all of the sweet people we got to see tonight. So we see that and we know that, which is why it's important for us to speak about it. in a place where everyone can hear us. So just so everybody knows, because I know it's not just this room that's watching and listening and learning about the two-way immersion, it's a distinctive form of dual lingual education. So the goal is to have half native English speakers and half native speakers in the partner language. For us, it's Spanish, integrated together for instruction. You've heard a lot of those examples this evening. So you can see the goals in the program: develop that high proficiency of language in both programs, have that appreciation for diverse, I mean, they did my presentation for me, didn't they? Have that standards-based education promoting those two languages, and then retain that native speaking, Spanish speaking for our students. So as Dr. Knoll mentioned, it began 2016, 2017. It's currently active at 7 campuses. Anderson and Patterson are in the, we're in the phase of kind of transitioning from Anderson to Patterson as one of the ways that we've looked at trying to kind of promote the program and see where most of our kids were coming so that we could maybe lessen the students that we were losing. So that's one of the things that we worked on. We talked about how the district and the campuses have worked to increase program success. I mentioned one of them. Almost all of our programs have opened past their feeder zones. So, for example, Patterson, the Anderson combination, that's the entire Conroe feeder. So a lot of elementary schools, so we've opened it up to that entire feeder. Caney Creek for Creighton, and then Darachin's opened up for their entire feeder, and Lamar actually has students from all of the South County feeders. So trying to open up so that we can expand and fill the spots so that we're using it the most efficiently as possible. We will talk about our bilingual teaching shortage. That is a huge piece of this. This is what we would consider in the grand scheme of things an enrichment program. It's wonderful. We love it. We know how much everyone loves it, the idea of it, behind it. We've done the research. We understand. But we do have, it does have a critical, it's an enrichment program taking those teachers. So this is, I think, the slide that we want to spend the most time on and having a discussion so that we can kind of understand the program and see what we see from a big view of efficiencies in the district. So each one of these boxes, ultimately the goal would be to have 22 students, and then in 5th and 6th grade, 25 students. We would continue it, but when we're talking about just what does our staffing formula look like, we talk a lot about that at the beginning, where how we reset at campuses, and we have our standard formulas. It's 22-1 K through 4 and 25-1 in 5th and 6th. So you can see that in each of these boxes where there aren't 22 students, we lose efficiency. The other piece of this is the monolingual students can only enter in kindergarten because they need those foundational skills in Spanish. So as we have, you can see, for example, at Creighton or Lamar, where we have single digits already in 1st grade, again, that's where we start talking about losing the efficiency and the intent of the program, right? The idea is to have that 50% peers. So if I only have 9 monolingual students in 1st grade, that's 5 in one class and 4 in another. That's not what the intent of the program is, which would get everybody the benefit that we're looking for. And I think you heard happens and has happened where we've seen more of a balance throughout the program. The other example, you can look at, let's say, Darachin 3rd grade. You see 14 emergent bilingual students and 10 monolingual students. So we have 24 kids and 2 teachers. It's really far away from our 22-1 that we try to staff at, which again, when we talk about those inefficiencies, we also, when we look at the number of kids that we have space in the monolingual classes at that school, we would be ahead of teacher, right? We would be net 1 teacher in a lot of cases. So that is the kind of the conversation. And then you can see what happens as we get into 5th and 6th grade, where we've grown the program to, and again, we staff 25-1 in our regular classrooms. Bilingual and monolingual are one way. And then you see what our numbers is. They have adjusted. They've had to put those kids in classes with other students, which again, kind of is where we see the intent of the program not carrying through. So, and then again, you see at Wilkerson where we only have 8 monolingual students. When we talk about splitting that up again, we're talking the program intent. So in total, you see at the bottom, I kind of pulled out those emergent bilingual students that are required for us to serve through a bilingual program for statute, and then the monolingual students, which would be the enrichment program, which we heard all of the benefits from a lot of our speakers this evening. Any questions about this slide before?
So that's 510 students.
Correct.
Thank you.
Then we talk about staffing concerns, which plays a piece in it. So we currently have 9 bilingual openings at this time. We have 31 teachers on an emergency permit. We have additional 30 teachers that we reported to the state for the bilingual exemption. You can see the history of that and how we've really seen that explode in the past year. And then the numbers of students that we have to turn in to the exemption and waiver report. So we have 2 parts of a report. Exemption is bilingual, waiver is ESL, and I should have taken that out, so that is my typo there, because I only included the exemption students. That is 647 just on the exemption part of the waiver. It reduces our funding from the state when we have to submit this report. So I think it was about $200,000 this year. So you can see the number of openings and how hard it is to serve bilingual students. The other piece that I will tell you is it grows exponentially. So there's a lot of things that play into it, and we can get into teacher retention and recruiting and all of those things we know where we kind of stand as far as our teacher pay scale at the time. Then we also compete with the bilingual stipend and bilingual sign-on bonuses. But it also, like I said, it grows exponentially. So if you're the bilingual educator and I'm a monolingual educator and we teach 44 kids together, none of those students would be on the exemption report because 50% of their day is spent with you as a bilingual educator. So now we could take 44 kids off. In intermediate school, that's 50 potential students we could remove by adding 1 teacher because we're a pair. I hope that kind of makes sense a little bit. So that's why, so when we're both not certified bilingual, we have to put all 50 kids or all 44 kids on the waiver list. So that's why you see that number can jump really quickly. So if we had 9 or 10 more bilingual teachers, you could see that we could easily reduce that number. So all of those kind of mathematical charts and formulas and things that we looked at as we were going through this process as we started digging in. Sorry.
So
I'll be glad I'll connect with you after.
Dr. Medford, I do have a question. So
Yes.
just so I'm clear, the 647, that's a combination of the movement of the students, right?
So these are not students necessarily in the dual language program. This is me talking about all of our emergent bilinguals district-wide, and when we have to turn in. So when we have those openings or the number of teachers the teachers on that exemption report, those are uncertified teachers teaching our bilingual students across the district. So it doesn't have really anything to do with dual language other than using those teachers to help fill some of the gaps.
So the issue is that we don't have certified bilingual or certified teacher.
They're
not certified.
In our required bilingual programs, yes.
And we're dinged for that.
In funding, we are. That's a real ding, President Odenwiller.
Yeah,
that's a real ding. We don't have very many that you ask.
That's a hammer. That's not a ding.
We finally found where.
Dr. Medford, I
Yes.
think this would be a wonderful opportunity to remind everyone of the upcoming career fair.
Job fair.
Yes,
please.
Yes,
Please come join us.
Please tell all your friends.
Yes.
March, what's the date?
29th?
March 29th.
29th, yes.
And all of the teachers that were here today, if you've even managed to stay when you've got to get up early in the morning too, make sure you try to recruit friends that are as passionate and eloquent at what you're doing and have them come to our job fair.
All right, so when we talk about funding, I know there's a lot of questions about the numbers. So when we look at this current staffing budget, and we didn't get into what we need support-wise for curriculum and instruction and materials in the classroom. This isn't any of that. This is just that put the teachers in with the sweet kids. 36 teachers is about $2,862,000. So when you look at salary, benefits, and the stipend, that is what that number equals. And then the loss of the bilingual funding on the other side, the teachers that aren't in the dual program, that's a $200,000 for those students that we lose in funding. So when we talk about where did we get the 1.2 million, when we reset our allocations at the end of every year and we reestablish for projections, we would have 9 surplus teachers from the potential when we talked about eliminating the program. We would have 9 surplus teachers, and then we would need 6 teachers for program growth. So what does that mean? So you see where Creighton and Darrachin this year stop at 3rd grade. To keep the program going, I need to add 4th grade at Creighton, Darrachin, and Wilkerson 6th grade, right? Do you see where the program has to grow each year? So when you add the 9 plus the 6, that's the 1.2 million. We've also heard, I know, I believe you've heard, because I know I heard from several teachers where it's hard right? Teaching you to read in English and me to read in Spanish at the same time is really difficult. Plus, I'm trying to grow your native language when I meet you as a sweet little 5-year-old, and I need to get you from learning to read to reading to learn in 2 languages. It's really, really hard. They need help with curriculum. We just adopted a new curriculum. You can see where that goes into it. Now we're going to have new curriculum in English and Spanish, which is great. But all of that needs support, and so how can we need to add that if we continue to grow this program, because our teachers deserve it and our kids need that help, right? I think that's another reason why if we want to address why we lose kids at 3rd grade, it gets really hard in 3rd grade, as we all know, right? So it really becomes big kid learning and reading and math, and we start to get lots of really high science becomes really difficult, and we need that support to help to look at what each kid needs individually. But remember, we'd have to look at that for both languages, which is another reason why it's hard, but another reason why they love it, right? If they really love it. And then the next year's growth would be an additional $318,000 for to continue the next year. So the 4th grade becomes 5th grade, and we continue in those feeders. So that, in a nutshell, was what we saw as we were looking at working to balance a budget, which is why when we initially talked about, through the brilliance of our CFO, when we were able to reduce what we were trying to, having to recoup from 17 to we got down to about 4 million dual language was one of the things listed at that December workshop. And these were the things that we saw, and we just continued to look. So, questions for me?
So Dr. Medford, could you go back a slide?
Uh-huh.
I have to see that number. So you're saying 36 teachers at $2,862,000. That's an average $79,500 for the teacher.
Salary, benefits, and the stipends. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How many, roughly offhand, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but how many current uncertified ESL teachers do we have?
Many.
Could we put them through a teacher training certification? And isn't there state funding for that?
So if they speak Spanish, yes. So you don't have to be a Spanish speaker to be an ESL certified teacher. Mm-hmm. So the ESL, the difference between bilingual and ESL is a supplemental, right? So I could go and take an exam, and if I pass, then I can work with students in that. This does not count for bilingual.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
But we're working on that side of the house too. But
yeah, I'm a certified ESL teacher, but I could not be bilingually certified.
Okay.
But
and that's why you see the emergency permits versus the exemption report. So the teachers in those emergency permits meet several requirements based on school they've had and experience they have. If they passed one of their tests, they're not fully certified, but they have one of those components that the state allows them to have an emergency permit. The exemption report is where our principals made really tough decisions of saying, I don't have an amazing bilingual educator. There isn't either the pool is so small or there's none, which is real, but there's this monolingual teacher who they're going to be amazing. And so I'm just going to, instead of having a sub or nobody, I'm going to go ahead and hire. And we have to make those tough decisions. They call Mr. Lozano and Dr. Upshaw and their assistants do and work through that. But you can see that it's a real thing.
Well, I really would like to suggest that we look into the other districts that are doing it well and find out what it is that we can make changes on, and assess this and see how we can better the program, because as far as I'm concerned, anything that's improving educational outcomes really should stay within our district. So I'm really thankful to Dr. Null for making the choice to table the motion. I think we need to kind of do an efficiency report on this, and then also looking into how we can be competitive with the upcoming job fair with our bilingual teachers, and looking into how we can compete.
Dr. Null, does that mean I can share with her my list? No, I would do, absolutely.
Yeah,
I have a list.
We have a list of all the ways. Just unfortunately right now we are still in a deficit. We haven't gotten to the right side yet to start worried about adding. So we're still on the cutting side of the conversation. But And I would say on the bilingual teacher side, we are a long ways away. Because we have neighboring districts that just on regular teacher pay are now far outpacing us, but then they also far outpace us on the bilingual stipend. And then it's not uncommon at all for neighboring districts to do sign-on bonuses for bilingual teachers. So if you're a bilingual teacher, you can be in the market every year and potentially get a sign-on bonus and more pay. So it is of all the places, bilingual teacher market is the most competitive. And it's interesting to see this chart at the bottom. I hope this is not a precursor to that we saw it in bilingual first, and then are we going to see it in regular teachers this coming up year? But I know that we've had the conversations and workshops, and I know we want our teachers to hear it as many times as we can, is that you are all dedicated to giving a raise when we have the funds. We know we need to. There's not debate on that. It just this makes me a little nervous if it's foreshadowing what may happen in the regular classroom for this coming year.
So all that said, what with ours being $79,500 for a salary for a bilingual teacher, what are the neighboring districts? How competitive are we talking?
We weren't even, the Chronicle just posted an article, we weren't even in the top. I think they posted 15 districts around the Houston area. We are losing ground quickly on salary, and we're losing ground even more quickly on the stipends attached to the most hard to fill positions. Special ed, bilingual, and then you start looking at
science,
high school math science. We are where we have historically been at the top, we have disappeared off the list.
So I would second Trustee Nelson's comment about let's do an efficiency review and see what they're doing that's working and where we could improve, because I would like to see the numbers, the actual numbers, and what we're paying and how they're giving stipends and how they're increasing getting the certified teachers.
I'll have a little preview in the public hearing when I share a couple of our tax rate slides in comparison.
Could I just make a more general comment real quick? I just want to say thank you to all the parents who came out and spoke tonight, all of the teachers, all of the students. Your voice, if you ever question if your voice matters, I think it's pretty obvious by tonight that your voice matters a great deal. I'll tell you, I'm a finance person, so I tend to see things in black and white sometimes, but hearing all of your stories, it really touched me, and it reminded me, actually, I have foreign language background, minor in Arabic, and that is really what catapulted my career in the beginning, was foreign language and love of culture. It's important. It's very important. You don't have to convince me of the value of foreign language. So thank you for bringing this to color and an issue that can be black and white sometimes. And I know the district, you guys are in a tough spot trying to balance this budget. And Dr. Knoll, thank you so much for being willing to admit when we're wrong, because we all are wrong sometimes. So I look forward to ways that we can figure out solution oriented, right? You guys need to understand what the challenges are. It's not one-sided. There's multiple teachers I've talked to on the phone that are really struggling. They don't have the support that they need. And so we need to be cognizant of the other side of this, but come together as a community and figure out what we can do. So thank you guys.
Anyone else? Trustee May, anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Do we have evidence that the educational outcomes are better in dual in our district? I know overall they say that they're better, but have we seen what?
So research does show that, and the students that remain are performing well. The hard part is the number of students that we're losing. I mean, they're for a variety of reasons, but one of the main reasons that we hear from administrators is because they're not where they feel like they should be. Either in their native language, they feel like they should be much higher and it's too much, or because they don't feel like they're progressing in that second language. So it's hard for us to, because when we don't have a way to to go back and say what was their code back then and see where they are now. So it's kind of, the students that remain do well, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Just one other quick question. I'm not 100% positive which are teacher incentive allotment campuses, but are any of these TIA campuses?
Anderson, Creighton, Bosman, Patterson, and then I believe, yep, those are the ones that are on there.
So do some of the teachers that teach the dual language receive the teacher incentive allotment as
I would
well,
have to look that up, but they're all
additionally?
eligible.
Okay, great, thank you.
Trustee May?
I was just, since we've tabled the vote, what is the next step now? Not sure I'm totally sure.
So we'll start a process of looking at it. Likely, I think there'll be some surveys that may need to go out to parents to, just to hear options. I think we need to understand what different options would be. Like what is it that parents would support? Would they support consolidation if we felt like we needed to consolidate this? Are you willing to, if the program mean enough to you to move from one school to another school if the program's going with you or not? So we can get all those answers, right? So that we know. I think so. It's a process. I think we'll work to get a committee together of parents and then some surveys out to everybody. And then we just try to tackle these problems and we see what the answers may be, and then I think we'll come back after that down the road, right? I don't know that there's a hard line here, but
well, we definitely have to figure out. I mean, you have major contacts all over. Are all the other districts around us being successful, or are they all struggling like we are?
Well,
or a majority of them?
No, I think some districts have cut that program already too. We have many uniquenesses about us, right? Our size is one of the things that makes us unique. Other districts can have a much easier time creating a centralized spot, and everybody can go to it because it's not that far of a drive to get there. We don't have that luxury here. We're spread out, from Deretchin to Creighton is a hour-long drive, right? So we don't have that so much as an option. Another problem that we have that's not a problem, it's actually a great thing, it's just a reality for us, is people love their school and they don't want to leave it.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons over time that we actually added at Deretchin is because we had it at Lamar and we couldn't talk any of the kids in the westernmost portion of the Woodlands to come. And we actually had bilingual students at Deretchin that were denying bilingual services because we would have to move them to another school where we had bilingual, so they wouldn't go. And so part of the thought process was, if we open a dual language at Deretchin, perhaps those students would no longer opt out and we would have the benefit of the program. So we've tried a lot of different things. The real answer for long-term success is you need to have at least 2 cohorts in kindergarten, like full cohorts, so that when you lose people along the way, you still have a full cohort in
can continue
4th, 5th, and 6th, instead of getting to 4th, 5th, and 6th and having these numbers that we're seeing here, 2 and 7 and 4 and 9, where you've lost all
part of
efficiency.
the question that problem that you're losing students, or is it the certified teachers? Because I know in other districts they do have open enrollment. Is that something that we've looked into in order to balance the monolingual?
We have inter-district, so we pull kids from other feeders into these programs. We've never gone, or we have intra-district.
Oh no,
We've
I didn't mean outside our district. But I know from what I've heard, Deretchin, you have to live in that zone. That's not true.
We've opened it up to the Gilbert, am I correct? Yes. Yeah, Deretchin's open to the whole feeder, and Lamar's open to all South County. They actually have they have 1 or 2 on their waiting list from each of the feeder zones. Gilbert's
They're saying that's not true.
Mr. Lozano pulled those numbers
Yeah,
from
that's where the marketing
today.
I think that's where we could improve the marketing, because a couple of parents did speak to that fact tonight, that if this were open enrollment, or if we opened it up, more students would come. So, and I've heard several comment that they purchased houses in the feeder zone just so they could go to this program. So that's a bit concerning that we would require families to purchase a home if we could just open it up to fill those.
We
those
have
spots.
1 to 2 students on the wait list at Lamar from Oak Ridge, Grand Oaks, College Park, and the Woodlands.
So it is open.
Okay.
Yeah,
These are one of the things we can look at.
We could improve our marketing. is
The
my
other
point.
part that I feel like every time I come up here, I'm gonna look at Ms. Dawson. So just so you know, that this is really timely for us as far as what the next steps are, because we're in the middle of allocations and projections, so that we can open Eisler and Campbell. So we have to move teachers, right, based on rezoning. We have to move administrators, and then we have to send all of the principals how many teachers they have in every grade level and every program, so that they know which teachers are returning, so they can post 10 days before the job fair so they can hire. So I know I kind of feel like I come with all of that every time I talk to you guys, but as you know, things move so quickly. So just wanted to put that out there as well for this next
So
school year.
could I am not boiling this down to numbers, but I just want to share, we've been talking about all these things, so I just want to give you a number thought here. I was using, from when this was discussed in a board workshop back in December, it really was discussed before, this wasn't the first time. But this was, the number that was on that chart we were given was 1.4 million for the program. There are 510 students registered in it right now, and we're struggling to keep it balanced anyway and fill positions. That averages out to $27,400 per student involved in the program, when we're allocated $6,000 per student for funding. I'm just chopping it up for you. I'm just giving you that number to think and ponder. And then Dr. Null, I have one question for you also, or I guess I could have been Dr. Medford, I'm sorry, but if there are some programs that as you add students, it decreases the cost per student. Is this one that if we were, we can't even fill the positions we have, but if we were to be able to fill the positions, would it decrease? Is this one of those programs that it would decrease the cost per student?
If you gained efficiency, so that if you had 22 kids in every class, it would be more beneficial. Would it still cost more than if the students were just in their regular classes? Yes, it will, because a bilingual teacher costs more. And so, we would need twice as many bilingual teachers. So it is going to be a more expensive program. But if we just had it full, that the amount that it costs more would be this much more, not what it is today. So it's really about turning all these numbers into 22s.
Right.
If that
So
was
did
the
you all
case,
hear that?
then we would be
22s that stick with
we
it.
would be okay. As Dr. Medford mentioned, every number you see here that's not a 22 is a large inefficiency in the system.
Yes, hammering us.
Yes.
Okay, I know that there are a lot of you that want to speak, but honestly, in this format, we're not, and following rules of order, we're not allowed to do that at this point. So is there any other any other comment from trustees? All right.
I had a concern.
Okay.
We did receive some emails from teachers that were really struggling with dual. They said that they didn't get enough planning time, that the class load was very difficult for them to handle. And so I just wanted to speak to that, because if we've got teachers that are really struggling with it, and we're losing teachers, it doesn't seem like we're going to go in the right direction. So I was going to see if there's more we can do to support them. Or
Yeah, I think it's much like the conversation we had about virtual school a few months ago, right? Our struggle right now in the dual language program, and Dr. Medford, if you can go to the next slide, or your slide, there you go, is if we're going to be more effective and efficient and support the teachers better, we really need to add teaching and learning curriculum support. Like, they need a coach, but because of our inefficiency this has not been a program that we've been able to look at and say, invest another large amount of money in. So that's, it's kind of one of those chicken or egg, right? Like, could we get better if we did? Yes, probably, but we don't have the allocations right now to do it.
Well, even increasing the number of teachers, I mean, I think our first priority from what I heard earlier is the number of teachers, the number of qualified or certified teachers would improve that.
So our dual programs are
the
not.
duals are covered.
The duals are, I think we might have one or two where the duals are covered.
It's the regular bilingual that's short. It's not the dual language. The dual language are filled with teachers.
Yeah, clarification.
Good
Yes,
clarification.
the dual languages are all filled.
That's why this was a double-edged sword, right? It was the savings and the fact that those surplus 9 teachers could fill vacancies for us in other forms.
So in addition to the basic allotment, how else is this funded? Do we get like an ESL allotment?
The EB students receive the same allotment as our one-way dual kids do.
Okay,
So
what's that an
they receive
additional?
that weighted funding. I'm gonna call my favorite
Oh,
CFO
there she
down.
is.
I know.
I missed
figured
her.
y'all really wanted to talk to her, didn't you?
I only know the basic allotment, 6130. That one I see in my.
6160. We do
close
receive
enough.
weighted funding of .05 for our monolingual students that are in the dual language program, and then .15 of the basic allotment for the bilingual speaking students that are in the program.
Which equates to?
$307.
We need you to know.
Okay, great.
Ms. Garza,
Thank
can you tell us real quick while you're up here, what is the budget deficit at right now? And we're looking for the next budget year, correct?
Okay, well, it's hard to put a number on it right now because we're working through allocations, and that's why this conversation was so timely, because we couldn't move forward with allocations until we had a decision about what we were doing with this program. So we will have a much better picture in the next couple of weeks as we work through that process and get allocations out to our campuses so that they can post in time for the job fair. But if I had to put a number on it, we're like in the $3 to $5 million deficit range. We're getting closer, and just depending on how staffing works out, we know the need for special ed teachers is huge, and that's going to be where the majority of our staffing additions are going to go for next year. So it's just a matter of what we can tolerate at the campuses in terms of giving them what they need and not cutting things based on where all students land, and then we'll work through what we think we can afford in special education. We're working through some Medicaid funding things right now. We think our position is going to improve a little bit next year on Medicaid, so we might be able to hang on for one more year with our teachers that are in that fund. So that will help us on the general fund side, where we could potentially allocate some more allocations to special ed if we needed to. But those are all things that are kind of in the works right now, but it's definitely improving from where we were a year ago.
Ms. Garza, is that 3 to 5 million, estimated 3 to 5 million, is that including the money that's coming back to us from MCAD, from Montgomery County?
Yes, that is already taking that into account.
And we're at 3 to 5?
Yes, because we were looking at initially having to cut 15 to 16 out of the budget, so we're now down to 3 to 5. So that's already been taken into account, and when we're working on the recoupment of the 10 million from 23-24 that is still owed to us as well. So that's all in the works too.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Everyone's good to move on? All right.
Thank you, Dr. Medford.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, thank you to all of you for your voice tonight.
Take these children home, put them in bed.
Yes,
They got to come to
please.
school
They've
tomorrow.
got school tomorrow, and it is now 10 o'clock, so please. Okay, and yes, so while we transition from, we will take a recess to set up for our public hearing. The time is 10:02.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to transition to a public hearing. So this is a public hearing on our 2023-2024 annual report, and Dr. Medford is going to share that with us tonight. And I know she'll say this, I'm going to say it again just because it's 10:14 and we're on item 7 of a 16-item agenda, is she's not actually going to try to share with you the entire report tonight. The main purpose of this evening's presentation is to let you know that the report exists, where to find the report, and some examples of some of the information you would find if you seek it out. So, Dr. Medford.
Does that mean I'm finished now, Dr.?
No. You present it. I'm giving you permission to move through.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm catching. Good evening, everyone. It's so nice to face this way and see all of your smiling faces that I missed during my last presentation. So as Dr. Knoll mentioned, I'm here to present the 2023-2024 annual report. We can think of it as officially closing out last school year. Yes, it's February. That's just how this kind of works. Uh-oh. Oh, no. All right, so this is a required document. It makes this, what Dr. Knoll said was, I'm giving you a sneak peek that maybe you just get really excited about something that I share and you want to go find more information, and that is what my job is this evening. All of this information is found on that page. This is what it looks like. So again, I'm showing you a nice little sneak peek into it, but when you go, these are the different sections and this is what it would look like. So just to kind of give you a visual of what you're searching for. This report is extensive, it's intense, it requires a lot of work and a lot of effort, and it requires all of these amazing people, most of them who are in the room. So thank you. There's absolutely no way I can stand up here without all of you. So many thanks. So what is the annual report? It's required by Education Code. We have to report within 90 days after we receive the taper. They released it, the state did in December, and I already kind of mentioned it's the final recap, and it traditionally has 8 sections of information. So this is new this year. We try to kind of give you the same presentation every year so people can kind of get into the routine of what you're looking at, but one of the questions that always comes up is all of the different data sets and the lagging data that's included in the annual report. So we, thanks to Lauren Helfer, who you got to meet a couple weeks ago, and her amazing skills, we have color codes this year and a key so that you know which year is 23-24, which is green, which is 22-23 in yellow, and which is 21-22 in red. At 10:15 p.m. we are testing your ability to stay with us, but we have the key on the slide, so hopefully that helps. So why is it lagging? Some of these data sets we have to let the previous year close out and then clean up those reports and before the state can finalize them. And then the one that's the longest lagging, I guess, for lack of a better word, is the one where we wait on the universities to send us the information. So it takes even another year to let us know how those students did their first year in college. So section 1 is the taper. This is what we've talked about probably the most of anything within this report, which is how our students did on assessments. It's not just about assessments though. It has lots of student group information, ethnicity and socioeconomic status. It also gives us extensive data on our staffing, our programs, as well as student demographics. It does have a cover page. As you know, accountability wasn't released, but we recently released our unofficial rating of a B for this past school year. One of the things we talk about the most is our enrollment trend. You can see we're still trending up. It slowed slightly. As of February 10th, we were at 72,980 students. Star performance at approaches. So these are students that the state deems to be passing, but they will need some targeted intervention next year in order to be successful. You can see how we compare as you go through the slides. We will have the same comparison school district year after year. We use the same districts, and through all of the slides, you'll see that. Our star performance at meets, so these are the students the state deems would be, they might need some short-term intervention, but they're ready to go for the next school year. And then our master's students, these guys need little to no intervention that next year in order to be successful. So they're performing at a really high level. Have you noticed our color-coded key at the top yet? Look, okay. So they're the green, so this is this past school year. Oh, here's our first yellow key. We changed to dropout rate. So this is one of those lagging data. It's also one of our proudest slides. You can see how low that dropout rate is. Our teams and our campuses work really hard. It starts when they're little bitty and building the relationships, as you saw those amazing kids tonight, to where they want to stay in school and be with us through graduation. This was one of the slides we were able to brag about a little bit in our workshop a couple weeks ago. It's that our CCMR data. You can see that we are doing amazing compared to our peers. Lots of hard work has gone into this, lots of systems in order to make sure that our students are ready. This breaks it out into just the college portion, the college ready. And then this one is career or military. Again, same comparison school districts. This just gives a little snapshot into our student membership. It's always kind of fascinating of what makes up our amazing community. Attendance rate trends, you can see we've dropped off. The COVID year is the one that's that anomaly. It kind of dropped back off. You see the last couple years popped back up last year. Is one of the things our Student Support Services Committee, I think we have some principals here who serve on that committee, led by Dr. Taylor. You'll see a district campaign coming soon. We're going to really push and kind of push out some information to our families about the importance of attendance and just some things to try to clean up or clear up. Here's our attendance rate compared to our peers. So although we've seen that drop off, we're still trending above our comparison districts. Section 2 is our actual financial reports. This is 22-23 revenues, expenditures, all of those things that we love to hear from Ms. Garza about over the year. And then it also includes it by campus. So one of the things that we talk about a lot is that operating expenditures per student. One of the examples President Odenwiller just did for our current dual language at the enrollment that we were at, what that meant. So this is kind of an example to compare that number to what our total per student is. This one's always interesting. A lot of numbers on a really tiny, so if you're like me, you can't see them from here, but I do know what most of them are. So you can see transportation is one of the biggest numbers. It's like 4.7, one of the biggest in comparison with our district. As you know, we're a really large district. As Dr. Knoll mentioned, if you drive from Deerchin to Creighton, make sure your gas tank is filled up. It takes a minute to get over there. And then one of the other ones we always highlight is our general administration, which is lower than all of our peer districts as well. Section 3 is district accreditation status. Drum roll, please. We are accredited. That is Section 3. Some of those are missing, just to be fair, because of the lawsuit, but we have what we have, and we know we're accredited. Section 4 gets into those campus performance objectives. We've had lots of discussion about our district improvement plan and our campus improvement plans. And basically what I'm reporting here is that all of them are available for you to see for each of our campuses. Section 5 is a report on violent or criminal incidents. We've seen this number really decrease over the last few years, part of that being some of the changes in coding for our students with vaping. And we had 11 reportable criminal incidents at 6 campuses. That data is actually masked because the number is so small at each of the campus. Section 6 is student performance in post-secondary institutions. This is the one that I talked about that lags that extra year. This is where some of the colleges report back on how our students do. I'll be honest, we don't get the best data from this because not everybody replies back to us, but it is a data set for us to look at to know how our kids are performing. Section 7, we've had lots of conversation about our HB3 goals. It is almost time for us to, our June workshop is tentatively what we've scheduled to review those. We set those goals back in 2021, which is a requirement of Texas Education Code to have that early childhood literacy and math. So the plans to make sure that our kids are doing well when they get to 3rd grade, because we know it doesn't just happen in that first year that they're tested. We know a lot of the hard work that goes into that before then, and then as well as CCMR. And then the board gets lots and lots of pages of data on these goals, but this is just an overview of a snapshot of the big one. So working hard on all those early literacy skills, how do we do in 3rd grade? So you can see it's time for us to redo them because we have performed steadily very well. We talk a lot about in our district 3 to 5 years to really see. So you can tell that it's from cohort to cohort, we're kind of in that place where it's time to jump up and push ourselves a little bit. It's also want to note here, we had a TEACS change within this. We had a testing change, so we added writing into all of the grade levels and not into 3rd grade instead of it only being in 4th grade. We also had a platform change, which was a big deal for 9-year-olds to take a test on a Chromebook. So kudos to all the hardworking kids and teachers, but now it's time. It's that next step for us here. And the same thing for math. You see we took a little dip last year. We're kind of hanging in that same place. So time for us to look at those next goals for this piece as well. And then our CCMR, this is where we saw that huge jump that we talked about a couple weeks ago. A lot of that credit to although they're giant high schools, they have Dr. Povich has led his team, and Tally and Laura Willard, and to make sure that we really know what each kid needs. This is one of the things you become really proud of, right? Is what is our individual kids' needs. It's what our teachers work so hard. And then I always like to end with what I believe to be probably the most important part of this report, if you really want to dig into it online and in your own time, is what do all of those things mean? All of those words and acronyms and verbiage that we use in education. So there is the glossary. It's also available in English and Spanish. And just another reminder that this, we'll upload this presentation on the website so you have something to refer to, and then that will take you a direct link to the accountability webpage. So that is what I have to share as we wrap up last year's data. Thank you,
Dr. Medford. At this time, we'll open it up for public comment. If anybody would like to make a comment on the...
Dr. Merle wants to make a comment?
Dr. Merle?
Okay. Sorry.
I was going to jump over this desk, Dr. Merle. Tackle you. Okay, that will conclude our public hearing. Thank you.
I know he was. I just had to give him a hard time. You know, it's late. We're trying to...
The time is 10:25 and the board is back in session. All right, we're on item 8, administration. Consider and approve the targeted improvement plan for Grangerland Intermediate. It's Dr. Medford.
Oh.
It is late.
Sarah, she's got me. All right, am I good? All right, President Odenwiller, members of the board, it's good to see you again. I've turned back around so that I can have the privilege to share with you our targeted improvement plan for Grangerland Intermediate, who has stuck with us. Okay, guys, as well as our region rep. Thank y'all for being here. Y'all are troopers. We know how much you love your campus and how important this improvement is to you guys, so we appreciate it a lot. So just a reminder, we're here because of that ESSA requirement for the federal government, using that domain 3 that we talked about so much last time, and the fact that they fell in that bottom 5% of middle schools that receive Title I funding. Here's that timeline we shared with you. We jumped down one date, so we are here today asking for your approval of the plan so that we can submit that to TEA and officially get started, although it's been started, as you guys know, but it's part of the process. One of the requests I had last time was some more measurable goals from their campus improvement plan, because the just don't be in the 5% felt like we weren't sharing quite what exactly the work was happening. Fair enough, I agree. So here is Grangerland's campus improvement plan. Has 19 performance objectives and 58 strategies, which probably means they should go home and go to sleep soon, right? So they can get back to work tomorrow. But here are some that we pulled out that we feel like are those really high leverage TEKs. The first one is a reading TEK, where we look at the higher level questioning and we compare and contrast across genres. We know that's difficult for kids. How do we compare them? You can see we talk about stretch goals. I think that's a pretty good jump that they're looking to do, and I know they're working really hard on that. The next one is a writing goal, that extended constructed response. We really want to look at the number of zeros. So that's most of the time where they just didn't write on the topic or address what the question was asking, which is difficult to do at those higher level texts. So they're working hard on that. I heard they had a great conversation the other day in one of their planning meetings. And then the last one is that revising and editing, looking at adding words, deleting words, combining sentences to make sure that writing is where they want it to be. And you can see the goal for that as well. As we move into math, this is 5th grade, really fractions, decimals, and percents, one of the toughest things that kids learn. So it kind of breaks out what they're working on and increasing another big jump for them. And the same thing in 6th grade, and it takes it off to that next piece where we're looking at ordering rational numbers, ratios, and percents. And again, a nice jump there that they're really working on pushing themselves to achieve this year. And then in science, we had TEKs change in science. So the science assessments for this year only assess the overlapping TEKs. So this is one of the ones that has it's tested the most. It's actually force, motion, and energy. And that 3D phenomena-based learning, I won't give you a pop quiz this late, but it just It's those real world events to help kids understand what they're learning. So the official improvement plan that we will turn into the state, as we talked last time, was that observation feedback cycle, really helping that administration come up with a system so they can get in frequent walkthroughs, identify that growth, have that face-to-face feedback, and make sure that that feedback translates into practice. We know that they need help with curriculum and instruction and support with that, so we have our curriculum and instruction team supporting the teachers in their planning sessions with that district curriculum. We will make sure that we add in the box that we will use our new curriculum next year and get that started. And then the strategic use of data. What does it tell us the kids need? And then how are we going to make a plan to address that? And then we talked about that within our student-specific interventions. And then our district really helping support and monitor that plan. And then at this time, I request your approval.
So moved.
So sorry. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion to approve the targeted improvement plan for Grangeland Intermediate?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I just want to say thank you for the extra details. You know I love this, so thank you.
I've
heard.
Okay. Anyone else?
Looking forward to some great outcomes here. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely. Team's working hard.
Thank you, guys.
I want to thank those guys again for staying. Thank y'all.
Okay, all those in favor of the approval of this improvement plan for Grangeland, please show by the uplifting of hands. And the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Here's another fun item.
Good night, y'all.
Yes, please go. I mean, not that we mean to kick you out, but get some rest. Item 8B, receive information regarding the campus mascot and school colors for Mittie J. Campbell Elementary School and W. Robert Eisler Elementary School.
Cutest item of the night.
I know, that's what I said. This is the funnest.
Has cute logos.
I do feel guilty for my...
And we don't hear from you all the time, so this is a pleasure as well.
Yeah, she gets all the fun ones. Like, these are great.
Pleasure to be up here. President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Last month, the board had the daunting task of approving zoning for Campbell and Eisler Elementary Schools, but tonight we're going to give you something fun to do. We're going to bring you information that starts to bring to life the personality of each of these campuses with the school colors and potential mascot selections. So when we look at school colors, we always try to pay tribute to the high schools in the feeder zone. So here's a rendering of Mittie J. Campbell. And at this school, we'll have students that will be attending both Oak Ridge High School and the Caney Creek High School. So it's fitting that the colors for this campus would be red and blue to honor both of the high school campuses. And in this rendering, you can see that we've incorporated both of those colors, and it can be seen throughout the building in the common spaces and will be seen in the classrooms, and it gives a little patriotic touch as well. So the next tradition to establish for Campbell is the naming of the school mascot. Our future Campbell Elementary students and families were invited to be a part of the mascot nomination process the week after zoning was approved at the January board meeting. Students and families were given a chance to submit a mascot for consideration, and they definitely came through. There were 91 nominations submitted in the process. Wow. The top two mascot names were the Cardinals and the Cougars. And because we have such a great communications team, they came up with some very cute logos. I know, that's the cute part. So, we'll let students and families vote on these two finalists. And then next month, we will bring back to the board their information. And then we will bring that to you for a vote so that the Board of Trustees can vote on the mascot for Campbell. And then we have Robert Eisler Elementary School. And again, we pay tribute to the high school feeder for our new campuses. And this was important because the Woodlands feeder zone has not had a new campus since Darrichin opened in 2005, which is a really long time, considering we open elementary schools like every year. So we wanted to make sure that Eisler Elementary had that Woodlands color in it. So with the green and the gold of Woodlands, you will be able to see those colors. These campuses look exactly alike, but these are the things that make a campus come to life with a personality. So the campuses being Woodlands, that iconic Woodlands green and gold. And again, you'll be able to see that in the classrooms and in the common areas. And again, the ISLR students and families had the opportunity to nominate mascots, and there were 140 nominations for the mascots. And the top two submissions were the Eagles and the Tigers.
I'm just curious, how do you possibly narrow that down?
So we just took the top, we
Just
said,
random,
tell us which ones you like and why you like them.
Yeah.
And then we just tally them up and take the top two ones that are duplicated. It's not a huge scientific formula. We just take the take the top two. And for ISLR, the Eagles had quite a few nominations, and the Tigers were not far behind. We give them a little bit of information about the namesakes, and then a lot of the students go and do their own research about the namesakes, which is kind of cute too. And then some of them just say because it's cool. So we had the dragons because they're cool. So we had the kittens because they like kittens. So, sometimes you just have those nominations. And so just like with Campbell, our communications team came up with 2 logos, and we'll let the kids and the families see these logos so they can picture what their potential mascot would look like. And so we'll send this out for a vote, and then that will be a straight tally. And so whatever the kids vote on is what we will present to you as a possible nomination for the mascot for y'all to vote on for next month. But we do want to thank all of the families. They always come through for us, but we did have quite a few nominations, and we're always very appreciative of that. So, are there any questions about the mascot process?
Very fun.
It's always so fun.
Thank you, Dr. Winkler.
Thank you.
On to item 8C, receive update regarding the 2024-2025 District Improvement Plan.
You have any cute logos in this presentation, Dr. Medford?
Hello,
Well, communication's got to get you because you do this one every month. We should get you a cute. You need a logo for this.
I want a cute logo.
We need a logo. We're on it. We're on a mission.
I don't have jokes like Mr. McCord, and I don't have logos like Dr. Winkler, but here I am, month after month, trying.
I appreciate you, Dr. Medford.
Well, all right. I am here this evening to share with you this month's board monitoring of our district improvement plan. The first one is in Goal 5, Effective Instruction, Performance Objective 4, which is our instructional technology team, who is stuck with us too, you guys. Look at them. Yay, they're so great too. All right, so this looks at focusing on professional learning, increasing engagement in our learning management systems for the different components. The Google Drive kind of makes me giggle. 5,457 Google presentations. I don't know how many are mine, but they are made daily by district users. It did make me giggle today, sorry, when I was reviewing this. But they work really hard to help. I know that it was huge. My own children have Canvas at the college they attend, and so it was such a nice transition for them, having worked in that at school at Conroe High last year. And then they also, at the 60% of their 479 campus engagements were focused on that classroom modeling, coaching, and planning, which I think is huge because they also help us deploy devices. So knowing that, and they still keep their focus over half their time on that classroom and students is huge. So you can see that they, the student device team processed over 3,200 Chromebooks and 1,900 iPads. We talked about being more efficient with that in a previous board item. And then the help desk has worked really hard to even, we've started this past year, I think it's just been this year, where they kind of help us track what trends they're seeing so that we can help either communicate that to the schools or to our families. So that's been a nice kind of new thing for that department. The next one is Goal 1.
Sorry, can I?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Before we move on, with Strategy 1, is the idea of trying to kind of increase student engagement, of increase screen time? Is that really what it's saying, or can you break it down for me?
No, so what we want it to be is that intentional use of the program, to be more efficient for teachers and students, whether that's for a high school teacher that teaches so many students, how can they turn it in? How can they grade it more efficiently? How can they utilize it? How can they go back and study when they need it? How do we compile all of that within it? It's not necessarily about the amount of time on it, it's about the engagement in it as for a learning tool.
Okay. I don't know if going in the future, if we can look to or have a strategy of how do we balance technology with in-person. I know we hear about that a lot from people, so I don't know where that fits with our goals that we're laying out, but just something to be mindful of the technology piece.
Since our team's here and they heard you, but what we'll do is we'll make sure when we're looking at all those root cause analysis that happened this summer, that can be one thing that we ask them to definitely look into. I think one of the pieces is, just like everything else we do around here, is looking at those efficiencies and how many different things are teachers using and kids having to learn, and how can we tie them in together to where we're using them most efficiently, but it's not increasing the time. It's what they're doing and how they're doing it. Because we know that's important for future jobs, right? Thank you for that. Takes a modeling. I mean, they have to help, right? Sometimes it's hard. Everybody has a different level of technology, right? And then as we move into goal 1, student achievement post-secondary success, these are our HB3 goals. So it kind of ties into strategies. 1 is pre-K, so it's not in early childhood. That comes to you at a different time. But these are the kindergarten, 1st grade, and 2nd grade. And remember, we work really hard on the younger grades so that we see that achievement in 3rd grade. That goal is set to be updated, right? So that's why we see the same number. And then we look at how those younger grades are doing so that we can continue to grow them. You can see what the expected growth is and where we were at BOI. Yes, ma'am.
HB3, can you remind me when those new goals are going to come out again?
So we will work with you at the June workshop.
June workshop.
Yes, because we need this year's data.
And do you work on that prior to and then bring it to the workshop with these are our recommendations, or what?
We usually try to start with a recommendation to start a talking point, right? To have a kind of a starting point, and then we go from there. But it will be the next 5-year goal that we make.
And when does the final adoption have to happen on that?
Our goal would be that next meeting.
Board meeting.
Okay. But we want to roll it into our plans, right? So that's the idea. So we wait for data to come in. We bring it to you early June. If we could adopt it in June, that means it's in our campus improvement plans.
And I know that's a big one for us. And so I would like a little extra time on it. So if you could provide any information earlier is better for me personally.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
I'm good homework assigner. I can. All right, and then you can see that we haven't had summer school. And then these are the big kids, 3rd grade through 6th grade TEKS. Really, we talked about how hard we work to really hone in on what is that one thing district-wide that we can work on that will really see that increase in achievement. Multi-step word problems, probably forever, but looking at which operation to choose, when to choose the right one, and sometimes we have to choose more than one. Those are all really hard, high-level things for our kids to do. So we see that in strategy 1, it's 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. And then we have summer school goal. Then that rolls into our other HB3 goal, which is Performance Objective 16, CTE. So this is looking at industry-based certifications. Class of 2025, it's still early, but at this time they're at 16%. And you can see the hard work that has gone into making sure all of those courses are aligned, and that curriculum mapping began last summer with over 40 courses already complete. Isn't that crazy to think about, like how many courses that is? Unbelievable. This one is the program of study completers. So one of the questions we get is, why is this number so low? Well, part of that is this is just one tiny component, right? To be a completer, we have all of the other components of CCMR, so slowly growing that number. This will always be a small number because so many of our kids meet that college ready and career ready in a different way.
And those are HB3 as well, right?
The top one, that CCMR 63 to 76 is HB3. Okay. So that we went over all 3 of the HB3, the strategies within those, in this report. I know you've seen those, but thanks for letting me talk through. Any questions for me?
All right. Thank you. Can't wait to have my new logo next month.
Okay, moving on to planning and construction on our agenda, 9A. Consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Oak Ridge High School 9th grade campus renovation.
All right, Mr. Foster.
Good evening, President Odenwiller, members of the board, and Dr. Null. It's a pleasure to bring forward for your consideration and approval guaranteed maximum price amendment, beginning with my Oak Ridge High School 9th grade campus renovations project. And all the approvals I'm going to ask for tonight collectively have all met the budget targets as a whole. So we've done really well against our overall budget, so against the bonds, which you'll get a report from Ms. Garza a little bit later in the meeting. But back in March of 2024, you, our Board of Trustees, selected Satterfield and Ponticus to be our construction manager at risk for this project. We teamed them up with VLK, our design team, and together with the departments in the district, our design team and our contractor, we worked together, built a set of plans, advertised them publicly, received bids, and have negotiated a guaranteed maximum price for this project of $19,472,430. We did have an overall budget. The bond advertised budget for this project is $23,491,000 plus some safety and security funds to bring the total allowable for this project all in at $24,291,000. So like I said, we did perform well construction-wise against that budget, leaving the requisite money in the rest of that budget to do all the other things we have to do to bring this project to completion. So this time we're requesting your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Did you get that? Okay. Is there any discussion?
I see on the attachment here, the grand total's, a little over 19 million, but it says the budget is 19 million and we're over 472,000, some change.
Right, because we never actually tell our contractors when we select them exactly how much money we've got for construction, because we have make them work towards a target, try to squeeze that turnip as best we can to get as much value for our district as we can and our taxpayers. So when we got through all the scope of the plans, we actually worked with the contractor, added some scope to it to make sure we got everything the campus needed, and we were able to do that for less than our actual construction budget. But it was...
Which was 23 million, you said, or 24 million?
That was the all-in budget for design, construction, and soft costs, but our construction budget was more than the 19 we told the contractor.
Okay, Mr. Foster, I do have a few questions for you. How many planning and construction items were on the agenda for today?
Six.
Okay, and then what was the total dollar amount of those projects?
I didn't add them all up as a total.
Okay, that's all right, because I didn't ask you that ahead of time, so I will tell you it's 230 million. Who is responsible ultimately for answering to how that money is spent? Who's responsible to the taxpayers for how that money is ultimately spent?
I mean, the recommendations come from Dr. Null and myself, but ultimately I believe you, the board, would be bearing the brunt of the responsibility.
I am so sorry. I did not mean for that to be a trick question. I apologize, and it is late. When did the district receive these bids and proposals back? I know it was, you're saying 6. I counted 5, so I'm
6 would include my capital improvement.
Yes.
We received, the bids for Satterfield and Ponticus on Oak Ridge 9th grade were at the end of the month of January. We got our letter from them for the beginning of this month. But we bid the project. The exact date of the bid date was advertised publicly, but it was in January.
Okay, thank you. And when did the board receive these numbers? For each of these projects that totaled 230 million?
When we published the board book.
Which was Friday.
Last Tuesday.
Oh.
We sent We
these
sent-
documents were sent
I
on
think so.
Tuesday?
I don't know what, how many of them were in
sent
there.
the agenda on Tuesday. I didn't have
Yeah,
all
the
the
agenda,
yeah.
but the documents weren't in
I
it.
got, we were physically making changes to these projects right up until Wednesday when we turned them into for
So,
publishing.
the thing that I'm trying to just point out as I'm going through these steps is that, given this short time frame, is it reasonable for the board to be expected to thoroughly evaluate these numbers, seek expert feedback, and perform due diligence on a $230 million dollars worth of project in a truncated period as short time as this?
Well, I would argue that that's actually my job. So that's what I'm hired to do as a construction professional, construction expert for the district. So, I mean, when we're recommending it, we stand behind it 100%.
Thank you. Dr. Knoll, I would like to ask that if we could get, I know we talked about this a little bit before, if we could get things like this, where we're going through and having to look at, I mean, this is the end of that bond money. So the odds are we're not going to have something this big in before another bond or anything. But having that information ahead of time, I'm asking even more in advance. Granted, you were making changes, but this was a lot of documentation to go through and try to read and digest and look to be able to even in advance ask you some questions. And then the district was closed yesterday, so it just would be nice if we could get that sooner.
Well,
So thank you.
I'll defend Dr. Null and even the other administrators here because we got that request from you guys about 2 board meetings ago. But if you'll recall, in all of your orientations, I gave you that big long calendar, very long. Many of these processes were already in place and balls were rolling, missiles had left the silos, whatever McCordism I can add to it, but the processes have already started. So our deadlines were very tight. Like I said, we were working on these right up to the last minute. So it is our goal to align with your delivery needs, but it takes some time to get those allocated properly in our systems.
Thank you. And that was really more for the taxpayer hearing that we're trying than anyone else. Because ultimately we are responsible and we answer to them. And one of the things they were complaining about when we were on the campaign trail was evaluating these and on the bond. So thank you very much. Is there any other discussion on these? All right, could we please take a vote? All those in favor of approving this project of renovation, please show by the uplift of hands. 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 0, the motion carries. Okay. Mr. Foster, 9B, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Caney Creek High School 9th grade campus project.
All right, for this approval, it is the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Caney Creek High School 9th grade campus project as from the 2023 bond. Back in January of 2024, our Board of Trustees selected Duratech to be our construction manager at risk. We partnered them up with PBK, and together with the district, PBK, and Duratech, we developed a set of plans for this campus, advertised them publicly, received those bids, and negotiated the guaranteed maximum price of $112,615,103. So the overall bond advertised budget for this project was $138,100,000. The construction cost does conform so that we have plenty of funds allocated in proper sections to outfit that building for full use within the budget allotted for the bond when we turn it over in August of 2027. So at this time, we're requesting your approval.
Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, then all those in favor of approving this project, please show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 0, the motion carries. Okay. Item 9C, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the new intermediate school project Flex School 26 to benefit the Conroe feeder and project, excuse me. Mr. Foster?
For this approval, it is the guaranteed maximum price amendment for Flex School number 26, which is an intermediate school to serve the Conroe feeder. Back in April of 2024, our Board of Trustees selected Duratech to be our construction manager at risk for this project. We paired them with Arcadis, who helped us develop this prototypical floor plan for us. Together they worked on the site that actually shares the site with the junior high that was approved last month. So this particular project has in it the public roadway, the public utilities, all the other things that make that whole site work. So our together we've advertised, we went through all the bids, we've negotiated, we've squeezed that turnip, and we've bringing forward for your approval a price of $50,824,590. So the overall budget for the project was $63,730,000. So we find that it does conform with our construction target and the other targets to outfit this campus so that we can teach kids when it is scheduled to open in August of 2026. So this time we're requesting your approval.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. 7-0, the motion carries. Okay, 9D, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the new elementary school project, Flex 27, to benefit the Grand Oaks feeder zone.
At this time, we're requesting your approval for this guaranteed maximum price amendment for an elementary school in the Grand Oaks High School feeder zone. We call it Flex School number 27. So this was, again, part of the 2023 bond package. Back in April, our Board of Trustees selected Marshall Construction to be our construction manager at risk for this project. Since then, we partnered up with Accreditation, which is our elementary school architect for these prototypical buildings. We've advertised with them. We've received public bids. We've got the price here of this building of $46,186,755. It's on the same overall project budget as Flex 27 was. However, it's in a neighborhood with utilities right at the back of the curb. It did not have a public street, so our one-size-fits-all budget for the bond advertising, we performed very well against that for this particular project. So there's savings coming back to the district versus what we had allocated for construction on this one. So our presentation of the guaranteed maximum price for this project is to keep it in line with the opening that was advertised in the bond election. So the bond election scheduled this building to open in August of 2026. In order to construct it, build it, and outfit it to open in August of 2026, we need the approval this month so we can go to work next month. So we did, on this one, offer an alternative for you, the board, to weigh in on, because it is a candidate that could be a CSP project if we put it off. To keep it on schedule, we need to approve it tonight as a CM at risk, like it was presented in the bond package. But if the board chooses to, we're here to do what the board wants us to do.
If I could jump in, so really, the board has two options tonight: approve the guaranteed maximum price or not. That's really your two options tonight. If we don't approve the GMP tonight, then we will delay the opening of the school until 2028. So that would be the decision that's made. You won't make a decision at this point about CSP or CM at risk for the 2028 opening. That would come back to you in the future. So we could come back with a workshop, learn more about the two delivery methods, and then we'd have to bring an item in the future to select it to be CSP or CM at risk. We'd also have to bring a future item to you to cancel the contract that we currently have with Marshall to do that. So, but those are all steps that would happen in the future. The initial step tonight is accept the GMP or not. That's really the answer. Just understanding it's 2026 or it's 2028. And the reason, you may say, well, why can't it be 2027? The reason it can't be 2027 is we're already opening 5 schools in 2027. We do not have the bandwidth to add another school in 2027. So that's why we would have to push to 2028.
And how does that affect us on growth?
I think we would be crowded. We've slowed down a little bit. So when we advertised the bond, we said this school would open in 2026, but we also said that if growth slowed down, we could slow down a school. So, we have slowed down a little bit in growth, so we could justify that. I think it will get crowded by 2028. Mr. McCord might back me up here, but I don't think it will get such crowded by 2028. It'll get normal crowded by 2028, but not over the top. The one thing that I would just mention too that hasn't been mentioned is I've never seen anything get cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so today we have a GMP that's below our budget. The risk in waiting with potential tariffs or just general inflation is we don't have money budgeted to cover that. And when we build a bond package, when we slot a school into a year, we build in inflation to that year. So this school is built with inflation to 2026, but it's not built for beyond. So there is no money beyond. So those are all things we got to weigh out as you consider what you may wish to do.
So at this point, we actually need to have a motion and then we can go into discussion. So do I have a motion to accept and consider to approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment?
I move that the board table the vote on item 9D for the board to take subsequent action to select an alternative method.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And to that, I have a question.
Sure.
One question. Where are we at on Hines, Dr. Knoll? What
It's
percentage
completed.
capacity? No. Capacity of the students attending. Does anyone know that answer?
I bet he does.
Good evening. So we are in the upper 800s with a capacity of 950. This school, the zone that would be impacted by Flex 27 would be decided by you for the attendance boundary. But presumably, if you look at it, it's Clark, Cox, Bradley, and Hines to be most directly impacted. It appears as if we have space, geographical space on the playgrounds to make it work.
And we have space at Broadway, right? Currently.
Well, yeah, we have space at Broadway. Now, Broadway was part of rezoning that occurred just when Hines occurred.
Right.
But it appears as if we could pull it off.
Okay.
Yes, the data suggests that we could pull it off.
Thank you, Mr. McCord.
But to be clear, it's pull it off with portables. I don't want anybody getting the wrong. I mean the wrong impression.
So it would pull it off, but of course, every day that goes by, it's the potentiality that we're going to encroach further on the playgrounds.
Sure.
So
And are we adding portables? If we were gonna be increasing capacity, would we add portables?
We really haven't made a decision on portable movement for next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of waiting on Dr. Medford and allocations. We will have to move some portables around for some construction that's going to happen, an example at Creighton. But we don't move portables just for the sake of moving portables, because it's expensive.
If we were to wait on building, though, would we have to add more portables to those schools?
In all likelihood, yes.
And how much would that cost us? Just ballpark.
Moving a portable usually is around 10 grand, plus if you have to build the electrical infrastructure and the trees to support it, that's where the real money comes from. For the most part, we'd be moving portables. We have portables, and they're largely, they have the technology and they have the furniture in them. It's the moving and it's the electrical infrastructure that you have to add that runs the bill up. For example, I'll just put it, we're not talking about the Conroe High School and Ninth Grade campus. But if we were to add portables to the Conroe High School and Ninth Grade campus, we're looking probably around $600,000 or $700,000 to add electricity. Of course, that's where Timber Mill High School comes into play. But it's the electricity infrastructure that really runs the process.
Mr. McCord, at Hines, do we have the geographic space to add a wing if we were to need more space there?
Possibly. We have room, we estimated today, probably around 10 portable classrooms we could add fairly easily. On the other side of Hines, which I guess would that be the south side easy? There's a little bit of a slope, a 7-foot slope between the building and the edge of our property. So we're not flush with space, but it would not be impossible. But ideally, the building would be what we need, because what's coming in Woodson's Reserve, and when Townsend gets open, oh, it's on.
Sure, but that's 6 years or 5, depending.
Well, it's coming, so.
Yeah, it's coming. All right,
Thank
you.
Which school over there are you most worried about?
Well, that's a good question. In the really short term, I'm most worried about Bradley. In the medium term, I'm worried about Hines, because when you see what's coming on the eastern front up in Woodson's Reserve, a lot of great things are coming and a lot of great kids are coming. But ultimately, Hines will need relief. But we knew this from inception, which is why in the bond, we planned for the building of Flex 27. So.
But a wing is not out of the question.
We haven't put pen to paper on a wing. We could fit 10 portable classrooms. I'm fairly certain, depending upon what the wing looked like, it could be done.
Well, we don't have funding to do a wing.
That's the problem. It
Yeah,
always ends
there's
with
no
how we're
money
gonna pay
available for that.
Just all options on the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Trustee Duncan, can I just ask, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, sorry if this is
Sure.
interrupted. It's okay. Can I just get your insight into where you're going with this? I'm not sure I'm following you.
So if we postpone, so right now, we're not, what they're stating is that we're not in desperate need of another campus over in that feeder zone. Or that's like the most southeastern part of the county where Woodson's Reserve is. They're building out, as he mentioned, Townsend Boulevard's coming through there that's gonna connect it might connect vendors, but there's a lot of development over there, but it's still in the process of being built. So we have some flexibility as far as pushing for a full elementary in that particular zone. So with Hines being, you said 850 or 800, capacity is 950. So we have room to grow there. We now have room to grow at Broadway, which is in the Spring Trails. Same vicinity.
And what would we be pushing for? Were you looking for more information? Is that why we'd be waiting?
Looking to see if we have alternative, like since it's not dire right now that we have this be approved and be built, see if we could maybe push it off a couple of years, because we have room to grow over there. And as Dr. Knoll mentioned, our growth is not what we anticipated, or it has slowed slightly. So there's no rush.
Are you wanting to have a different delivery method?
Yes.
Is that
It's
what,
the bidding as
okay,
well.
that's, can you explain that? Because I'm not.
So that goes back to one of the things that I keep discussing with Mr. Foster, and I've also had the conversation with Dr. Knoll. Our district has a tendency, or a practice of bidding them as construction manager at risk.
That is the board policy.
Construction manager at risk, that's the procedure on it. Right. And in doing so, we always do our bidding and then have a guaranteed maximum price that we set. In this particular case, this is what number, how many times have we built this school?
This particular floor plan, we've got 2 that are under construction that have not yet opened.
Okay. Generally speaking, one of the things you have told me is that it works to our advantage because it gives us a year leeway in it saves us a year versus doing a competitive sealed proposal bidding. My experience that I've been, just for me, that I have been finding is that competitive sealed proposals are, when I ask for expert advice back that do those types of biddings, they're coming back much lower. Mr. Foster has explained to me that the reason we don't go that route in the past, besides the way the board has our policies set up, is that we're not prepared to start our building right away when we start a project. So this process that we have in place lets us start doing things before we ever have the full bid out there with all the details. And so in this case, we've already been doing this building twice before. We're in the process of it now, twice before. We should have a lot of our unknowns, kinks, factors, variables worked out at this point. So there's no advantage to us going this route versus going ahead and going with the competitive sealed process possibility and potentially saving us a lot of money.
But you can't go back and forth on it, right? You have to
can't.
choose.
I mean, so our bond program was built with a funding and allocate and delivery model on the CMRS delivery method. So that's why if we're going to open this one in 26, we need to stay with the plan, the overall plan, which is following our local board policy. If we were to make a change, it's not that it's impossible, but it is much different. So it's going to take different staff on my side. It's a much deeper conversation than what we're having here at this board table right now. But it is something that we're willing to engage in. But it does change a great deal, not just for my department, but it will change things for other departments in the audience behind me as well.
I have one last thing, and then I'll open it up to the others. In December, when I was on a conference call with you and in Dr. Knoll's office, I was told that this project would be bid CSP. Not that it could be, but it will be. And so now
I
it's being
don't-
clarified to me that
Yeah.
it's this route. So that's the reason why I'm asking the
Right,
questions.
and I don't recall saying it would be for sure. Everything's always a possibility, but it's a board level decision. So if you decide to make the change, we will fall in line and do that. But I think that it is worthy of discussion.
I would just like to clarify, that's the purpose of pushing this forward or out, is because we have time. You asked why we could push it out. We have time in that area of growth. We have a little flexibility with Broadway and Hines and some movement. Maybe we could, this is a chance to change the approach.
And what I shared with Dr. Knoll was that I need more information, like that I would need a board workshop on it to understand it more. So, but I wouldn't want to delay this so much that we're losing out either, so.
Someone, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So if we did a competitive sealed proposal, it would push it out 2 years. Is that what everybody's saying?
Correct.
Okay, so would inflation and the cost of accommodating student growth over those 2 years negate any competitive sealed proposal savings, or do you think the savings would be so big that it would be worth doing?
So I don't believe there would be savings at all. So one of the things that's interesting talking about with competitive seal proposals is there's initial first cost that seems to be lowered, but there's not a lot of studies on what the final cost of the projects are at the end. So with CM at risk, we're effectively giving you the final cost up front, and then performing well against that budget as a partnership between contractor, architect, and owner. The CSP delivery method by itself is complete the drawings, and then we as the owner defend those drawings against change orders from the beginning to the end. So as I said, it affects more than just how we do business. It affects my department, my staff, the folks that work with us, our maintenance department. It affects lots of folks behind me to make that change. But
But how many times will we have built this model of school by the time we would start building this
So
one?
we have 2 under construction currently, which will open in August
And
this
that's
year.
Isler and Campbell.
And then we're looking to have, we've just approved 1 that will go into construction
Great.
first of next month. And then we're asking for this one. So there'd be 4 total, but 2 that have been completed and 2 in process with 2 different contractors working on it at this point.
And you're saying typically the cost of building doesn't go down, but we've never taken this approach, so.
It's not that we've never taken this approach, but for the last, so for my career here, I've been here, in March would be my 12th anniversary. So since I've been here, they've all been CM at risk. The board policy has been CM at risk almost for that entire 12 years, if I remember. But going all the way back, and I've shared with some of you in other conversations, when Conroe ISD hired construction professionals and architects to run this department, go back 30, 40 years ago, as soon as they could get away from hard bid, straight low bid, straight CSP, they did. So the district has a tradition of using CM at risk for the complex big projects, new builds, even repeat builds over the years, and using CSP where it makes more sense and you can control the variables. But one, because we've always been a small staff, very efficient in what we do, but if you look at some of the other districts that have more CSP in their repertoire, they have more staff than we do to manage those projects.
So I think my concern too, just going back to a conversation we had a couple of months ago about Timber Mill, the cost of building that school versus what we paid for Grand Oaks, which was our last built high school, has doubled.
Right, but the cost of most everything in that last 10-year period has doubled as well. I mean, that we didn't find the analysis that cost of Timber Mill was out of line with construction inflation and other things in this world. We actually lined them all up with the inflation that we did experience, real numbers, and it fell right in line with what we had anticipated to be.
I just think given projections for the next couple of years, depending on how our economy goes, we might see a decrease in inflation, we might see some relief. I don't know what the impact would be, but I want to entertain the idea that we would at least look into it.
The things that scare me currently are tariffs. There's already been a tariff on aluminum and steel worldwide. Most of our buildings are made out of aluminum and steel. I mean, so that's a terrifying threat, not threat, but terrifying thought for me as trying to control prices when the base material for the building structure, the air conditioning system, the electrical systems have already received a material price 25% increase just to bring those materials into the country. So if that continues to move forward, I don't think from a construction standpoint, inflation is going to go down. The price of milk may come down or level out. But the price in construction looks
So
like
your
it's gonna
crystal
stay
ball
there.
doesn't say still will be decreasing.
All right, you have a
I do.
question?
I have just a quick question. Remind me what we communicated in this bond as far as construction and when this would be completed, or did we communicate that?
So we did. So this one was scheduled to open in August of 2026. So
Okay.
we've been, as you heard Dr. Winkler mention before, we tend to open elementary schools all the time. For the last 12 years, we have, with one exception, we've bid an elementary school in January, brought it to the February board for March start, and we've done that pretty consistently. So for us, it's been
Yeah, but we've never
part of the
delayed a
normal cycle.
project 2 years.
I
We've never
didn't-
delayed a project like this, is what you.
The last time I know that the district has delayed a project was in the 2008 era, and that's where the construction costs were going through the roof and the tech bubble happened. We actually put Patterson Elementary on hold for several years. It was scheduled to, I was actually the contractor. I built the building pad for it and all the utilities, and then was told to stop. That was in 2008. We came back and opened that school in 2014. And it did cost more when we built it later.
And then you said if we don't approve this tonight and we go into a CSP, it will open in 2 years or we'll begin construction in 2 years?
So the goal, I mean, what we would working with Mr. McCord and when we could get it on the ground, and so we want to start and finish with that aligns with the school year. So you don't want to open an elementary school in the middle of the year, particularly one in a brand new location.
So at what point could we shop the CSP then? How soon before the build do you start?
So we would be working with our architect essentially for the next year in a nice roomy process. Because we've got time to make sure the drawings are perfect. But they're also drawn by humans, so we know they're not perfect. So we're still gonna have to play defense against change orders, not just for the building, but for the site itself, because the site is unique no matter where you put them.
So when would the CSP come in then?
We would
if
most
we're
likely.
targeted for a 2028?
Right, so we would want to bid that project in January 27.
Okay.
Bring it to the board in February 27 to start in March of 27 to open in August of 28.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
And that would be regardless if it was, because once again, the decision you're making tonight is to delay. If that's the decision you make. You're not making a decision tonight to be CSP. You could delay.
Right.
We could end up in a workshop and you could end up saying, you know what? We still want to do it CMAR. We don't want to change the delivery method. That's still on the table.
Right.
So it'd be the same timeline.
Right, well, yeah, that would likely push our opening to 2028 as well, just because we don't have the bandwidth and manpower to open all those campuses in 2027.
Right, yeah, no matter what, it's going to be a 28.
Correct.
Yes.
Unless we go with it as tonight.
Yes, ma'am, exactly. If we're not 26, we're 28. That's the.
So the motion on the table is that the motion on the floor at the dais is that we table this. Are we prepared to decide if we're, to take a vote on this?
Take a vote on
That just seems very indefinite to me. I'm not sure I understand
So
the
then
line
you
of-
have the vote either yes or no to it if you're not
I
comfortable.
understand that part, but what I'm saying is, I don't know how do I make a decision on that if I don't know what's coming next? When is the next, when are we gonna do the workshop? What's the timeline on that? So I think this needs to be expedited quickly if we're gonna push it. That's what I'm hearing, correctly?
No, it wouldn't have
Correct?
to be quick because we can't open it until 28 anyway. So if we don't do anything tonight, we'll kind of probably sit on it for a little while. It won't come back real quickly.
It delays it for 2 years.
One of the things is if CSP is an option, a potential option, we're going to need to live in Campbell and Eisler for a little while to figure out all the things that aren't perfect because we've never lived in this building.
Right.
So we're going to need to live in it to identify what's wrong with it so that we can fix the plans because otherwise we'll be living in change order world, which is expensive world. I would expect we'd want to live in it at least 6 months before we.
I mean, and that would make great sense. If we could live in it for a full semester, we could do a debrief with the building occupants and get their input. But that would give us about 4 months to tighten up the drawings to make sure they were ready for bidding.
But if we don't table, you're still opening in 28, is what you're saying?
No,
if
it's
we
CM at
approve-
risk
right.
and you take tonight's GMP,
Right.
it's going to open at 26.
And one of the benefits of seeing the risk is as we learn lessons from opening Campbell and Eisler, we'll still have contingencies and money set aside to help with the what-ifs in the projects that are under construction, so we can incorporate those lessons learned live on the fly.
Where will we have that money?
It's within, we build, these numbers have owners and contractors contingency built into them, so that, because one, that's what's going to change more than just my department, and the reason we were making changes right up until the last minute is we hadn't decided up until I actually forced Mr. McCord to tell me if it's going to have 5th or 6th graders in it ever, because that's a $200,000 equipment bid that has to go into this number that you approved. And we finally decided yes, it would, so that those instrument storage cabinets are in the number we're approving. But we're also working with Dr. Winkler and Dr. Stickler on their programs as they change. I mean, so there's things that they try to incorporate, and as they've got day jobs running real schools, I've got day jobs building schools, and we've got to meet in the middle. So sometimes they learn things live that we can incorporate while things are moving. But with a CSP project, that mostly goes away because we won't have the mechanism to do that.
That's a great point. So will this is set to have 5th and 6th grade classes in it?
It is currently outfitted so that it could if zoning required that.
And Hines at the same capacity only has K through 4?
Correct.
So we're both at 950 capacity, fully built. One housing K through 6, one housing K through 4.
Correct.
What is the budget for this project? I didn't hear that.
So the all-in budget was $63,730,000. So that would be the design, the furniture, the learning materials, everything. So we had an allocation for construction a little over $51 million, which conformed with the Flex 26 project that had all the extra utilities and whatnot that this one ended up not needing. I mean, so our $46,186,755 budget is well under what we'd allocated for construction for this campus, as we would anticipate as we get better and better at building them.
And it sounds like with CSP, it's not a guaranteed savings. It's we don't know.
It isn't,
It's a risk.
and so as more and more bonds passed and more contractors get more and more competition, right? Competition is great to get prices down, but as more school districts do more work and competition goes away or gets smaller, then prices tend to go up. So we have seen CSP projects around the Houston area in the recent months have 1, 2, 3 bidders only, not 10 or 12. We had 10, I believe, when we did this CM selection. We had 10 contractors respond. We had 8 or 10 respond to the last 2 CM at risk that we did this month for our next critical infrastructure and gym addition project. So we're getting good response from the marketplace. We're getting good competition at the general contractor level. And then, my goodness, we're getting 400 or 500 bids, depending on the size and complexity of the project, at the sub-trade level. And we're also able to look at all of them with our general contractors and see that this particular roofer, although he may have a great price, is also doing 18 other roofs for us right now. It may not be wise to sign him up. So we can look at those allocations with the CMRS process. In CSP, we don't know who the general contractor is going to be until they turn in the bids. And there is, in all likelihood, a great risk happening downstream where somebody may not be a reputable contractor, may be the first school they've ever built and bids and gets to be a low bidder to help drive that price down that ends up costing money later in the process.
Trustee May, I'm not sure if when you were asking that question and I didn't understand exactly what you were saying, did you get your information that you were wanting to know?
I think for me, I just, right, it's like I'm being muted. I think for me, in order to be able to vote yes to holding off, I would need to feel comfortable that we're going to have a workshop very soon about it. I wouldn't want to table it and just sit on it.
So does...
Am I misunderstanding
No, I
it?
understand what you're
Am I?
saying. Yes. No, I'm understanding what you're saying.
We can do a workshop on CM at risk and CSP whenever you all choose. That can be done whenever. But the actual bidding process for whatever you choose and the customer selection is it's going to be a ways off, just because opening of the school would be
postponed
2.5 years away.
Correct.
So the motion on the table is, are we going to delay or not? So we need to take that vote. And then if depending on what happens there, because I have no idea what's going to happen, if it passes, we move on and we've delayed. If it doesn't pass, then we will have another motion to do, someone could put a motion forward to accept as was presented tonight. And we just move on down the road and take what Mr. Foster presented us with to begin with. Did I clarify that? I know it's late, everyone, and I'm really sorry.
So just to be clear, with the motion that's on the table, a yes vote is a delay vote, a no
Yes.
vote is a move forward vote. Just want to make sure we don't get double negatives and we're confused on which way we're voting.
All right, so is everyone ready on this?
So a yes
I'm
vote is
sorry,
to delay.
I just want to make
So
sure.
yes on this motion, we're
All right.
voting to delay. No vote is
Okay.
to move forward.
All those in favor of tabling the vote for, or the, tabling this item for future discussion with the board, show by the uplift of hands. Okay, so that is 3, and those in against, waiting, that is 4, and the motion fails. All right, so do I have a motion regarding accepting what Mr. Foster has presented, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the new elementary Flex 27 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and then that means, do we have any discussion on this? All right, are we ready to vote? All right, those in favor of accepting this project as it is, show by the uplift of hands. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 5. Those opposed? Okay, the motion carries 5-2. Did I get that right for you, Miss Linda? Thank you. All right. Moving on, thank you, Mr. Foster. We're moving on to 9E, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the natatorium renovation project. Go ahead, sir.
Awesome. Well, this amendment for approval at the natatorium renovations is not a bond project. So this is a project funded from our capital projects fund. And back in May of 2024, our Board of Trustees selected Nash Industries to be our construction manager at risk. We partnered them with PBK, the original design firm for the natatorium in the Woodforest Stadium complex. Together with our staff there at the natatorium and our athletics department, we worked, developed a set of plans, really dug into the needs of the pool and the pool equipment, the things around the pool. We, even working with Ms. Garza and Mr. McCord, we were able to work in here with this, since we had the architects, engineers all engaged, we needed to upgrade or replace the stadium light fixtures at Morehead Stadium and Woodforest Bank Stadium, which had reached the end of their serviceable life and become a little bit of I'm not going to say a safety issue out loud, but getting those light standards up and down to replace and repair those things that break because they're in their life with those big stadium lights has become an issue for our maintenance department. So we were able to work all those projects together into this one bid. So like I said, this is for work at the natatorium and those 2 stadiums. So it is life cycle replacement of things that have reached the end of their service life. We're refinishing the pool, fixing some rebar that has broken through the surface and creates some rust stains in the pool. I mean, at this age, that facility, the pool needs to be refinished, which requires draining it mostly. Working with the city of Shenandoah to do some their required repairs to the fire sprinkler system, the fire alarm system in that building, upgrade the lighting, and generally freshen up a building that's nearing its 20-year age life in a very corrosive environment. Pool chemicals tend to make everything that even doesn't rust. So all the pool equipment around it, the diving board standards, the starting platforms, the electrical gear, the piping systems around those, around the pool itself and the equipment that runs that pool. Replacing the sand filter systems, the boilers, and all the other things that make that pool function. So we're asking for your approval tonight of $5,090,035.94 for this project. And like I said, we're requesting your approval.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes. I have a question, Mr. Foster.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your patience with us.
No problem.
I spoke to Dr. Knoll today, and I had a couple of questions, and he said, feel free to ask Mr. Foster. He's happy to get your questions.
You can see it in his face. You guys are happy dude.
I think he just smiled. Did you see that?
Yes,
do.
I
I
did.
saw that.
I'm trying not to have crazy eyes right now.
I think we all are.
Right. So as you mentioned, this is not a bond project. This is coming out of our capital maintenance fund.
Correct.
So what Dr. Knoll explained to me that in 2019, the current board at that time, created a capital maintenance fund where they put $50 million aside for capital maintenance. So routine maintenance that's required in the district, all facilities. Because we have roughly almost 6 million, is it total 6 million in that fund currently, this project has been pulled from that
Yes,
bank,
ma'am.
so to speak. Questions I had personally and others in discussion was that we put this project to renovate the natatorium on the recent bond, the most recent bond, at 2.5 million, and right now this project is sitting at roughly, I think, a little over 5 million, so double. So I started looking and I couldn't find where that difference exactly was coming in. So looking at this line item 26 for electrical, I noticed we had a price tag of $1,017,000 for lighting or electrical. And I only found, well, I considered that, I found two items that totaled roughly $438,000, well, almost $439,000 for lighting. I'm guessing one was the Watt Stopper and the other was the CW football locker room lighting. So Dr. Knoll explained that there was an additional lighting, which it said right here, includes Musco sports lighting, so I Googled that. And Musco sports lighting was for, as you mentioned, the two stadiums. So we're going to be relighting the Woodforest Stadium and the Moorhead Stadium at a price tag of what I've calculated to be $578,000, roughly.
Yeah, you're a little off on that.
How off?
Yeah, so the actual price of the stadium lights, when you look at all the bids, is closer to $800,000 for both stadiums.
Didn't
and
catch
that's just
that.
for the lights. Well, you don't have the actual sub bids that build these numbers. You're looking at the category totals, because stadium lights also have stadium power and wiring to connect those lights, and there's safety and rigging systems in there that run the cables up and down, because you don't just send a guy up to the top. But we've got that in this number. So when we worked with Ms. Garza to create the budget, when we talked with the bond committee, the renovation we were talking about did not include the stadium
Exactly,
lights.
right.
So that's
So my point is, because this is coming from this capital maintenance fund, I asked Dr. Knoll, could we actually pull that money back into the general fund if we wanted to? If we didn't want to spend that 800,000, so you're looking at almost $1 million we could recover and put back into the general fund, which I hope my dual language people would be happy, as that's almost $1 million that we could recover if we did not move forward with that lighting included. We could still approve the natatorium renovation, which is what we've promised the community in Proposal D of the most recent bond. We just don't add the extra for lighting, so we reduce that total amount.
right. But I mean, but I would say the lighting at the stadiums is needed.
When it was in the
So
Right,
you
but
know,
it wasn't in the bond with the natatorium renovation.
Correct, but regardless of whether, and we were pretty clear when we were talking to our constituents about the bond, because the bond prop that included natatorium renovations also had a new pool to go with it.
But separate.
They were in the same proposition.
They were in
So
the
when
same
they failed,
prop,
they failed
D, but
together.
one was
Correct.
2.5 million, and that was just for
Correct,
the
and-
renovation, and the new
and-
pool was separate.
Right, and we were clear that even if the bond failed, we would still have to do work at the natatorium. and
Right,
that's-
right,
yeah, correct,
right.
and
Dr.
that's
Knoll
what we-
mentioned that when we
correct.
spoke earlier. I do want to point out so that my fellow board members know that this, because it was a little confusing to me as to why this was over $5 million for the renovation, which was estimated at $2.5 million for the bond, that we do have a $800,000 expense for lighting. So Dr. Knoll mentioned that is because there are some dark spots on the field currently, but I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. So if we could pull that back.
And it is possible. So the title of the document is to authorize superintendent to complete negotiations and execute the contract document. So we can ask you for a guaranteed maximum price, and we can take those pieces out, and the contract we execute would
Yeah,
be
'cause-
less those pieces if that's what the
But,
board
yeah, I
chose.
do want to be clear though, like, we didn't have stadium lights in the bond because our long-term plan has always been, all things have a timeline and we plan out multiple years. So we've had the stadium lights as a plan to be replaced through the capital maintenance fund this year. The reason they are tied to this project is because we are getting value, because we already had an architect, we already had a contractor. We're able to get the stadium lights cheaper than if we'd have done them standalone. So we tied them into this project for value.
Right,
But
I
it's
get
not
that.
it's not that we just created the need for the stadium lights. That's been a long-term plan. It's been a maintenance project. They are at end of life. And so yes, we have dark spots on the field, but as Mr. Foster mentioned, it's the rigging that holds the lights up and brings the lights down also is at end of life. So we can do it as you wish. I just want us to also understand there is also risk involved of the lights.
Well, there's cost associated with replacing bulbs, maintaining the existing lights.
Yes,
these
and the
are a
rigging,
bit-
like we could have
a
an
bit more
issue.
than bulbs, yeah.
Right.
This is way more than just swapping out light bulbs. These
Yeah.
light bulbs are about
And
this
we're
big.
talking about wood forest, right? Not Moorhead.
Both Moorhead and wood
Okay.
forest.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it looks like there's a locker room, and it looks like there's a locker room lighting as well.
Yeah, so there's, part of, because part of when we do a renovation like this, we have to upgrade to the energy code. So we could leave the football locker room completely out, and then we'd have probably about 40 light fixtures, 50 light fixtures that would just be old, outdated technology that wouldn't meet the energy code requirements and keep it in the natatorium. So again, with some economy of scale, we
What's the
we picked
penalty
that
for
up.
that, not meeting the code?
There's not much of a penalty, but it's a higher utility bill. We're gonna
Oh,
get a lower
okay.
utility bill as a result of this, and we're gonna get light fixtures that last another 20 years.
How often do those light fixtures need to be replaced? I mean, Moorhead's pretty new.
Well, so now you're back on the stadium lights.
Yeah.
Right, so Moorhead stadium lights are not pretty new.
Okay, thank you.
They were installed first in the late 90s.
Okay, I'm like, wow, we just built that.
So
Okay,
Moorhead,
thank you.
that's a good point.
No,
How
Moorhead
much-
Stadium, not Moorhead Junior High.
How-
Yes.
Moorhead Stadium across the street.
Yeah,
Okay.
How much older is Moorhead than Wood Forest?
So I'd actually have to go back digging the records, because Moorhead stadium lights
Roughly.
were built at some point before I started working here, right?
So
even
they've
as a
lasted
contractor. So they're 20,
double?
25-ish years. And Woodforest Stadium will be 20 years old in 2028. So it's an economy of scale. I mean, get ahead of the failure at Woodforest Stadium.
And I understand that these are things that we'll have to balance eventually. I'm just, my point in bringing this up is that if this is something, a line item that we could remove and get by with what we have, this is, $800,000, that's a lot of money considering our $3 to $5 million deficit.
I mean, I'm here to do what you guys approve, so.
Just throwing that out
Can I
there.
just jump in real quick? I have the same concerns as Trustee Dungan has. We were just put forth a proposal to kill dual language program for $1 million, and this is a $5 million project that voters specifically rejected in the bond. It failed, and yet we're still pushing forward with it. And $1 million for lighting, right, versus $1 million for dual language that are benefiting a lot of students. That's directly related to student learning outcomes. This, I'm struggling with this one a bit, I have to be honest with you.
Understood.
I understood, but I also just want to clarify, what we were talking about earlier is $1.2 million annually. This is a $1 million expenditure that's going to last 20 years. I would also just say and invite you out on a Friday night and watch 10,000 people and about 3,000 kids involved in an activity on Friday night. Like, this is about kids. So if we don't want to do it, that's okay. I also want to make sure that we understand the risk of, if we get to a Friday night next year and we have light failure, or in the next couple of years, we just have to understand that that's okay. Like, we have to be okay with that.
I want to point out that we could find ourselves in a much different financial situation within a year or two, so that we could move forward with something like this. I just think considering the circumstances that we find ourselves in right now, it might be responsible if we could draw that back,
Right,
save that money.
We would lose the economy of scale. We would have to
Yeah,
rehire an engineering team, re-advertise, fire another contractor.
And maybe at that point, we could roll it into another project that we had going.
That's possible. Yeah.
What about, I know we have lots of sponsorships on our scoreboard. Any opportunity for sponsorships at that level?
We sell all the stadium sponsorships that we can already. You know, it covers the cost of our scoreboards. So like, you know, when you go to the games, you see the big scoreboard, video boards. Those are all paid for out of sponsorship, so we don't use any tax dollars for that. I think we squeeze about all we can out of that turnip at the stadium as far as sponsorship goes. So I'm not sure there's anything left there. Karen, is that the possibility? And I know because I was asked this earlier and I said I wasn't sure. I think maybe, but the money that's in the capital maintenance fund, can that be moved back into the general fund?
Yes, we would have to bring a resolution to you to approve to bring it back to the general fund. But what I will remind you about is that $3 to $5 million deficit budget is assuming no new funding from the state. So my goal was to try to get it as close to balanced as we could. And then whatever new money comes, we could put a priority on raises for our employees. So we know there's going to be money coming, so we shouldn't get too fixated on the fact that we got to get to a balanced budget right now, because in 3 months our funding could look very different. So I hate to put off a project like this where we're actually gaining efficiency and saving money in the hopes that we'll have money in 2 years to do this project. And like they said, if this is a safety issue and we need to get it done, and we can get it done cheaper now and we have the funding available, my recommendation would be to do it. But I mean, it's ultimately your decision.
Didn't we say that last year when we talked about teacher raises? Didn't we say that?
Well, that is true.
So I don't want to keep saying that.
Yeah. But we know there's money allocated this year, and there's teacher raises have been put on the priority agenda, so we're feeling a little better about it this year.
If this could help contribute to our ability to give teachers a raise, then I'm all for it.
Yeah,
just to be clear, we can't use one-time money for a raise. So I mean, it can be used.
What
It can't
about
be used to
stipends?
fund.
If
say
we move
again.
it back
Can we use
into
it for
the
stipends?
No, well, no, because those are recurring. You know, you can only use one-time money
Signing
once.
bonuses?
That
Whoa,
you could.
whoa.
Okay, retention stipend, yes.
Okay.
Not yes, like so, not a regular stipend, a retention stipend, yes.
Signing bonus.
Now to be clear,
Or a
$1 million is
Isn't gonna cover.
$100 retention stipend for our staff.
Understood.
This-
You're saying that one-time money, you're talking about the money in the 800,000?
Yes.
If we move
If
it
we
to
were
the
to bring
general
this
fund?
Because it's not recurring in the
Right.
budget, so you would never want to apply that to something that's a recurring cost.
But it could cover other things and free up money that could go to raises.
Yes. Now, the danger in that, or not danger, it's just the reality. It's the same thing we talk about with chillers and all these things. When we put off these maintenance projects, then they can come back in a dire situation
emergency.
and cost you more. So like, that's just the thing. So when we take a chiller out of a job and then the chiller breaks the next year, we pay twice as much because we're rushing to buy a chiller. That's the example.
You're
So
saying these lights aren't negotiable, like if
well, no,
they fail, we have to get
everything's
lights.
negotiable.
Well, no, but
it's
like
just
they,
we
like,
just need
we
to
have
be.
have them.
I just want us to be risk aware.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
But like,
They
if
are
they
at end of
fail,
cycle.
like,
We
to
have
help them.
planned. Our long-term plan has included changing these lights at this time. If we don't, that's okay. I just want us to all make sure we're risk aware of if we get into August next year and these lights fail, and we have an issue, or if we have a safety issue with these lights and the pulleys and any of our maintenance people, we just have to be aware of risk. That's
But
all I want us.
financially, we could find ourselves in a much different spot in August, depending on funding.
We could, but we won't be able to get this job done then. Like, we can't change stadium lights in August. So we'd push it a year and then have to put it.
Bringing this money back will not help us balance the budget, because this is not recurring money. So it would come back and go into fund balance this year.
To be used for something, to
To
free
be
up
used
other
for
money.
something, it would have to be a one-time expenditure, but it would not help us balance the budget.
So, Mr.
But it would free up other money. I want to be sure I'm understanding that, because if I'm not, please correct me.
Yeah, it's just that it's the challenge we always have to look at is what kind of money are we talking about? So when you get budgeted money like that comes from the state, it's recurring. So we know we're going to get that same amount every year. So if we want to give a $5 million raise, we know that next year we're going to get that $5 million again. When you what we're talking about with this money is just one-time money. You only get to spend it once. So you really need to spend that on something.
Well, it was recurring when we took it out of the general fund and put it in a capital and maintenance fund. So we took general funds and put them in a capital maintenance fund.
It's been sitting there, the cash.
It's not,
been
so it was
sitting
our
idle.
extra.
Yeah, it's not recurring. It was
Yes.
one time. We just
one
took
time.
50 and we basically budgeted 10 million per year.
But how did
Over
it get
5
into
years.
the general fund?
It's
Recurring?
It-
Like
It was
part of our
savings, like
income.
it was savings on the budget. Yeah, it was savings on the budget.
Sure, so it came to
over time.
us through state, or
Right,
through
but our
funding.
recurring funding is what it is today.
Right.
And the expenditures are what they are today, and that's the $3 to $5 million deficit that we're in. So we can't recreate recurring money in the general fund by bringing this back because it's.
Not trying to, I'm
Yeah,
just saying, when
okay.
we took it out, we
Sure,
set it
at the
aside.
time,
Bringing it back does
yes.
increase our overall general fund.
Now where it could help you with the budget is let's just say we're working, we don't get the budget balance, or the budget balance, yes. We don't get there, right? And we end up with a $3 million deficit. If you had an extra million in the fund balance, you might say, you know what, we'll just have a $3 million deficit. And it'll carry us through this one single year. So in that sense, it could help. It won't balance the budget, but you could have that money to say, we'll apply it to this budget year. Now, you won't have it to apply the next year again, but that's a way that it could be utilized to, kind of like we did this year. We had enough money in fund balance that we were comfortable enough to approve a deficit budget because we had enough money in the bank that we knew we could cover it. That's the way that this could help in that regard, is that if you had $1 more million in the fund balance, would it make you more comfortable to approve a deficit budget? Yeah,
Could I
please.
ask, I just have a simple, one question for you, Mr. Foster. If we were to remove the lighting components, I've toured the natatorium. I know the problems, the issues that need renovation there. And honestly, the funds that we set aside for these types of projects that's what it should be used for, for these maintenance. But if we were to remove that lighting and wait till May, hopefully getting the projected funds coming to us, and then decide to move forward with this contractor and put the lighting back on the table, is that doable in the time frame?
No, ma'am. So
Okay.
we have to order the lights so that we have them so that we can install them during the off season. So we're actually waiting now for soccer season to end so that we can do some other work that's scheduled on the turf field itself with a different project. But as soon as that season's over, we're going to go in, and maintenance has their activities they do in the off season.
Right.
This is one of those we need to follow right in line so that we're ready when the scrimmages start in August.
So it's basically, it's kind of the same as our previous conversation. We can delay it, we'll just delay it a year, right? Like you can't pick it up in 2 months, we'd have to pick it up a year from now, because that's when the window is.
Right, and it would be, we would need to remove it from this contract altogether and redo a whole other procurement for the lights.
Are we prepared to take a vote now? All right. So, I'm sorry, I didn't look at this end. Are we ready to vote? Okay, sorry. So we'll close discussion. All those in favor of approving the $5 million project for the natatorium renovation, show by the uplifted hands. Okay. 5. And all those opposed? Okay, 2. And the motion carries 5-2. Okay. And you're up, Mr. Foster, on capital improvement. And ladies, there's no vote.
All right, So this time, I do want to give you an update on what we have ongoing, our projects we have, capital improvements underway throughout the district. Starting at Conroe High School, and the recurring theme for tonight is going to be please stop praying for rain. Rain is our enemy at the moment. All that nice red dirt around that building and the concrete we're pouring, rain does have a detrimental effect on our ability to keep that project moving forward. It is moving forward. They're out there working diligently. We've reaching the milestone of finishing the retaining structures that allow us to do the building slab, and over the next right around April-ish, first part of April, we'll start seeing the steel that is that main building show up. That'll be what we connect the two pieces of Conroe High School together. So the project is moving. Like I said, rain is our enemy at the moment, but they are working very diligently to keep that project moving forward. At Isla Elementary, we're almost at a point where rain's not as big of a deal there. These pictures are about 2 weeks old, but they are at this point very near complete on the building envelope. Windows are beginning to go in that building now, so we'll start showing you pictures of the inside over the next few months, especially since it's got some personality now that there's a trend towards colors and mascots for that building. But it is on scheduled to open in August of 2025. At Campbell, it's much in the same situation as Isler, so the building envelope is nearing its completion, getting to that dried in point where rain is no longer as big of an issue for that site. So it is in the same boat with, we're going to show you the pictures on the inside, so those systems come together as we're developing the personality on that campus. Now at Grand Oaks, our 7th, 8th, 9th grade, this is where rain does have a daily effect on what's going on. So the building structure is continuing as they finish slab around it. Since this photo was taken, the blue area in the center of the screen is now concrete, and what you can see, the pipes and little blue specks, and just above, up and left of it is the next section building slab. So they're very near completing the building slab, and the structure is showing up daily, and they're moving along nicely on that building. That's one of the buildings that's going to open in 2027. It actually opens twice, once for the freshman side, then again for the junior high side in 2027. Now, Timber Mill High School, again, rain is an enemy on this particular site. So I'm happy to report one of the big permit hurdles is cleared so far. So as of today, as a matter of fact, so we are moving along there, working well with the city. We are drilling foundations, so we're about a third of the way through drilling the foundations on that campus. So we're going to continue moving forward. Now, on the right-hand side, you'll see that kind of grayish area. Looks like steam coming up off the ground. That's stabilization for the first parking lot pour. By this time next week, we'll have a big old giant section of concrete out there for them to begin setting up the job site offices, and they're going to continue doing the paving and other site infrastructure around that campus to get us out of the mud so that we can really begin focusing on the building. But it is currently on schedule and opening in August of 2027. Now, our new junior high in the Conroe High School feeder zone, this is the one we approved last month. So this next month, we'll start seeing the overhead photos of that site. So they mobilized. We've been clearing trees and getting ready to build that building pad that is that building. It's in the dark gray area on this site. This is the site that shares the land with Flex School number 26. That'd be the building that's in the hatched area down below. And Flex 26 carries the roadway that's the bright gray off to the left of those two buildings. So that project, the junior high, is on schedule and scheduled to open in August of 2027. Now, beginning our critical infrastructure projects, Snyder, Tuff, and Collins. So at Snyder, at Tuff, we're roofing. That's Tuff is the building you're seeing on the left there. The roofing project is moving along in earnest. They're about 70% done with the roof at that campus right now. The pictures on the right are the interior finishes in the new first section of revised restrooms at Collins Intermediate. Both those projects are on scheduled to finish in August of 2025, and then they'll be moving over to Snyder for some improvements at that campus this summer as well. All these campuses and all the critical infrastructure projects that I talk about will get the safety and security improvements appropriate to the grade level as they complete those projects this summer for students to return after the summer break. At Armstrong, Austin, Burnwoods, and Broadway, so this project where they've been roofing at Broadway, so you can see that's the picture in the foreground there. So they just moved over to Austin, and if it would stop raining, we'd be able to make some progress on the roof at Austin Elementary. and they're beginning the process of moving over to Burnham Woods and Armstrong. So we'll start seeing more pictures of those buildings as they're moving through. We're also replacing chillers, boilers, air handlers, and other things at those campuses, and we are on schedule and scheduled to finish them in August of when the students return from summer break. Deritchen, Kaufman, and Oak Ridge. Again, this is, you're looking at pictures of Deritchen and Kaufman on your screen there. Kaufman on the right, Deritchen on the left. So those roofs are in progress. Kaufman is nearly finished, waiting on the trim, edge metals, and the metal roof to be replaced on that campus. And you can see the progress being made. All the white roof sections are the new roof sections on Deritchen on the picture on the left. The next is moving along to Oak Ridge, where they're going to be working on the roof at Oak Ridge. They did some boiler work over this last break, got it fired up and running, so it's good for the cold weather we're experiencing now. And then we look to finish that campus, those 3 campuses, when the students return from summer break. Milam, Houston, and Runyon. So this is a picture of the roof at Milam. So it is about 90% done. Again, waiting on the edge metals and the metal roof to be replaced there. And they're about to move over to Houston and Runyon to continue the work on those campuses for their roof work. Over the summer, we'll do chillers, boilers, air handlers, things of that nature, and the safety security upgrades for this campus as well. It is on schedule and scheduled to be complete this summer when students return from break. Now, Knox Junior High, this is our construction, our interior major renovation of Knox Junior High School. So you can see the picture on the left is the first phase of classroom hallway renovations, where we're giving that campus a good facelift on the inside. And on the right, you see the foundation work. So those barricades that you see are actually over the drilled piers in the area that will be the classrooms that actually replace the 2 portables that used to live behind the building that we couldn't get out because of the tennis courts that we moved last summer. So it's all related to each other, and that project is moving well, and will be there through August of 2026. Now, Buckaloo and Haley, this is the first of our gym addition projects on both of these campuses. We've got critical infrastructure to do over the summer, and then we're also working on the gym additions here. Buckaloo on the left is working on parking lot extensions and building pads for the gym addition and creating that space to help us move that project along. And on the right side is Haley, where they're working on the building pad. They've completed the site utilities underneath the building pad. Now we're getting ready to build that new classroom addition. Haley is a capacity addition as well as the gym addition, so it is adding 100 student seats to Haley Elementary as part of this project. Everything is currently on schedule, and they're looking to turn them over for the winter semester, so in January 2026. At Creighton and Ford, again, these are gym additions and renovations projects there. Creighton is a gym addition, and we're renovating that campus. It was classified as a major renovation in the 2023 bond. At Ford is a gym addition and a capacity increase of 100 seats at Ford Elementary. So just like Haley and Buckaloo, we're in the site work section where we're working diligently to get the underground utilities and all the infrastructure in place. Again, rain here is a problem for us, but we're working to squeeze new driveway sections to keep bus loops and those occupied campuses operating. Creighton in particular, we're working on a bus loop layout so that we can keep buses moving as we start moving. You heard Mr. McCord mention moving portables at Creighton. We need to move them around to get the building infrastructure work done, but we need to get some more spaces for the buses to ride on. So that is between now and spring break, put some concrete down and get the buses a place to run and still handle that campus. Right now, like I said, rain is our hard thing that we're dealing with. So if rain does get in the way, and the forecast over the next couple of weeks looks not good, we're going to have a plan B with the contractor on that site to keep that campus operating so that we can keep that one moving and keep the students learning, because we need to keep the students learning more than we need to build new sections of the building. Now, at the Woodlands High School, the renovation project approved last month, so they're beginning to mobilize on that site, and the biggest scope of work they're going to start, and you'll be able to see, is the re-roof of that main building, or actually the entire building for that campus. And then as we approach the summer, we're going to be renovating the auditorium, all the hallways and classrooms and everything around that building, and upgrading the electrical equipment and air conditioning, all that fun critical infrastructure stuff, as well as the necessary high school safety upgrades. Again, that project is on schedule and will be there through December of 2026. Now, our agriculture facilities, we've got construction beginning on the facility that serves the Woodlands and College Park. So we've been working on the temporary setup to house the animals that are coming back from the shows currently, so that we can work on the barns that are there. Our new facility is closing in on the permit and the new facility will serve Conroe, Caney Creek, and Timber Mill High School. As soon as that permit is issued, they'll mobilize on that site. While we've been waiting on things have been ordered, so the structural steel, all the other things to keep those projects on schedule has been happening. So we're looking forward to finishing that in the spring of 2026. On an update for the third location, so the land that you had authorized us to engage and purchase, looks like it's going to close this week. So once we get it closed, we'll actually be able to use it and save some cost at the Woodlands and College Park for rental facilities for those animals that we're putting in temporary conditions there, because we'll be able to use that site almost as it is. We'll do a little bit of cleanup, but the fences are in good shape, the gates are in good shape, so we'll be able to use that almost immediately and not impede construction on that site. So we're working with our design team to finish that design, and we look forward to bringing forward to you for approval that third site, so we can get that and make use of that contractor and design team while we have them fully engaged. And that's our update.
So, Mr. Foster, we can start putting animals at Grandma's house?
As soon as we own it and Ms. Garza gets me insurance on it, yes.
Turnkey.
Well, not exactly turnkey, but we, and goodness, Miss Tally Jo Stout has a plan for every structure out there. So it is, we are getting every penny that we're investing out of that project, and it's going to be great for us.
Love it. Mr.
Kudos.
Foster, thank you so much for this. I know there's a lot of moving parts, and really appreciate you and your team's hard work.
Glad to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda item business purchasing. A, consider and award competitive sealed proposal CSP for 2510-2, internal connections, campus refresh. E-rate to be the selected vendor. Mr. Broussard.
Good evening.
Are
Good
you
morning.
awake, sir?
I was gonna yes,
It's
ma'am.
almost morning.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I used to work in maintenance. This is nothing. So, Mrs. Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Null, I'm requesting Board of Trustees award competitive seal proposal, CSP 25-10-02, internal connections, campus refresh, E-rate to Datavox Inc. for an estimated expenditure of $5,300,000. The Telecommunications Act of 1996, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, created the E-rate program to provide schools and libraries affordable access to advanced telecommunications services. The E-rate program, also known as the Universal Service Schools and Libraries Program, is administered by the Universal Service Administrative Company, USAC. The program provides discounts ranging from 20 to 90% on telecommunications services, internet access, internal connections, and basic maintenance of internal connections to eligible schools and libraries. In accordance with the Texas Education Code, Texas Education Code and Texas Government Code, the district issued a competitive sealed proposal, notifications for proposal pertaining to the purchase of internal connections for 12 campus technology refresh projects, and additional equipment were distributed to potential service providers by filing Form 470 through the Universal Services Administrative Company, USAC, their e-file system. While many of the goods and services described in the competitive seal proposal will be acquired under E-rate program rules, some goods and services listed herein will not. Under this CSP, internal connections for the campus will consist of a combination of the following items: wireless access points, routers, switches, racks for routers and switches, power supplies, we used to just call those UPSs, and any cabling and cabling components related to the installation and operation of these devices. 3 vendors submitted multiple qualifying proposals. Pricing for this project shall be effective upon board approval through September 30th, 2026, plus renewals, and shall include costs to complete services required. Under E-rate guidelines for E-rate eligible items, work may begin on April 1st, 2025. The proposals were evaluated by the technology evaluation team and reviewed by the purchasing department. Best value offers are recommended for board approval and noted on the attached tabulations. Funding will be approved in the Capital Projects Fund, and at this time we're requesting your approval.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any discussion? All right, all those in favor of accepting this proposal as presented, please show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0.
Okay. And I would just like to thank Mr. Bob Lawrence was here. You talk about hanging in. He's our, with our technology department, he is all things E-rate and was here to answer any questions you might have had. So
So
thank
sorry.
you, Bob.
Thank you for being here, Bob.
I feel like we need a question now.
Yeah.
Would you like us to ask you a question?
What's your favorite color, Bob? Thank you, sir.
Okay, item 10B, consider and approve the 2024-2025 mid-year estimated annual expenditures by category to the selected vendor and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the contracts.
So yes, I am asking the board to consider and approve the 24-25 mid-year estimated annual expenditures by category. In January, when we returned from winter break, I reached out to all of the departments in the district and requested they review the estimated annual expenditures list that was approved in September of 2024. When the annual estimated expenditures list is being prepared for the upcoming fiscal year, we ask the departments to look over a 13-month period to determine potential needs that may lie outside of what historical data assists us with the forecasting, when forecasting estimated annual expenditures. With that said, we know needs can change, and we appreciate the departments taking the time to review the current list and think about any current projects or needs they have in the remaining months. All vendors on the attached document titled Vendor Additions were reviewed by the purchasing department for compliance, as we did when preparing the current list of approved vendors in September of 2024. Those vendors were also incorporated into the second attachment and would become the updated estimated annual expenditures list until the board approves the 25-26 estimated annual expenditures list in September of 2025. And so at this time, we were requesting your approval.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, do I have a motion? Do I call the vote? Sorry, it's getting late. We'll call the vote. All those in favor of approving this? Yes?
I just have a quick question
Yes.
before we vote. So we are adding these vendor additions.
Yes, ma'am.
And they went through the process that we were having issues with the last time, correct?
Okay, so what it is the vendors, when I say review for compliance, what I'm looking for is do they have a contracting method that is compliant with Texas Education Code? Now, I did misspeak. I said I do. My entire team does. So they work very hard on it. So in Texas Education Code, when you're going to exceed 50,000, you have to go through a competitive bid process. Now, that may be, you may be the lead agency that does an RFP, such as what we bring to you all to approve, or you may use a cooperative bid as your compliance method. So that's what we spend pretty much all of our time on. So to say, like what you're saying, these vendors are vendors we have been using. Now, whether they're through an RFP or a co-op, that's why that column, yeah, the professionals, yeah, so I'm sorry, column B lists the contracting method. So when you see something that's commonly says RFP, that's probably one of ours.
Yeah.
If you see something that says choice partners or things of that nature, then it's the co-op.
So everything on this list and all the following pages is to effectuate a contract, anything over $50,000 to superintendent to negotiate. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. So what happens for me is with Texas Education Code, that's largely what I'm concerned with first. I want to make sure that any vendor that would go over 50, whether it be a one-time purchase or the aggregate, is compliance with that. I'm required to bring it to the board and allow him the opportunity to go forward. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going to go 50K, but one of the things would be in the aggregate, if we are, for example, I think Planet Ford was on there. Yes. Well, what's happening with that is, like I just fixed my truck, I say my truck, I'm sorry, our warehouse truck, and I had to spend quite a bit of money on that. So as we see the aggregate go ahead, we try to look at some of those things and forecast them. It doesn't mean, I may not spend another dime with Planet Ford, but what we look at is we say, hey, potentially we could. If I get that next requisition, I have to stop. And I have to come to you and say, hey, is it okay if this individual vendor I get approved to go?
I mean, there are several names on these lists that I personally feel like they don't belong there, or that I don't align with. So what would it look like if, instead of us just signing off on all this going at 50K or over, what would it look like for it to come to us?
So there's a couple different methods. Now, one, I can bring you this list, like you say, in September. So if we're going to fast forward, I bring this list to you in September. One of the only things that I would have a concern with is we've already opened up the new budget. And so we do have people that are coming in and trying to purchase things. So, did you want to? Oh. So anyway, so if there was someone on the list that you said, hey, this is not someone I want to do business with, or what have you, I mean, it's not, in my opinion, it's not like a bid where it's an all or nothing. I'm not 100% certain on
So,
that.
yeah, just, and I'd like Karen to jump in here as well, but the issue would be, anything that's, any vendor that's not approved on the list, if anywhere in the school district somebody wanted to do business with them, then they couldn't do business until we brought it in here. So let's just say it was, I don't remember what the name of Daniel's office product is now, but whatever their new name is.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, Creighton Elementary wanted to buy pens, and we had already been over 50,000. They couldn't buy pens until that came through here. And so that would be the struggle, is we would stop progress. Now, what we're asking for today is just that additional 34 companies. I think part of it is, you know, vendors sell a lot of different things. So if there are individual things that you're concerned about when we do the list next year, certainly get that feedback. The other piece of that is your expectation to hold me accountable for we shouldn't be buying things we shouldn't buy. And if we do, then that's on me, right? Now, one of the pieces, and I know maybe Karen may know this, or even Carrie may know this, our policy is different than a lot of other districts. Their amount is 100 or 200. Our policy is a little antiquated at 50 because you can spend 50 like that now,
Depends.
right?
So
Yeah, and we do.
Cy-Fair and Katie are at 250.
Yeah.
So it's not uncommon to have the limit in the local board policy. It's just that ours is,
But
we've
they're
probably
also-
outgrown it, to be truthfully honest. 50,000 is, for a district our size, you know, we're processing over 32,000 purchase orders a year. So for us to hit the aggregate, we would hit a lot of them on day one.
So I just shared that as
Fuel,
maybe something we look at in the future.
utilities,
just to
property
update.
insurance.
I don't necessarily have a problem with
Yeah.
things like utilities, property insurance, pens and pencils and everything. Where I do start having a problem is with some of these other issues with other items that concern me, such as curriculum companies, that we could be buying more curriculum from them that could add up to over 50,000, and it's not any longer approved by the TEA, which means we're ending up using other funds. So that's where I'm coming in. It's really late, Dr. Knoll.
Yeah.
And Ms. Garza and Mr. Broussard, would it really hurt us to table this item until another night?
It's absolutely fine.
I mean,
It's gonna, I mean, for example, there's just, like one, I'll give you an example, just IML security, I think on there, Mr. Schrader is working on one. He wanted to add them because he's working on door hardware, and he's actually been out shopping to try to get more competitive prices, so there's just.
so can we amend this to those types of items, but not possibly under, I don't know.
You can do as you please. I think part of that, though, I go back to your oversight role, my managerial role. It is my job to make sure that we have systems in place that we don't buy curriculum that is not TA approved, and we have such systems. That any curriculum we purchase goes through Darren and Edith. They check that. So we can bring everything to you. But we are a big place that does a lot of business, and I'm asking for the responsibility to do the job that I'm tasked with to do the job. And if I don't, then hold me accountable. But
Yes, sir.
We need to function.
Right, and my only other question is what do we spend over $50,000 with the Conroe ISD Education Foundation?
Karen can answer that because I asked that question. Yeah.
So we do write them a check annually for the donations that are made by our employees through payroll deduction. So they hit the limit by virtue of us writing a check to them. Now, it's not an expenditure to the district because it's a pass-through. We're deducting it from employees' checks, putting it in a holding account, and then sending it to the foundation at the end of the fiscal year. But they hit the $50,000 mark. Now, technically, it's not an expenditure. We could remove them next year if you so wish, but that's why they're on there.
We spend none of our money. No taxpayer money.
Right. That's
no
not a
budgeted
mandatory donation. It's
it's
opt-in.
voluntary.
And for me, I went by the letter of whoever we paid
Yes, sir.
to. I put them on the list originally, and then as I've seen additional things, I made. So I didn't just look at the PO system.
I think it's worth looking into, maybe looking at, is it CH Legal and Local that's got the 50K in it? I think that's worth looking into.
Yes,
I'm sure we would all appreciate that.
yes. But if possible, if we could approve that, that would be.
All right, are we ready to vote? No?
Well, no, are we voting to approve?
Oh, sorry.
I'm confused because you asked to table it.
No, I asked if we could and how it would impact us, but they're saying
Yeah.
that it would.
Was there a
impact
motion
us.
yet? I don't even know
Yeah,
if there was a motion yet.
There was a motion? Okay.
Yes, there is
Okay.
a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Godfrey. Okay. So moved.
No, we just.
Oh, we
need
did
to-
that, okay.
Yes,
let's-
we
the
need
motion
to
to vote.
We're all tired.
The
sorry.
Roll the
motion
credits.
to approve this, correct?
Yes, all right. All those in favor to approve this as presented, please show by the uplifting of hands. All right, the motion carries
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much.
7-0. I didn't tell you that, sorry. Okay, moving on, I made a note of your request. Moving on to Ms. Garza, thank you, ma'am. 11, business, finance, receive financial reports.
Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'll make this really quick tonight in the interest of time. It's our financial statement update as of the month of January 31st. First is our balance sheet. Presented here is the general fund, debt service, child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. This shows district's assets, liabilities, and fund balance for each of these funds. Our income statement shows the year-to-date revenue and expenditures for the same four funds. This is our capital, all of the pieces needed to put that building together. And so we have expended and encumbered just over $467.2 million so far. Self-funded insurance plan is in kind of rough shape so far year to date. We are running a deficit of $4.6 million. December was a really rough month for the plan. We ran a deficit of 2.9 for that month alone. We did have 5 weeks of claims in that month, but the plan is running poorly year to date. February is looking a little better. I will remind you, we do have a nearly $8 million fund balance that we can use to offset some of this, but we will in the coming weeks be starting to look at plan design and premium options for next year to work towards getting this back into a better position. And I will tell you, we are not alone in this. There are neighboring districts that are self-funded are experiencing the same thing, as well as the TRS plan. So this is an industry-wide thing that we're seeing. Our large claimants for the year are 54 through January 31st compared to 18 the year before. So just seeing a lot of utilization in the plan, and we consider a large claim 50,000 or more. So that just tells you kind of the volume that we're seeing in terms of usage on the plan. So we're going to work with our consultant, and we'll bring back some recommendations to the Employee Benefits Committee, and then ultimately bring those to you probably in a workshop, and then ask you to approve the plan design in April or May.
Ms. Garza, is there any restriction on you reporting back to us the nature of those increased claims?
We could give you by category, like if we're seeing an increase in cancer claims or circulatory.
Sure.
Those are the two categories where we're seeing a large increase, but getting into any more detail than that would probably be
just
a
surface.
HIPAA violation.
I'd
But
be
we could
interested in
certainly
seeing
give you
that.
something that would put them into some sort of buckets.
Thank you.
Sure. So our investments as of January 31st, par value $972 million. The pools are yielding 4.59. Our combined portfolio is at 4.662. And then our benchmark is the 90-day T-bill is at 4.175. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item up is 12A, legal, consider and approve an agricultural lease agreement with Jason Oliphant and Jeffrey McDonald and authorize the superintendent to negotiate the lease and execute the lease. Do I have a motion? Oh, wait, sorry. Yes, we have. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, let's call the vote. All those in favor of approving this lease agreement, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion carries. Item under legal B, consider and adopt resolution opposing participation by students who use performance-enhancing substances in the UIL athletic competition. I know this item was important to all of us, but Trustee Semler, would you like to open us on it?
Sure. Some parents reached out to the board over an unfair situation and a UIL competition that has been occurring for quite some time. Our athletes work incredibly hard, and it's our duty to protect them from unfair competitions that could jeopardize their safety. This board has a duty to pass policies to make sure our students are safe, and it's my hope that this resolution protects our athletes both now and in the future.
Okay, anyone else have commentary, discussion?
I'll just comment that I appreciate this resolution. I think it was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, very well done. And I don't know if Carrie Gladys, if you looked at it as well, but good job.
Yes,
a great writer.
she's an incredible writer.
So I want to thank Trustee Semler because I know she put some time into this, and we all appreciate that. So thank you so much.
And I'd also like to point out that as we were going through this process, Trustee Semler and myself working together, this was also something we had taken up with the three of us when we were first elected. It came up from this parent, and we tried, Dr. Null tried to help us with trying to move just to get answers and information. It's really satisfying to see us have been able to push towards this, and I do feel like with our efforts as a board, we prompted some action up in Austin that helped sway and make things happen in this avenue that we were facing. So with that, do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of adopting this resolution, please show by the uplift of hands. 7? Yes, that motion carries 7-0. All right. Moving on to legal item C, consider and rule on the level 3 appeal of the district's dismissal of requests for reconsideration brought by Dr. Alex Harris.
Are you ready to dig in, or do you want like 5 minutes for a
Could
quick
we do
break?
a quick break?
Yes, okay.
Yes,
All right.
thank you. I just was trying not to. All right. The time is 12:30 a.m. and we are back in session. So.
Okay. All right, item 12C on the board's agenda is an appeal filed pursuant to Board Policy GF, Public Complaints. The appeal is brought by community member Dr. Alex Harris. Dr. Harris filed three requests for reconsideration pursuant to Board Policy EFA, Instructional Resources, Instructional Materials. The reconsideration requests relate to 3 different science textbooks: Campbell's Biology in Focus, AP edition, published by Pearson, the Texas version of Miller and Levine's Experience Biology, published by Savas, and Astronomy 1A, published by eDynamic Learning. The district dismissed Dr. Harris' request for reconsideration because the district does not have the authority to grant relief requested by Dr. Harris, which is for the district to, quote, teach as required by the TEKS but expose the errors using intelligent design theory, unquote. All members of the board are present and have received the documents related to this hearing as part of the February 18th, 2025 board book. The issue before the Board of Trustees is to determine whether the district's dismissal of Dr. Harris's reconsideration request because the district could not grant Dr. Harris his relief was appropriate or not. The board must base its decision on the evidence contained in the documents provided and by the statements made by the parties. If the board determines the reconsideration request should not have been dismissed by the district will initiate the reconsideration process set forth in policy EFA local. Members of the board, please indicate by raising your hand if you have reviewed the documents for this hearing. So if you all would please raise your hand, and for the record, all members have raised their hands, indicating that they have reviewed the documents. I will now ask each of you individually whether you are able to serve as an impartial member of the board in consideration of this matter. Any trustee not able to serve in such a manner may say so and ask to be excused. So I'll just go down the line. Mrs. Horton? Yes. Mrs. Simler? Mrs. Dungan?
Yes.
Mrs. Odenwiller?
Yes.
Mrs. Nelson?
Yes.
Mrs. Dawson?
Yes.
And Mrs. May?
Yes.
Okay, all members of the board have indicated their ability to serve. The hearing will proceed with Dr. Harris as the appellant going first, followed by Mr. Albert Kasangi, the district's coordinator of science. Dr. Harris and Mr. Kasangi will each have 20 minutes to make their comments to the board, although we have discussed the time, and I think we're all going to work to work on that. Please note that this is not an evidentiary hearing. There is no cross-examination of witnesses, and neither party can reserve time. We're going to use this iPad here as the timekeeper so that you can see the time that you have remaining along the way. And I just would remind you that even though we're in a small room, it's no longer crowded in here, all comments need to be made from the podium because we are recording, and so just so that everyone can hear you that's out there. Do we have any questions by either party? We good? Board members, we okay to go? Okay,
Yes,
Dr.
really
Harris?
quickly. Are we doing all three in the 20 minutes?
Yes.
Correct? We're not doing
No,
three.
this is one shot. That's why Dr. Harris requested a little extra time because there was 3, so we're going to do 20 minutes, and then Mr. Kasangi will have his 20 minutes. So if we're ready, then Dr. Harris, you are up, my friend, and you'll have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Nall and board. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart because this gets into religion. Not many people realize that because this gets into the religion of atheism. Atheism, what's the foundation of atheism? There is no God. And to most people, the universe is evidence of a creator. And so we have a conflict. And this is how my concern is that we've introduced this into our classrooms as under the guise of science. And that's wrong. It's a violation of the First Amendment. Now, it's very important to remember this, and I hope I'm seeing it. The Big Bang Theory is the heart of the religion of atheism, because without its singularity, there is no universe. And if there's no universe, there is no origin of life. You can't have origin of life. And that's why they're all so coupled together. And if you don't have origin of life, you don't have evolution. So you cannot say, oh, I'm going to deal with evolution. A lot of people have made that mistake. Or I'm going to deal with origin of life. And I've seen that go round and round and round. You've got to start with the origin of the universe. Because without the origin of the universe, without a universe, you've got nothing. So that's where we're going to start. And that's why this is all coupled together. Because you can't separate them. You can't segregate them. They're all together. Now, on the... What did I do? I turned it off? Oh, there you go. This is what's in our textbooks. I have been contending and contending and contending, because the last time I was up here, I did the same thing. And everyone, you shoot me and said, hey, no, we can't do anything. We just wash our hands, go over to the SBOE. I said, okay, fine. I've been at the SBOE since that last time. And I've been hounding them and say, show me how science can prove the origin of the universe. You show me. You think you're going to teach our children? Well, you show me as an adult. And I've been hounding at them. And you'll see the evidences as we move along. And this is right out of the textbook. I hope you can all read it very carefully. This is the exact quote from E-Dynamics Digital Resource for Astronomy. Then he goes through the thing and says many critics have said the Big Bang Theory is a violation of the laws of thermodynamics. It's more than just the first, it's the second too. Now, that's science. We teach the laws of thermodynamics, right? I hope so. And we should understand this. And obviously, they couldn't. And look what they say. Some people believe, those who support Big Bang Theory argue that the laws of science don't apply to the creation of the universe. Now, if it doesn't, what is it doing in a science class? In a science class, the laws of thermodynamics apply. You take out the laws of thermodynamics, it doesn't belong in a science class. Am I right or am I wrong? Think about that. And it says, what do you think? That's asking the students what they think. You're supposed to be teaching them science. And you tell them, hey, that is very, very deceitful. And saying that the laws of science don't apply, then you shouldn't be teaching the Big Bang Theory. So, moving on to the Big Bang Theory, what's my objective? What's the relief that I'm looking for? Because that's the big question. We cannot teach a lie. I hope we're all clear on that. If something is a lie, someone tells us to teach our children, that's wrong. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. Misguiding. You're there to teach them the truth. That's what I hope you all sign up for. If this is not truth, you cannot teach it, or you make it clear. I do understand you cannot change the teaks. That's the big problem. That was the excuse. Oh, we can't change the teaks. Okay. And you're going to get, if you don't teach the teaks, you're going to get tested in the start testing, and you're caught short. So I never said that. If you look at my reconsideration, it's very clear. Teach the teaks. But teach it correctly. Tell the students that Big Bang Theory science cannot explain the origin of the universe. I hope all of us are clear on that. It cannot. It just cannot. And as we understand, you can walk through it. I don't want to go through this, all of this about the laws of thermodynamics. The first law says energy cannot be created or destroyed. It's a simple scientific problem. You don't need a big college degree. A high school student can explain that. That's what we should teach our students. When you teach, here's the problem. Energy is not going in and out. Something is changing. Well, you can only change. Energy cannot be created. And you can imagine the universe is a closed system. It's a closed system. And you can imagine the energy to create for this universe, you translate all that matter into energy. I can't even put the zeros together. And to just say, just mysteriously applied, it's just, oh, the laws don't apply. That is sheer, I'm sorry, nonsense. That's not science. So, since you have to teach that, I agree. I'm not disputing that. I'm not taking that away. Whatever's in your textbooks, with all the different evidences that they show, saying, oh, yeah, Hubble and redshift and cosmic microwave, cosmic background, CMB, cosmic microwave background. The person who discovered it is a Nobel Prize winner. His name is Arno Penzias. He discovered it. And here's a statement. I'm going to read that statement to you. Astronomy leads us to a unique event, a universe which was created out of nothing. This is his words, not mine. One with a very delicate balance. An explosion doesn't create order. It creates disorder. You try it. Set up a firecracker and say, oh, I see order from it. If you do, hey. Needed to provide exact conditions required to permit life. That's what we have. One which has an underlying, one might say, supernatural plan. This is a Nobel Prize winner. That's a statement. And yet we teach this thing and say, hey, all this thing. And I suggest, I didn't use the word intelligent design. That's a viable option because typically that's a theory. You could choose what you want to say. That without an external agent, without an external intelligent designer, this is just not possible. That's a fact. And that's why they instituted the word intelligent design. There has been discussion around SBOA on this. I think you're very familiar with that. But hey, it's not in the TEKS. We can't put it in the TEKS. But I think the TEKS do call for alternate theories. And how you phrase it, how you word it, it's up to you. We must say, as an alternative theory, it is plausible that there was an external designer, an intelligent designer. But of course, we can't identify who that is, because the minute you do that, you cross over from science into faith, into religion. And that's out of place, and you'll violate the First Amendment. So all I'm saying is you have to tell the students science cannot explain the origin of the universe. And that's an honest statement. We cannot teach it like it is right now under the origin of the universe. Oh, yeah, science. And you're talking about young children. And they, of course, grow up and they get out of it and say, no, that was nonsense. Or they get into an atheistic mold and say, oh, yeah, and it's more a denial. But we cannot, and this must stop. Now, of course, as I said before, without a universe, you have nothing. We can't explain that. So on that, what science does, it talks about origin of life. It talks about the abiotic process, which is basically the 4 stages of taking substance and how it comes together in 4 stages to create the first self-replicating cell, which we call it bacteria. It walks through. Now, every step, whatever experiments they have done, there's somebody intervening in there. It doesn't mysteriously come together and form bacteria. Of course, you have to first explain where you got all those substances from, which no one talks about. And that's why I, again, put this together, because you cannot mix the, you have to deal with it systematically. And therefore, all I'm saying is these facts need to be made clear when you teach about origin of life. Because you need a universe, which we don't have any clue about. And then we make assumptions. We take substances out of it. We create ideal conditions, try to bring it together. There's information in your cell that shows you why you have blonde hair. I have no hair. Those are all part of our genetic makeup. You can't chemicals just come together. It's ridiculous. But yet we've been wallowing in this for the last 50 years. And I'm surprised nobody questioned it. They always jump into, a lot of people question, origin of life, there's an expert right down in Rice University. He's an expert on that. And there are others. But no one questioned the Big Bang Theory, because without that, origin of life is just a castle in the air. Then moving on to the next one. The evolution. Evolution moves in stages. Remember evolution, it starts from bacteria and it evolves through its first stages. I want you to, if you can see that, on top of this chart, there's a little red box on the top. I don't know if you can read it, but that says humans. I'll help you. That says humans. So basically, as you go through this evolution stages, you end up with humans. Now you say, that's just so odd. They show all these things about, the bacteria becoming a bird and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to human, just one little box. The reason is that's called primate evolution. And if you look at last year's textbook, and I put that in the handout, it is right there. And why is that not there? Because Darwin was trying to show the superiority of the Caucasian race. You read, it's all in there, all his quotes. How it started from monkeys, and of course it evolved through the stages, and finally it ended up with the Caucasian race. Now why did he want to so passionate about that? Is because, sorry to say, my very own Indian caste system spread into the world society, and it polluted the whole world. And the whole world was become so racially conscious. Now we talk about slavery. Somebody put a fact on my across for me, just recently. Do you know Irish slaves were much earlier? Retta Akamatsu, her book is excellent, filled with evidence. The horrific nature. People make slaves of people. And this is back in, the first record is in 1612. Yet we have an African American in 1642 who came in with the Jesuit priest as an indentured servant. And he progressed, and in 1642, he became an assemblyman. He served on the Maryland legislature in 1642. How could you do that? You try to imagine that, and try to put it all together. But then, this is before the Indian caste system book was translated in 1794. And of course, you have the horrific statement, which is in this material, of the Supreme Court in 1856. And here's what the Justice Taney said. They had for more than a century had been regarded as being inferior order and altogether unfit to associate with the white race, either social or political relations, so far inferior that they had no rights for which the white man was bound to respect, that the Negro justly and lawfully might be reduced to slavery for his benefit. This is Supreme Court. So you see the pattern. It all fits together. And I've been hounding the SBOE, and they took out primate evolution. They took this out. But it looks funny, right? You have evolution, suddenly you don't know where humans came from. But that's the theory. But, there are examples in the book, the textbooks. They talk about how finches and other species, how they have salamanders and species and things, but they all remain the same. They have never moved. The finch didn't become a salamander didn't become a finch. This is adaptation. That's what you see. Adaptation, yes, that is the truth. People adapt. And so I want these facts to be brought out and make it clear that without a universe, you don't have origin of life. And without an origin of life, without life, you don't have evolution. And I encourage you to tell them why it is deleted, but that might be outside your scope. But I wanted to share it with you for your own education. So in closing, sorry I took up all the 20 minutes. We must stop this indoctrination of our children. We must stop it. Make it clear science cannot. I know we cannot do a lot of things. You are constrained. You have to teach the teeth. But you are also mandated to teach the truth. I'm asking, make it clear. Science cannot explain the origin of the universe. That's all I'm asking. And also tell them, hey, you assume all that, and you start building this life and evolution. It's like if you had no land, you had no foundation, and someone showed you a plan of what the great things he's going to do or she's going to do, you laugh at that person. That's a castle in the air. Where are you going to put this building? What are you going to do? Well, I have no land. Don't worry about that. And that's what you're saying. We don't know how the universe originated. And I hope what I'm asking is clear. I'm not asking you to stop teaching the TEES. You have to, for the time being. We'll work on that with SBOE. We'll hound them. They keep putting it off. I'm just waiting for them to, when the TEES go through that revision cycle. There are a lot of things I have in mind. And especially in the area of religion, and I've been asking for other things. I'll share it with you later. But I hope my ask is clear. Make it very clear. Science cannot explain the origin of the universe. And we don't have a universe, you don't have origin of life. And if you don't have origin of life, you don't have evolution. How you do it, but that's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Appreciate you. All right, Mr. Kasang, you'll have 20 minutes if you would come up. Introduce yourself. I'm not sure if everybody's had a chance to meet you or not, and then you'll have your 20 minutes, sir.
President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, good morning. Now, this is my first time, of course not in the board meeting, but to stand before you. But I didn't know that I was going to kick off my career before you in this particular manner. But I'm grateful for the opportunity. I hope I can be of some help to you this morning. So I'll go ahead and start my presentation. And the first thing I'm going to do is just give you a brief background to the three books that are in question this morning. Astronomy by E. Dynamic Learning, and Texas Miller-Levin Experience Biology, published by Service. Now, these two books are part of our last year adoption following the 2024 proclamation as a resource for supporting the teaching of the new science texts. And then the Chembo Biology in Focus is an AP book that has been around for so many years. I'm sure if you took an AP class or freshman biology class in college, you probably used Chembo Biology. Now, these books, contrary to what you might think, are not really the issue. I could substitute the E-Dynamic resource with an astronomy book, and it will still cover the Big Bang Theory in a similar way. I could substitute Miller-Levin biology with McGraw-Hill or any other publisher, but they still be able to cover the evolution ticks in a similar manner. And as a matter of fact, the AP biology, Campbell Biology in Focus is just one of the books on the list of books that we have to choose from for teaching AP biology course. So I don't want us to get hung on the book as the issue, but really appreciate the fact that I could substitute any of those books with any other instructional resource to teach AP biology, and all those books will cover the same learning objectives for that particular course. So in a way of introduction, I want to just underscore something that we've told Dr. Harris again and again, that we're required to teach the TICs as adopted by the State Board of Education. And as you're aware, every year we're supposed to certify that we are teaching the TICs, and that we are using the right instructional resources to support that particular curriculum. As you're aware, science TICs were recently reviewed and revised, and the appropriate venue to object any content in that particular document was when the SBOE was hearing the views from the stakeholders. And Dr. Harris has presented his views to State Board of Education, TEA. I've seen those emails, correspondence, and I think they've given him audience. But despite that, I know he's aware that the State Board of Education was not able to change any of the text of in the language of the TICs. And so we're currently teaching new K-12 science TICs as adopted by the State Board of Education. So I think I'll start by simplifying this presentation. And one of the things I'm going to resist is to change or transform this meeting into a science lecture room, right? Because I don't think that will be very helpful. But I'll be very happy to answer any science questions you may have. But I just want to state what is actually true, that those three instructional resources that are before you are not the curriculum. We build the curriculum. I think you've heard that several times. We take the TICs, and we take the instructional resource, and then we have our instructional best practices. And using all those three things, we're able to build a curriculum. And our curriculum is visible, is available. You can be able to see our curriculum maps. What I would have loved, actually, very kindly, and ask Dr. Harris would have been for Dr. Harris to come and sit with us and try to understand how we're teaching this content. Instead of making assumptions by looking at a few chapters in these instructional resources. And to a great extent, what he has done tonight is, in some cases, massage the content that we teach in science with some misinformation. And I don't think that's very fair to us as curriculum people and as science educators. So we teach the TICs and the AP course objectives. And so we teach the Big Bang Theory in astronomy. We teach the evidence of evolution in both level biology and AP biology. We teach mechanisms of evolution. And we mention Charles Darwin when we teach natural selection. Because actually the TICs require us to highlight the contributions of scientists. And as you would imagine, Charles Darwin is central to the idea or the theory of evolution by means of natural selection. Now, what we don't teach, what we do not do in Conroe ISD, we do not indoctrinate children in the process of teaching science. It's very important for us to appreciate that. And we don't mix faith and science in our science discourse. In other words, I leave my personal views, my faith, my personal beliefs at the door, and I teach science. We don't teach critical race theory. And I'm mentioning these things because I'm sure the audience who are listening to us online, they're wondering, why are you saying these things? Because Dr. Harris alleges that we teach these things. And honestly, in my conversation with our curriculum team, I was telling them that I cannot recognize the school district that Dr. Harris is talking about. Because I'm a parent in this school district, I wouldn't want my child to go to a school district where you're using science to teach social Darwinism, for example. Because that's what he has just even told us tonight, that we are using evolution to propagate the idea that one race is more superior than the other. That's a very dangerous idea. He's introducing something that we don't do. And I think if he sat down with us to understand how we teach this content in class, it would be very helpful, because someone picking these ideas through the media will run a story that in Conroe ISD, the parents are in arms because science teachers are using evolution to teach social Darwinism. We don't do that. And we don't teach faith and beliefs of religion of atheism. And very importantly, we do not promote an infallible view of science. We don't tell our kids that science can never be wrong, because we know that theories or ideas can actually be improved or amended as more information is learned. So throughout the night, we'll be making reference to a scientific theory. The good news is the TICS document, actually in the preamble of that particular document, it gives us what a scientific theory is. So when Dr. Harris comes to us and says, this is also a theory, it has to meet that criteria that you can see on your screen. If it doesn't meet that criteria, the State Board of Education says it's not a theory. And also from my training as a science educator, I know that will not be a theory, right? We're looking for a phenomena. Theories are based on natural and physical phenomena and are capable of being tested by multiple independent researchers. The next point is very, very important. Again, this comes from the TICS document from the State Board of Education. As a matter of fact, when we are training teachers, this is what we start with. What is actually science? We have to understand what the nature of science is. And let me just try to use this graphic that might help us, okay? I think what Dr. Harris has spent tonight trying to explain is science as we know it in the bucket of science as knowledge. What he fails to recognize is that what we call science is actually a product of the scientific method, scientific inquiry. Before you get into that particular bucket, you have to do inquiry, and that's something any scientist can be able to do, collect evidence over and over and over again. And if you're getting the same results, it becomes a theory, it becomes a law, it becomes a principle that contributes to that bucket of knowledge. And throwing just anything in that bucket of knowledge and calling it science is representing how we educate our kids. So as I said, we teach the TICS, and the astronomy TICS requires us to describe and evaluate historical development of evidence supporting the Big Bang Theory. It doesn't say that we know everything about the origin of the universe. It recognizes there are other theories out there. The steady state, for example, oscillating theory, multiverse theory. There are many theories out there. But the literature goes ahead to say this is the most prevailing theory. And that's why it is actually given that prominence. And there are evidences. You can look at the evidences, and evidence is evidence in science, right? If you see the universe is expanding, you may want to ask yourself, how fast is it expanding? And there are mathematical models that can be able to turn the clock back and say, you know what, if it's expanding, it must be, it's moving from some place, and you can use those mathematical models to play the time back and arrive at some conclusions. That's what we do in science. We, foster curiosity. You make an observation, you formulate a hypothesis, and then you go ahead and do that inquiry. But I think I want to offer a path forward. One is one that Dr. Harris actually recognizes, that if he has any issues with the TICS or what we teach the kids, the place to take it is a State Board of Education. I really commend him for doing that. I've seen those conversations with the TEA. He copies us on those conversations. So that's one place that he can actually go. But the other place that Dr. Harris actually needs to go is actually test his ideas with his peers. And I want to help the board by offering this path forward. What he needs to do is present his ideas at a conference of his peers, write a journal articles, and then his ideas are interrogated by his peers. And if they stand the test of time, I'll be the first one as a science educator in this particular district to actually cite that in a curriculum document and say, Dr. Harris in this particular conference made this particular argument, and these were the rebuttals from his peers, and his ideas were scrutinized as to the test of time. We have a right to acknowledge that. You don't do that in a social gathering. You don't even do that to change a scientific theory, even in a board meeting, respectfully. You don't do that in the classroom where I teach. I don't do that. I don't change a scientific theory. You subject your ideas. I would like to know what those professors at Caltech, at MIT, at Rice, at Sam Houston, at University of Houston, at A&M, what do they say about his ideas? That's what matters to me as a science educator. And I just read this very quickly. The physics community has embraced the Big Bang Theory as an explanation for the origin of the universe. And the laws of thermodynamics are laws of physics. It's inconceivable for me to imagine that 100 years since the Big Bang Theory was actually formulated, that the physicists, astrophysicists have never found a contradiction. That it's Dr. Harris tonight who has actually found that contradiction. And actually he said that he wonders why nobody has come up who is an expert, people who do this stuff for a living, because they have explanations for this. And recognize that as a science educators. That's what we want to respect. Again, if you look at biology, there's a lot of ethics here, as you can imagine. And that just speaks to the importance of this to the State Board of Education and to the educators who actually put this document together. You can see just how many ticks that we have on evolution. The first two there have to do with the evidence for evolution. And then the next 5 ticks there have to do with the, 4 ticks there have to do with the mechanisms. That means, how does evolution actually work? And really, as a science educator, I know the reason why the State Board of Education decided actually write 3 ticks about natural selection, which I've looked at Dr. Harris' documents. He cited natural selection again and again, and the work of Charles Darwin. It's for the same reasons we're here tonight, because the State Board of Education requires or hopes that we can actually be able to teach the students the correct understanding of evolution. That's why it repeats again and again. Like, for example, Dr. Harris wonders why, a salamander has never turned into a lizard or into a bird or that kind of thing. Now, evolution is not a path to perfection, all right? That's what we teach our kids. You don't just get to choose that you want to evolve. As a matter of fact, an individual organism does not evolve, all right? Evolution actually occurs at the level of the population. And it's for that reason why the State Board of Education has very clearly broken down those particular ticks to make sure that we are teaching the kids correct science. So evolution is actually a scientific idea, theory that explain the unity and diversity of life. And as I've said, it has multiple evidences. And actually, a correct definition of evolution is the change in a gene pool of a population over time. And this is something that a high school or junior high science teacher can actually be able to demonstrate in a classroom just using fruit flies, okay? You can keep fruit flies in your classroom, and you can be able to monitor how the traits are changing, and using a simple, I say simple, it's not simple, but a mathematical model, you can be able to demonstrate that the gene pool of a population is changing, all right? And that's what we call evolution, all right? Yes, Dr. Harris talks about adaptation, it has a place. But the way we explain it, and I'll be very quick on this one, is here's how I'll teach it in class, all right? If I look at a population of any organism, I can be able to see variations among the individuals in a population. And we know that in an environment, there are limited resources. It turns out that organisms that have favorable variations are likely to survive because those variations are advantageous. And if you survive, you might live long enough to reproduce. That's just a given. And that is what we call differential reproductive success. I have just modeled a lesson on natural selection. That doesn't sound to me like social Darwinism. It doesn't sound to me like we're saying one race is more superior than the other. So what would it mean to take the content of evolution out of the curriculum? Because I've seen in one of his requests, we should stop teaching evolution. This is the AP curriculum exam kind of blueprint, and you can see 13 to 20% of that exam is on natural selection or evolution. The highest in all those categories. On an exam that is already too hard for kids, you can imagine if you take away 20%, or if you don't teach them the correct facts, understanding of evolution, that will be problematic. And even closer home for the majority of our kids, all the freshmen have to take EOC, biology EOC. You can see again, it makes up almost 20% of the exam. So before I conclude, I really wanted to invite Dr. Harris to come and help me in the work that I do to educate kids. This weekend I had over 600 students go out to compete in science and engineering fair, robotics, Fast Tech Challenge, Fast Lego League, and so on. Now those programs are very successful because of the support I get from the board and the superintendent. But more importantly, it is actually mentors who have the skill set of Dr. Harris who come and work alongside those kids to teach them engineering skills, to make those robots, build those robots, or work on that science and engineering project. And I think in Dr. Harris doing that, he'll get to understand us better, and he'll understand that we're actually building future leaders, and we're making sure that we are teaching science with integrity and with the best instructional practices. So we do not cut, modify, or exclude TICs or AP learning objects from our curriculum, because that will undermine the work of State Board of Education and College Board. Only the State Board of Education or College Board can grant Dr. Harris the relief he's seeking. I therefore request the school board to dismiss his request for reconsideration of the following instructional resources: Campbell Biology in Focus by Pearson, Texas Miller-Levin Experience Biology by Savas, and Astronomy by eDynamic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, do any board members have questions for either Dr. Harris or Mr. Kasangi? And I'll just remind you both men, if you are asked any questions, if you'll make sure to come to the podium to answer, that would be appreciated. Ms. Nelson?
Mr. Kasangi? Okay, I have a question for you.
Would
you mind coming up to the podium? Thank you so much for the presentation, and it's great to meet you. Thanks for all your hard work. I'm just a couple questions. When was when were all these books approved?
Oh, this was part of our last year's 2024 proclamation. So we adopted this. You remember the time when you adopted
right.
the science books for the new TICs. That was the time when you approved the astronomy book and the Miller-Levin book.
And these are all part of biology? Is that correct?
So the Texas Experience Science by Miller-Levin.
The two biology books.
That's the one we use for freshman biology.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another biology book. We use it primarily for AP biology, the Campbell Biology in Focus.
So I remember this pretty specifically last year. We approved Savas.
Yes.
And so I'm a little shocked to see these other books in here as well, because they're not Savas other than the one. So I guess that one kind of took me by surprise, because I was unaware of approving anything other than Savas.
I'm so sorry, ma'am, if you missed that. But actually, on that agenda, there were books for teaching K-12 ethics from kindergarten all the way to high school. So we had chemistry books,
right,
aquatic science books, and all
so
the
reason I'm asking is because I was following that SBOE proclamation really closely when that all took place. And we made some adjustments to our textbooks to be aligned with the SBOE proclamation from 2024. And that included the verbiage of intelligent design and removing primate evolution. And so we were able to work diligently with our curriculum team and you as well, and making the changes with the publisher so that we could be aligned with the SBOE proclamation. I do know that is it the SBOE or is it the TEACS that says we have to evaluate and analyze multiple theories? I think that's SBOE.
I don't know if you tell me the actual TEACS that you're referring to.
Yeah, I think it's SBOE that states that. And so we were able to make the changes to get intelligent design or to be aligned, and all the publishers use that language as well. So if these were adopted after the SBOE proclamation in 2024, then I wouldn't mind seeing intelligent design as an additional theory to compare and contrast to the Big Bang Theory, like we have to align with the other biology textbooks that we have. And that's one thing. And then the second thing would be regarding evolution. So help me understand this, because I am not a doctor of science of any way, shape, or form. There's a difference between primate evolution and the other evolutions that you're speaking of that's in this curriculum, correct?
No, my understanding is that a request was made to remove primate evolution from the textbooks.
Right. So the evolution that we have that you showed tonight, that's not primate evolution. That's just a different form of evolution, and that was not included in the SBOE proclamation, correct?
No, there are no different forms of evolution. Evolution is evolution because organisms changing over time.
So,
yes. So there's no primate evolution. Then there is another bacteria evolution or that kind of thing. Evolution. So the premise or principles of evolution are the same.
So if we removed it in SAVAS when we approved the textbooks in last year for biology, aquatic science, and whatever other ones that we approved, why would we not include the same language so that our students can teach or can learn critical thinking skills to compare and contrast multiple theories like SBOE has in their proclamation from 2024?
Okay, so let me take that apart and first of all clarify that in that board item, the board was actually approving instructional resources for K-12 science. Mm-hmm. So on that, if you look at the board notes, you'll see that E-dynamic, astronomy by E-dynamic was part of it. And of course, I remember that evening we spent a lot of time talking about the Miller-Levin experience biology by Savas. And if you look at the board minutes, there's some chapters you guys, the board actually requested us to, hide from view from the students, and we've done that. And then there was the issue of intelligent design. And let me get to you what was actually added when it comes to intelligent design. And we've also done due diligence and captured that in our curriculum document. And this is true for any biology book that that was on the SBOE instructional material list. None of those books address intelligent design in detail. And intelligent design, number one, is not in the SBOE TEACS. Instead, for most of these publishers, the effort they made to mention intelligent design was this, by putting intelligent design in a call-out box. Mm-hmm. And the call-out box we have, for example, from the biology book, is some of your students may believe in intelligent design, which is a set of belief based on the idea that life is so complex that it must have been designed by a supernatural being and cannot be explained by scientific theory. When discussing the theory of evolution, it is important to focus on the scientific evidence, yet be sensitive to the different beliefs and encourage students to be respectful of their peers' viewpoints. That's the textbook references intelligent design. And this is true for, even if we don't want to use Texas Experience Science by Savas, and we pick McGraw-Hill or another book, that's the far they mention intelligent design. So intelligent design is not in the curriculum. And the same thing with astronomy. The astronomy also, and Dr. Harris made reference to the call-out box. There are all those call-out boxes that the publishers, in their own wisdom, use that to accommodate the different things that they were being requested to teach. But that did not cut, modify, change the language of the TICs, and intelligent is not one of the TICs.
Okay, so for me, there's two separate issues. One is the inclusion of intelligent design as a theory to compare and contrast to the Big Bang Theory. Because it's in some of our textbooks, I would like it to be consistent, and in the other textbooks as well. And even though I'm not crazy about the wordage that's used, I do believe that that we are within our place to include that. And correct me if I'm wrong. And then the evolution portion, it sounds like that's on the test, right? You're saying that there's a percentage of the evolution portion that's on the test.
It's a huge percentage in the AP exam,
okay.
And equally huge percentage in biology exam. And just to be clear, so first of all, the TICS requires to evaluate the historical development of the Big Bang Theory, right? But if you look at any astronomy book, they do recognize that there were other theories that preceded the Big Bang Theory, right? And that's part of the historical development. In other words, in the field of science, theories die and others emerge. Now, the beauty of it is that it's not like just a theory just emerges all of a sudden. It builds on another theory, especially if there is enough evidence to back the previous theory. And so that's the historical development. That's how I read the curriculum document as a science educator. How did I get to the Big Bang Theory? So I have to look at all these theories, the scientific theories, evaluate why they did not make the cut, and why most physicists or astrophysicists subscribe to the view that on preponderance of evidence, I think the Big Bang Theory comes close to explaining the origin of the universe. And that's how we interpret that in the classroom.
Well,
yeah.
I appreciate that. I can name you a lot of scientists that would also argue that intelligent design is a valid and truthful theory as well. So that's where I stand. I would just like to be aligned with whatever else we have with the other curriculum that we're using. Again, I don't love the language that's in there, but if it's possible to just pop that language in to the other textbooks when it comes to the Big Bang Theory, to add to compare and contrast to the multiple theories, plural. I believe it helps our students think critically. But I understand about the evolution part, I think. I mean, I guess I don't know the difference between primate evolution and regular evolution, but if it's on the STAR test or whatever testing, I certainly don't want to impede on that. So that's what I'd like to see, and I don't know about you guys, but.
Yeah, open it up. Any other questions? Anybody?
Just quickly, I would agree with Trustee Nelson on that. The proclamation does state that we compare and contrast multiple options and one with intelligent design, and so I would like to see that be consistent across. We adopted Savas and went to the efforts. Trustee Nelson worked really hard on making sure and worked with the teaching and learning department on this extensively and very quickly in trying to get that done, so I'd like to see that as well. I realized that also in that, it said that we not teach or do the Darwin part, but it is an AP course, and it's a theory, and
I'm okay with it in there.
and it is a course that students sign up for and knowing it's a college level course, etc. So I find it hard to argue on that. So I would also like to consider that. Is there any other?
Am I allowed to ask a question?
No,
was just
yeah, we'll just let them.
Okay.
No, I guess the short answer is no. Ms. Horton, did you have a question?
I guess, so you guys want the other textbooks to be changed as well? Is
No,
that-
they're already changed. We've already.
Well, I know you have the
yeah.
one that was changed, but the additional resources, but it is
Right
being
now, we're
taught
just
in the scope
talking
and
about
sequence.
these three particular textbooks.
So which one of the three does not include the wording about intelligent design? Can you clarify that?
So the intelligent design is mentioned in the astronomy book as in the same place where they mention the steady state theory, the big bounce theory. Then they mention some people may believe in creationism. That's what they use in the astronomy book. The intelligent design is mentioned in the biology textbook by Savas. And like I said, it is in a call-out box. Yeah, so it's not like there's a whole chapter on intelligent design.
But it's a reference.
Yes.
For the student to see. What
Yes.
about the other book? Is it included? Is reference?
Oh,
to
the other one is
intelligent design?
AP biology. That's College Board. As a matter of fact, College Board does not even recommend or require us to use a particular book. We get to choose just.
So you're saying it's not in that book?
It's not in that book.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's not. It's in 2 out of 3 of the books in question. The intelligent design is referenced in 2 out of 3.
Wait, is intelligent design just astronomy? That's not biology, right? Is it just go in?
No, it's biology.
So the call-out box
Origin of
that
the universe.
the call-out box that I read talking about intelligent design, that's biology, and then the astronomy book it quickly just mentions about creationism, and I was just very curious about the actual text that Trustee Nelson was referencing that talks about comparing theory. What standard is that? Is it in the biology?
You showed it up there. It was actually analyze and evaluate multiple theories, or analyze and evaluate theories. It's in the SBOE, and so it's theories plural. And that's and so I guess the question is of these 3 books, is intelligent design in there to compare, contrast, or analyze and evaluate with the Big Bang Theory?
No, ma'am. And the reason is because you go back to what I began with by trying to delineate what we consider to be a scientific theory in science. Yeah.
But
again, multiple scientists will argue and refute that intelligent design is a valid theory.
Well, moreover, the question becomes: does the SBOE require it be included?
It's in their proclamation of 2024.
So do we not follow the proclamation?
Honestly, I would like to see what they're referencing because I'm not aware of how that fits into the biology because I've looked at the biology ticks. I've looked at, by the way, TEA has also given us a ticks guide, and the ticks guide actually gives us the boundary within which to teach the ticks.
So who has jurisdiction? Who has authority over this?
Excuse me, ma'am. You mean over what?
I understand that the TEECs are separate from the SBOE's proclamation. Which one wins?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not aware of the proclamation that is being accurately referenced because I've looked at all the TICs. We've written the curriculum for the entire year now for biology, and I'll tell you honestly, I haven't seen any TICs that requires us to teach that.
So the SBOE's
SBOE.
Well, does the SBOE's proclamation not require this?
I haven't seen it. I'll be very happy to reference it and get to my
You're
team
not
and say,
familiar-
hey, we missed this. Why don't we need to look? Why don't we look at it?
You're not
so-
familiar with the SBOE proclamation from 2024 for science?
Sorry, ma'am.
You're not familiar with the SBOE proclamation from 2024 for science?
I am familiar.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm familiar, yes.
Okay.
But if you're familiar with it, then shouldn't,
I think he said it's in the scope and sequence though, right? So
I
then
didn't hear that.
we're using one of the resources that has it, that was revised, is that
The
right?
SAVAS,
Yeah, the SAVAS,
what I'm
like to
hearing.
meet that.
Yes, we placed that call-out box, and in our training of teachers, we've reiterated that you need to acknowledge that, and we put that in a curriculum document. In my meeting with the department chairs, I drew the attention to the things the board requested us to remove from the textbook and not assign to the students, so the teachers are aware that you're not going to assign this particular chapter to the students because it was actually removed by the school board. And then we draw the attention to that call-out box, and we say, you're going to lead your discussion on evolution with this statement, that acknowledging that people have different belief system when it comes to origin of life or
So
evolution.
It's being taught, it's just not in every single textbook.
So
Right.
can I,
Yes.
would y'all mind if I overstep
Yeah,
my bounds
please.
here just for a second? If what I'm hearing you say is what we have in the curriculum map for regular biology, what he just shared is in our curriculum map and how we discuss it with teachers. I think what I'm hearing you say is you'd like that same thing replicated in astronomy and AP biology.
Consistent.
Consistent.
So
When you
that-
say teacher map, it's in the teacher edition, but not in the student.
No,
curriculum?
Savas was able to place it that statement in both the teacher and the student edition.
Right, we
Yes.
can't change the student editions of other books, they're done. But we can put it into our curriculum map. I think that's what I'm hearing. And once again, I'm way overstepping my bounds and I
Yeah,
apologize.
that's
No,
but
you're
it's
getting it. You're
getting
getting it.
By the way,
right.
the same call-out box, we've also placed it in the astronomy just to be, cognizant of the fact
So
that...
it is there already? is it?
Yes,
Okay.
we placed this same call-out box in the astronomy book.
So again,
Yeah.
2 out of 3.
So AP biology
for
is
the-
the only
for-
place where it
for-
doesn't exist?
For, the AP biology,
Okay.
the teachers submit their syllabus to the college board approves, and if the college board says we're good, and like President Odenwala said, is an elective class, the kids make a conscious decision that I want to take this college level class, I'm going to engage with the material. Level biology, freshman biology is mandatory, is compulsory
So
to
when
all the
does-
students.
So when discussing the origin of the universe and Big Bang Theory, you're saying that intelligent design is in the curriculum of the other two and not the AP? You're saying that it's already in there?
So I have to qualify these very, very carefully, right? So we do not have intelligent design in the AP biology course,
The other
right?
two, though.
We do not have a TICS that addresses intelligent
I
design,
understand that.
right?
Yeah.
We have a call-out box, and we want the teachers to be conscious of the fact that students have different beliefs about origin of life.
So,
Yeah.
so it's
We
in
make
or-
that-
Yeah, the answer is yes.
So,
Yes.
so the other, to the remaining two?
Yes.
When you're discussing the origin of the universe with the Big Bang Theory, it's in that section?
Yes, the call-out box is actually
Okay.
in that section where the origin of the universe and talks about the. By the way, I just gave one ticks on the Big Bang Theory, but actually there are so many statements under cosmology unit.
Yeah.
And that's where, because our curriculum map is built in units, right? And so at the beginning of that unit, we make that call-out box to the teachers. So we do that.
Any further questions?
To the teachers? Is that what you said, to the teachers?
Oh, yeah, because the teachers are supposed to be aware of what the expectations are.
But
in
not to
cur-
the students?
The assumption is the teachers will communicate that to the students, because this is in the curriculum document.
He's saying that they tell the teachers to reference it, but it's not seen by the student, is how I understand that. You keep saying to the teachers.
It's not in the actual textbooks, that's why, so the teachers have to present it.
So we were under the impression that it was in the
Can we
SAVAS.
add it to the textbook?
It's already in the Savas textbook.
No.
Yeah, it's already there.
Can we add it to the other one?
No, I have no control over that. Only the publisher can do that. I cannot tell them.
I thought we could add curriculum. We can't do that?
In the publisher's textbook?
Yeah, are you talking about the hard, I'm not talking about a hard copy, obviously. Is there a digital version of it that we're using as well?
Yeah, for the astronomy textbook, we have the entire instructional resource is digital. And by the way, the call-out box that Dr. Harris referenced, that comes from the astronomy book.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are places where, they make those call-out boxes to acknowledge
Can we add
alternative.
Can we add it to the digital copies, to the digital versions?
I don't know whether the publisher can allow us to do that. We can be able to add it in our own instructional materials, but I don't think the publisher can because, even though it's a dictionary resource, but we don't have editing rights to that particular instructional resource. Okay. Only the publisher can be able to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Any more questions? All right, so this time it'd be appropriate if the board has any further discussion or if you have a motion. So once again, just to kind of clarify back, the question, the initial question at hand, what was asking the board to make a decision regarding whether the district's dismissal of Dr. Harris's request for reconsideration because the district cannot provide his requested relief, that the district teach required TEKS but expose the error using intelligent design theory was appropriate. The board can uphold the district's dismissal, can overturn the dismissal, and send the books for reconsideration, or the board can take any action in which it believes is appropriate. I feel like I've heard a potential motion. I'd be happy to entertain a motion. If I mean you were on it. You were on it. So
I mean, if you guys are telling me that it's in the curriculum currently, and we are comparing and contrasting multiple theories to the origin of the universe, to the Big Bang theory, if you're telling me that intelligent design is in 2 of the 3, and the third one is the AP book, then I haven't seen the evidence of it, but I have to believe that you're being truthful. So, and if that's the case, then I move that we.
Can I just add one thing for just
yes.
another consideration is that you can take no action to, which just upholds the dismissal. So those are really,
Okay, then thank you.
Yeah.
Then I move that we take no action.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
And Dr. Harris, I recommend that you continue your fight with SBOE and to work on the TEKS from that end.
Okay, so we have a motion to take no action at this time. Entertain a second.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, at this time we would vote. All those in favor of the motion that is on the table to take no action at this time, show by the uplifted hand. Thank you. It's a 7-0 vote. Dr. Harris, we appreciate you being here this evening, sir. Yes, sir.
Moving on, passing it back to me.
Ma'am.
Okay,
yours.
moving on, we have no executive session, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Please.
So moved.
Thank you. The time is 1:39 and we stand in adjournment.